come up with all the acts and all the laws they need to come up with in order to prevent the Russian Federation from conducting business as usual.
Thank you. That was all I was wondering.
All right, thank you. And with that said, we've just been joined by Colonel Spencer. Colonel Spencer, good evening. It's always a pleasure to have you here, sir. All right, we're still trying to bring up Colonel Spencer, so in the meantime, Frank Arnold, please go ahead.
Hey, everybody. I think Colonel Spencer, I just saw he was supposed to speak on CNN 15 minutes ago. So he's probably still, busy from that, I would imagine. I wanted to throw out kind of hopefully, maybe a harebrained idea, maybe a good idea. I'll post it to the Nest right now. And it was basically, it's a fundraising idea I had about creating beer glasses and beer mugs that, you'll see it in the Nest there. I did some mock-ups of what they would look like. Basically, just the top half would be blue, and so once you've got beer in there, it looks like the Ukrainian flag. So I've contacted a few manufacturers of glasses to see if this can be done, and a few have given me some preliminary interest. So yeah, I'm just wondering if this is something that you think that might sell well, and obviously all proceeds would go to the Ukrainian army or medical supplies, whatnot. So just throwing it out there.
All right, thank you, Frank. Ms. Chase, please go ahead. Or Chess.
Oh, hey guys. First of all, hello. And then second of all, I think it's like fascinating that so many people have like the hustle on their mind because it's a difficult time in the world. But also there was a New York Times opinion that I read probably 3 weeks ago now from a Ukrainian, I think he was a medic, who wrote about how to him it made a massive impression on him that when the Russian army came through, they were almost unprepared in the first months of the war for how well the Ukrainians lived. He talked about how they took cash, they took gold, they pillaged, left houses a mess, beyond the rape and murder. But he talked about how they left Roombas behind, like these country boy soldiers in Russia, because they didn't actually recognize what they were. Like there was a sense of electronics being things that could be sold for cash, like laptops, old cell phones. And I just think, in context, if this is like a civilizational war, in addition to a genocide and like a real fucking shame, pardon my language, sorry, but it's interesting civilizationally in a kind of East Germany versus West Germany, or like, why did people choose a route that is kind of obviously morally and joy-wise, materially impoverished versus like what Ukraine has been doing. Yeah, and like I just also like these, like the 300,000 refugees from, refugees, I don't know, men seeking some kind of asylum from a war they don't want to fight in. Like I don't find Russia easy to sympathize with these days, I definitely understand a desire to like live and not die. And I also understand a desire to live and not die for a bad cause, and not like tarnish your own life, do something immoral, kill people who you have no problem with. Like, and so I just wanted to kind of, in thinking about this immigration crisis for the West, of how do we deal with, kind of men who we sympathize with and whose departure materially weakens the Russian war effort. I mean, I want that too, but I do get like a little bit paranoid about like, Russian influence reconstituting itself in different countries. And so I don't know how anybody thinks about this, the human problem versus like the kind of existential problem of like, what do you do with like people who don't believe in truth? How do they contribute to
Sorry, Chas. So you went from Russian men escaping from China so as not to go to a war they don't want to be a part of, to people who do not believe in the truth. I've been listening very keenly to what you've been saying, and I'm trying to understand what you're getting at. So can you please paraphrase your question in a more precise manner?
Sorry, also, I did speak. That was like a massive ramble. I apologize. Yeah, okay. I'm going to state my question as concisely as basically, I think that like modern Russia under Putin has been almost like there's a speaker who comes on often who I like, who's like psychologically, intellectually trained, gifted, is always making things human. Basically, I
have a minor in psychology, so that's beside the point.
I didn't mean to imply that like that.
Just highlighting. Can you please just concisely phrase your question?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I think that this like to me the big problem with like Putin fascism is that it erodes and dispirits like human expectation of truth. Like there's no point in like a debate. It's all force. It's all corrupt. Fuck it. Like all of it. There's like a shittiness in like the Russian point of view that I don't blame Russians for necessarily. But like it means that it's like a dangerous and almost like infectious cynicism that I don't want in my life. And even since I started listening to this wonderful show, I increasingly like my Twitter life feels like a cow that has like too many flies on it, where like you're kind of a big animal and the effort of swatting, like you're just never good enough to swat it all off, and it is irritating. So anyway, that's how I stated it. So
perhaps you just need a longer tail. Connor Spencer, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, sir.
Thanks, man. I am not. I have read a lot of psychology books, and I'm married to someone who has a psychology degree. It's a huge passion of mine. Not even joking. Even my book, Connected Soldier, is a lot about the psychology of war fighting, of being a soldier, but also that connection to sociology and greater things that we talk a lot about in the space.
That's absolutely true, sir. The thing is about psychology is that, first of all, it's a very expensive realm, and it's at this point in 2022, it's connected to so many scientific disciplines. You have digital humanities, you have psychology, you have anthropology, you have socioeconomics, and they all play nicely together and also play at odds against one another. In terms of my study of psychology, it has always been about maintaining the higher moral ground in conflict. That's actually what I worked on. That was at least 14 years ago. With that said, let's go quickly to JJ before we start providing our listeners with a chance to ask Colonel Spencer questions. JJ, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sam. Just a comment. how the world deals with Russian people who do not want to go to war, that is for a separate space. This space is about Ukraine and the unwarranted, illegal invasion of Ukraine. And this very moment, people from Ukraine are being forced to go to war because of Russia. And that's where the focus needs to be. Thank you.
Once you start talking about cows and flies, you know, your odds on of staying on are quite limited. Let's go to Prince very quickly, and then Leonard, and then Anne. We are being joined by Machi and Hersto.
Thank you, Em. I didn't have my hand up. I think JJ sort of said what I wanted to say, and the reality is that we don't have, I don't anyway, have any sympathy for men who are trying to get over a border to escape from going to a war that they haven't been against for the last 8 months. And that's the thing. They're not escaping because they don't believe in the war. They're escaping because they don't want to fight in it. If they in the war and didn't believe in what Putin was doing, they would have gotten the hell out of there a long time ago. So that was sort of what inspired me to request to speak. No sympathy for any Russian man trying to escape over a border so he doesn't have to go fight in a war he doesn't believe in anyway, or a war that he believes in. He just doesn't want to fight in it.
Let's leave. Let's all leave it to Russian quote unquote men to decide what they want to do. Leonard, please go ahead.
Thank you, Em, and good morning. I just wanted to follow up just quickly on what the lady was speaking about a few moments ago. I think it was Miss Chase, and I didn't hear her carrying any water for Russians who are leaving Russia or fleeing their retrograde government, but I think perhaps we kind of missed the tenor of what she was getting at. And if I understand her correctly, and I don't know if she's still on or not, but it may be worth asking her for clarification. But it seemed to me that she was simply expressing a largely held sentiment in big chunks of North America, certainly south of the 49th, of people who really can't understand what's at the base of the Russian psyche, if you will, or what kind of cultural or psychological twists could be at the root of this kind of egregious behavior that we have not seen in the West, literally at least since the Nazi regime 80 plus years ago. So I think if to be fair to her and to give her an opportunity to kind of express her feelings on this point, and my interpretation is that that's what she was doing. She was trying to just give vent to the sort of turmoil that she's experiencing just regarding the actions of the Russians in the battle space today, and trying to understand the motivations or the dark well that those kinds of human interactions or human actions come from. So yeah, I think perhaps we just didn't just give her sufficient opportunity to kind of explore that her thoughts on that. Clearly she was seemed to be quite conflicted in terms of understanding what's been going on, and it may be worth just extending a little bit of say more space in that particular vein, so
Leonard, I'll give you another chance, and I apologize for being so blunt. I'll give you one chance to rephrase what you've just said in 1 minute.
Okay, in a nutshell, Em, it seemed to me that you cut her off succinctly. You cut her off without
because
giving
she's trolling, because 700,000 men left Russia. 700,000 men is 3.5 times the amount of men that the Russian Federation fielded for this illegal invasion. So if 700,000 men who are privileged enough to leave the Russian Federation because they don't want to die in a war that they do not associate with, which is quite obvious, whether they want to make money, whether they want to stay alive, whether they have families to support, whether they want to escape duty, etc., etc., is not really a topic that we should care about. And if that's happening, that's actually good for us because it's happening for a reason. It's because they do not believe in their own state. And the way she phrased it, again, to put it very bluntly, is completely irrelevant to the scope of this space because it is more of an anthropological problem that goes all the way back to 1905. How Tsarist Russia faced the 1905 revolution, how the Russian security services formulated 4 questions after the 1905 revolution related to the ownership of agricultural land, unions of workers, the educated class as a problem, which Russia is still suffering from in 2022. That should tell you something. And controlling ethnic minorities within Tsarist Russia and dealing with them and the whole, anti-Semitism problem and the fifth column problem that they have been going through. It is something that an undergrad who is attending a proper university and reading the proper history books completely understands. So why do I need to go through it at 7:44 p.m. Cairo local time is just beyond me. In this context, that's why I responded in the way I responded, Leonard. Sorry.
That's fair enough, Em, and I certainly appreciate that. And probably you and I look at this from a very similar historical, political, geopolitical perspective. But it just struck me that she was coming from a much more of a psychological angle, and some of the emotional turmoil that grows out of that, observing these kinds of events on the world stage. So that's all.
We're a group of 24 people trying to support Ukraine, and we have 700 listeners. Trying to psychoanalyze 700,000 Russian men is really beyond our scopes and our resources, I would say.
Oh, that's fair enough. But she referred to Tom Zimbardo, the English psychologist who's on periodically, and Tom has done marvelous deep dives into some of the psychology that plays into the Russian sphere in terms of what's been going on. So it just seemed to me that she was perhaps reaching out to get a little bit of a reassurance from someone, say, of Tom's perspective. So yeah, I just leave it at that. Thank you.
She missed her window. Tom comes on Wednesday night. Wednesday night is psychoanalysis night. Thursday night is my night. Hristo, please go ahead.
Hey, I want to use this rare opportunity to ask a military question because for me it's a very, very rare occasion where you can actually speak to real experts in that area. What attracts my attention is I think everyone is that so far all the West, NATO has been very reactionist. Like all the conversations are, what would happen if Putin uses a nuke, or if the little dwarf uses chemical weapon, or what will happen if, what if, what if. So everything is what if. We've seen a major increase in arms delivery after Bucha. We've seen, increase in that support, especially military-wise, after each new atrocities. And it seems that we need something very bad to happen to do something. And since we already know that the Russian army is just a bunch of thieves looting washing machines and toilets, and actually, if we don't believe their nuclear threats, my question would be to all the military people here in the podcast: why do you think that NATO is not just doing something actively, like let's say closing the space on top of that big ass nuclear central that can, contaminate half of Europe, or strike some of their positions, or entirely, something active in order to help Ukraine liberate? Thank you.
Oh my. I mean, I can take that, but Colonel Spencer, would you like to take this one?
I mean, I'm here to learn, so I'll be interested in your thoughts. I mean, I think NATO has done a lot. Of course, we talk about the space in this space a lot about how some countries, like Germany, like France, could do a lot more. The nuclear power plant is a very big problem. I'm anxious to see what the IEAA, I don't even forgot that right, organization says, because the most strongest thing that can be said is that that's by international law, the nuclear power plant is Ukraine's, which could lead me hopefully down a road of UN greater, much larger UN discussions about that emergency. But yes, NATO could do more. I think NATO has done a lot. Unfortunately, the rules in which NATO can directly intervene were established before this war started, and that's wrong. Hopefully, some things like that get rewritten. But there's over 50 nations supporting in the ways that their domestic situation is, complex and allowing. Of course, I would want to see more. I want to see this war end faster. I want Ukraine to achieve their ultimate victory that they will achieve sooner than later. And the only way that happens is with more NATO countries. And the U.S. is leading the way because we are, and that's who we are. But there are other countries that could definitely step up. And Axel is always spirited here to explain exactly who, how, when, and what. But I will say, lastly, is that the world is judging. So I'm judging every country. I'm definitely judging Germany and other countries that could have, should have, can do more.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. Christo, does this answer your question?
Well, yeah, I meant more why are we not taking the fight to them? And by me, I mean NATO. But yeah, I think he explained it pretty well. That it's basically up to every different country.
I mean, the simple answer to that question is because Ukraine is not a member of NATO. That's just a fact, and the geopolitical book that is there, even though Russia is trying to rewrite that book, and that should have caused much. There should be greater, richer, consequences for rewriting that book of the global rules-based international order. But the plain fact of why NATO is not directly intervening is because Ukraine is not a member of NATO, which doesn't allow for the defensive alliance to enact things like Article 5 and other issues. Should that be the case? Absolutely not. If NATO was, would that allow, which we don't want, we don't want to do things that allow Russia to escalate their false narrative of their survival and who Ukraine has the ability to utterly defeat Russia on the battlefield if the support continues and increases from NATO country. But NATO intervening is just not a possibility based on the global international rules-based order that was established. After this, NATO, I welcome, and I hope the United States becomes the first person to publicly announce our 100% agreement that Ukraine should be a member of NATO, and it will be one of the strongest member states of the NATO defensive alliance. But Maji, go ahead. I'd be interested in your stance.
Yeah, it's these are the questions that are just appearing time and time again, and I think in this space we've been quite clear and quite consistent about it, that this is not an option ever, right? NATO forces directly intervening in Ukraine, and for many reasons. And I feel like the most challenging thing intellectually from a strategic point of view to accept in a war like that is that even though it's a war of destruction, and for Ukraine it's a war for existence of the nation, it's still a war of a limited nature. And even though there are two sides that are trying to destroy each other, there are limitations to this war. Like there is no use of nuclear weapons, and both sides benefit from that. This is the most, since the eve of the nuclear age, this is most paradoxical thing about great power struggles, that there are always this unwritten or written rules that say you cannot go further than that. And I think that throughout time, even though it was frustrating, the strategy that West basically obtained in this war, which is uh, really sustained escalation of the help for Ukraine, and really resolve in supporting Ukraine, but also drawing clear lines where NATO won't be active in this war, is basically working. And yeah, that's my thing. I think we from a layperson perspective, it's really simple to say it doesn't make sense at all not to use the military capabilities that West has at its disposal. But NATO is a defensive alliance. It was never made for interventions of that kind. And even if it was intervening, for example, in Yugoslavia, it was not against a nuclear power. And I think that is the calculation that we always have to keep in mind, and that's the basic thing.
Good point, Pachi. Troy.
You know what? My topic's kind of come and gone. I'll just say good day to y'all. It's good to see y'all. I'm going to go back down. I got to go pick up my son from preschool.
Happens to us all. Good to see you, Troy. Always stop by, please. Maciej, please go ahead before we go to Alan.
Yeah, my question is to Colin Spencer and to you, too. Is from a perspective of the military analysts, I think there is this strange attitude. I mean, it's logical, but it's still strange, and I hope to get your opinion on this. And this attitude, basically, we experience a visible shift in the battlefield situation. So the first interpretation, when the war seemed to be stalling or Russia was making incremental gains in the Donbass, the thing was it it was frustrating for the analysts because it wasn't changing, and Ukraine didn't show its capabilities to basically win this war. But as soon as that happens, a new narrative appears, and this narrative says the better Ukraine does on the battlefield, basically the worse it is, because it basically nears us more to the potential nuclear escalation, which forms this aporetic alternative where it's like you should tell Ukrainians to be less effective in the battlefield, less effective in destroying. So I was thinking, what do you think about this dynamic? Which I think it's more and more dominant in the when you listen to analysts, that it's actually good that Ukrainians are regaining the territories, but it's also like pushing Putin into a corner, which makes him more prone to do things that are not, that may endanger wider security, not only Ukraine's but the Europe's and world.
Colonel Spencer, would you like to go first, sir?
I mean, I don't know how much of a question is there, Maji. I mean, I 100% agree with you. I personally work a lot just to keep people informed, just about whether it's taking an academic spin on the game theory, strategic deterrence, mutually assured destruction, or just a common sense rational actor theory. That these mass, there is, this space is excellent because it's not about what bleeds leads, but there is a mass community, global community fear of triggering a global or a nuclear war, even in Europe. But I agree with you that I thought you were going to say as soon as Ukraine demonstrated the capability in like the article I published last week or so about that they've demonstrated that their path to victory. Not only are they capable, but it's all the analysis shows that it's very reasonable, very data driven to think that Ukraine will achieve ultimate victory. The Russian military is culminating on the battlefield. Now, if I was a fly on the wall of the U.S. National Security Council, like we talked about, like there are camps of very concerned, even within the U.S. government, about what does a failed Putin look like. I agree that those conversations are very important and what our global or national security leaders should be thinking about. But the ideal, I just don't think it's rational to think that Putin, even if he loses in Ukraine, resorts to nuclear, biological, chemical because of the fact that we pretty much come out and said that it will end Putin if he does that. It will. I mean, the repercussions would be catastrophic for the Russian state. Which on the comment about the number of people leaving Russia, I think that's a valid topic of conversation, only because it's further weakening the Russian state to have that impact already on the economic, diplomatic, informational aspect of this illegal war. I agree with you that people shouldn't just automatically jump to Ukraine's victory as a bad thing because it will lead to Ukraine or Russia using the WMD. We and I work a lot in the space of explaining, of course, the entire world should want Ukraine to achieve their strategic goal of resecuring their borders, defending their ground, removing Russia from their sovereign land, but at the same time, ostracizing Russia for even this last week, illegally annexing a sovereign country's land that he doesn't even control. I didn't see a question really. If you want to give me a straight question or give him a straight question, but people shouldn't. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the question would be, do you think this kind of thinking can affect the strategic decisions? Because, sorry, and again, it's not a question, but I think it's clearly that we have a conflict that is defined as a conventional war in Ukraine, and part of that definition is Ukraine regaining its territories. But some people seem to think that Ukraine actually winning, and not only defending and fighting for its survival, is somehow crossing the Yalu River, so to speak. Just extending the conflict above like limit, the threshold that was basically set. So the thing is whether you think it's gonna affect the strategic thinking or even communications with the Ukrainians. Maybe that's maybe overblown worry on my part. But I wonder what you think about that.
Yeah, I think it should not, but it absolutely will influence strategic thinking of especially regional partners, these different camps that are on the wrong side of history in what it means to fully support Ukraine in achieving their goals. That they're looking for these type of excuses of appeasement, escalation, this element of even. I know we don't want to talk about Elon Musk, but I'm trying to prevent World War III. Like, if you allow Putin to do what he's done just in the last week, just sign a law in his own country saying, that's mine, it's mine, it's all mine. You're allowing the path to World War III to ensure that the global international order is not, it's not an order. Doesn't have rules to it. So I don't think it should. Will it? Yes. Unfortunately, I think it does influence strategic thinking, especially in countries that don't have overwhelming support to Ukraine. There are even camps, even though in the U.S. we have bipartisan majority support, there are still camps that are using that Ukrainian battlefield victories and the threat of Russian response as a justification to not support. And that can go from the very top level to all the way down to the very lowest of which weapons to provide Ukraine. So absolutely think it does. Absolutely think it shouldn't.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Connor Spencer. Thank you, Matchy, for asking that. We have a couple of hands up, and we've also been joined by CJ, our favorite artillery ranger officer. Good to see you, CJ.
Great to have you here, man. Thanks for going back to your normal duties here at nighttime in Cairo.
Still waiting on a response whether it's a prism jade polarized or a shallow water prism polarized, but that's for later. Florian, please go ahead.
I want to briefly comment on what Maciej says, because I think this narrative, oh, Ukraine does so well, Putin will resort to a nuclear weapon, to abbreviate it, is directed mostly against Germany. And when Putin did the mobilization and said he does his speech on the annexation, the Spiegel and a few of its commentators got some of the very left guys to talk about it. But then the Friday speech last week wasn't, the threats weren't repeated, so the German press didn't repeat them. It died down. I think he has overplayed his hand. He has made these nuclear threats too often that even the leftist German press is not repeating this. And I think it's clearly directed against Germany to a degree to France. But I think Germany is the main target of Russian disinformation on this, and is the main hope to get them out of the coalition. But I think it clearly has failed also to sort of calm your nerves. I think initially I was also very worried, but the German reaction was very muted. And that's why I think it's not working. So as a just short comment, because I think it's really important. This narrative is a very strange disinformation. You're right.
I agree.
Matej,
And I
that's
think
for you. Or Connor Spencer, please go ahead. Sir.
no, it's for Maji, but a key to the word disinformation, and I have had, unfortunately, a few talks about that recently, that the number one way you fight disinformation is present the facts. Present the objective facts of what's happening, what has happened, the stated objectives, the actual actions on the ground. Present those facts to people as continuous as possible.
And state the probability of some of the scenarios.
Yes.
Hypothetically, he could do, but the probability is so low.
Yes.
And
100% agree. I think, I don't know if it was Maji or somebody, I think it was Maji actually, it was like last week or something, that talked about that probability analysis. Usually in academics, we put that probability, I mean, it's low probability, high risk. So usually we elevate it, but in this scenario, it's now not only a very low probability, high risk, it's just low probability by multiple factors of for me, of feasibility, capability, acceptability, like these things that we use to determine whether the enemy will make that decision.
And I would just sorry, Florian, just quick comment. I think when we're talking about facts, I think Lawrence Friedman, at least I saw it in his Substack, pointed this out, that actually Putin's nuclear threats hasn't changed since 24th of February. And the main goal is not to, basically, even after annexation, Putin didn't say, if Ukraine will attack those territories which we annex, which we know was going on real time when he was annexing them, then we will use nuclear weapons. No, he said, NATO has to remember we have those weapons and they're really potent, and some of them are even better than yours, which is the same goal that he has on 24th, right? So even though we may say to ourselves that in the logic of Russian Federation and stuff like that, it means that because it's Russian territory, it means that it will be protected by the nuclear umbrella. I think we should, in this case, we should listen to Putin and understand that he didn't make that choice yet. So that I think also should play into our analysis.
Yeah, I wanted to comment exactly that. We have to carefully listen to what he says, and it's exactly as you said. And I think he's overplaying our fear of big catastrophic events where we got usually the probabilities wrong. We overstate as a human the probability of large events. It's in our nature, but it's very, and that's the disinformation play against the weaker elements of the coalition.
CJ, I believe you will have a comment towards that. Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm personally convinced, and I promise this ties in artillery. Just bear with me. I'm convinced that Putin or Russia, they only want this nuclear narrative to exist just as a distraction, not as a deterrent. What do I mean by that? The red line that was established by Russia, previous to this war, and the one that they said, they say they held on to, has 4 key components, and Ukraine's violated 2 of them. And they should have been nuked as per Russia's own guidance, right? So the first being no ballistic missile strikes on their sovereign territory, which Ukraine has done time and time again, and 2, no destruction or threatening of major military installations. And Ukraine's destroyed half of the Russian naval air regiment at Saki Air Base, and plenty of other key infrastructure strikes. So we can just kind of throw out all of those concerns, honestly, because the only reason why Russia would be bringing this up is just to have us talk about it, not to actually do anything on it. So I would just leverage that as some caution that we're sort of falling into that trap. But obviously it's important because there is, that 0.0001% chance. But realize that if we're talking about it, it's just because Russia wants us to.
Right. I would add too, a somewhat minimal theory about Zaporizhzhia power plant is, what would I do if I'm completely failing on every front, figuratively and literally, is create an event which refocuses global attention on that non-existent threat.
And specifically in that case, sir, every day I get sent videos of the Zaporizhzhia power plant of outgoing and incoming artillery, and I pull open my tabular firing tables, my TFTs, and I just tweet back to whoever's interested, or really just through a lot of DMs. But people kind of get the picture at this point, just how you can actually put the range rings on a map and show how Russia is shelling themselves. I mean, it's just so silly that myself, with only 6 or 7 years in the military, can clearly show. I mean, I'm not sure who Russia is trying to fool with any of this, but clearly it's not anyone with some level of common sense,
Right. I mean, this is actually a case where I think there's an opportunity for the United Nations to actually do something. Like, what is United Nations doing? Like, I think this is actually an opportunity for a outside of the hostilities between the 2 actors to do something within their power to establish a Russia-free security zone around the nuclear power plant, which by international law is Ukraine's. But even if, what are they doing? I think this is an actual opportunity for them to show some value.
All right, thank you, CJ. Thank you, Colonel Spencer. Antti, please go ahead.
Thank you. So this is, I think, both CJ and Colonel Spencer can take a poke at this. CJ shared a very, very interesting clip of a Ukrainian tank firing and destroying a Uragan heavy rocket artillery piece, and its accompanying vehicle. And I think that's the first clip I've seen during this war where Ukrainian armor has made it to the soft underbelly of the Russian military, and to me that's like a tanker's dream, being able to take out a heavy piece of artillery with almost point blank fire. And I was wondering, what do you think that tells you from a professional view about how comprehensive a Ukrainian breakthrough must have been for them to able to reach out and touch heavy rocket artillery with direct tank fire?
Colonel Spencer, if I may, let me provide you a little bit more information too, because it's actually much more significant than even that. And Antti is completely right. So I posted the video in the Nest. It should be populating there soon. The only correction, of course, I have is it was the older standard version of the Uragan, which has got 35-kilometer range, but the point is still the same. But not only was this rocket launcher, which is considered medium range, destroyed by a Ukrainian tank, but there was another one destroyed by counterfire and another one that was actually captured intact. In addition to this as well, at least one 2S7, which is one of the largest artillery pieces that both sides have, a 203 millimeter self-propelled gun, was also destroyed. So what does this all mean? I would actually say it's the opposite of what you just said, Antti. It's not indicative of a large breakthrough. It's in fact indicative that the line picked up and left, right? They left without their artillery. So just as bad, if not even much worse than even you described. Because one of the things that was pointed out by many Russian, military analysts was, this is always part of a planned withdrawal to these shorter defensive lines that were prepared, and it was a very orderly retreat. Well, that's clearly not happening if you're losing your medium range artillery to direct fire tank engagement. So what I would leave Colonel Spencer with, because I'm very interested on his thoughts on this, is now that we're within 35-40 kilometers of the Dnipro, and by we I mean the Ukrainians with American artillery and whatnot, what is the situation moving forward? Because anything now that Russia brings across the Dnipro is in artillery range, and I'm curious to see and think what Russia will do. Will they try and concentrate in the urban areas and hope that Ukraine is very cautious in shooting back? Do you think they'll stay on the far side of the river and provide, sort of covering fire while the rest of the forces retreat? But it's actually the video posted is actually way worse than depicted, because it's happened a couple times now.
Well, that's great, CJ, and I actually follow your thread just to keep up to date. I mean, I'm not. So I think the Russian options at this point are to sink, swim, or die. They're in such a precarious position. Although I have seen a couple videos of Russian equipment, and maybe you've seen, like some garages and things being rushed to Kherson, that would, if they got to the eastern side of the Dnipro, would be able to try to save and provide some fire support. I mean, what I took from the video was also I didn't realize it was just abandoned equipment. That's just pretty crazy. But even if it hadn't been abandoned equipment, just trying to do comparative analysis between the Russian and Ukrainian military and their intelligence collection capabilities to know what's in front of them, where to assume risk, where not to assume risk. These forces we're continuing to see have just been cut off from command and control. They've been cut off from forward observation capabilities, reconnaissance, aerial assets, things like that. The Iranian drones clearly aren't very sophisticated, and people have been helping and taking those down. I can't give you an answer on that. What we'll see, I think, is we'll continue to see what we're seeing. The Ukrainians have to watch anything that's being moved to the air very closely, but the units to the west of the Dnieper are in a really bad, the Russian units, situation, and they have few hopes left, and that's what continuing to take away that hope. And I'm sure that the Ukrainian artillery and MLRS and other units are watching closely the far side of that bank to ensure that nobody gives the formations that are continuing to be encircled a bit of hope. So hopefully it leads to their surrender. I personally don't, and we've had this conversation in here about the close fight in the city of Kherson, that I don't think will happen, just because of, again, that would be playing to the defenders' advantage. And I've written a lot about that in urban terrain. That's not the situation that the Ukrainians are in, to have to enter the close fight, which would give some advantage to a defender. If they can continue to do what they're doing, I think that there won't be a close fight in the city of Kherson. Maybe there'll be some smaller scale fights, but winter's coming, weather's dropping. I was just looking at this today, and the night falls in Kherson, but the Russians have a couple more weeks before that it starts to get into 30 degrees lows at night, and I think that'll have a great impact. And again, their hope of surviving, as in the Russians, on that side of the river.
And what I would just add, in terms of being out in the cold, with the case of Nova Kakhovka, which is a town, across the Dnipro, that is relatively the other probably biggest urban area and a key town in support of the defense of Kherson. This is one of the site of where we saw so many spectacular explosions, both from ammunition and also from the Nova Kakhovka Dam bridge. But what's super interesting about this, and really dumb on the Russians' part, is as soon as all the ammo dumps were blown there, they decided to start putting their troops in hotels everywhere in that town. And I guess maybe the Russians thought that either Ukraine was low on Gimler's ammo, or maybe they thought, well, they won't, destroy any civilian buildings or anything like that. They want to preserve their infrastructure. And boy, they couldn't be more wrong. In the last 3 months, they've done at least 6 strikes on buildings housing people, probably killing between 1,000 and 2,000 soldiers. And the last thing the Russians did in this regard, in terms of trying to use the urban terrain, which is interesting, is they've put these large artillery pieces and Grad rockets in Nova Kakhovka and tried to shoot from there, but the same fate awaited them. Ukraine had no regard for the difference between an open field and, the ability for Russia to squeeze in a large artillery piece on a street. It was all destroyed all the same. And that's really, thanks in part to great planning on the Ukrainian side, but also, of course, the help of some very specific precision guided munitions. So I think we're already seeing Russia trying to leverage this urban advantage that they might have, but it's being overridden by, PGMs and good planning.
Yeah, I think that this. I don't know if everybody knows it, but I mean, as important as the artillery pieces and the MLRS that have been given to Ukraine are those artillery, counter battery artillery, different, not artillery, I mean radar, the radars, and how many different radar systems have been given to Ukraine, and how key that is in this fight, as the Russians will continue to try to bring up their artillery. It might have been you that showed that at this point the Ukrainians have picked apart the Russian artillery battalions so greatly in the last 2 months that they now have an overmatch. But you can't discount in artillery or fires fighting the benefit of all the radars Ukraine has been given to then further outmatch. Like, sure, fire something, go ahead, I dare you, and then rain down that counter fire on top of those systems.
And especially if you look at, and this is one of the key things about why, in my opinion, understanding the urban area is so important. If you look at a map of the river and you see all the urban areas, you can figure out where the PAAs are, or the firing points for artillery. And then that narrows down, where the enemy can put artillery. And from there, you can be very selective on where you put your radars. So this is the thing that I just can't grasp at all. And maybe, Colonel Spencer, you can explain this to me, why the Russians are just so bad at planning. I shared a post a day or two ago just about the differences in mission command, with Ukrainians using a Palantir-based Blue Force trackers, while the Russians were using maps and pens with literally Avengers-colored pencils. I mean, it just defied reality. Not to say that obviously using manual methods are not great if you know how to use them, but it's like they're 200 years behind in terms of planning. It's unbelievable.
I did see that. I think that was a great highlight. I think if you watch the video, which I commented on Forces News, of just, even blowing my mind about the professionalism, discipline of the plane actions. To answer the question of why the Russians are so bad at planning, I think they've honestly lost so much in commanders. You don't grow officer capability and planning capability quickly, and they've lost so many that even some of the reserves or people that have leveled up, they're just not educated. So you have training and education in professional military education system. I think it's another highlight of the how deep to the bone Ukraine has strategically, operationally, and tactically cut them in capability in that officer corps. They're not only being outfought, but they're outplanned, absolutely, from like the platoon level and up.
Absolutely. Nina first, then Auntie, then Mark, Alan, Abdullah, and we have just been joined by Axel, so we have more firepower. So Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you. Wow, what a panel right now. Talking about the Russian military and when we have seen that they have used the most poor people from Russia with very poor education, and so it shouldn't actually be a really big surprise that what is happening there. Of course, there are some military people, but then there is this corruption from the bottom to the top, and communications problems, and not being able to trust anybody because everybody is lying, and everybody is stealing from. It's allowed to steal as long as you know who to steal from and how much you can steal. So how could this kind of structure hold for very long? Thank you. I guess this was just a comment. Thank you. Silence.
No silence. It's a good comment. Thank you, Nina. Let's just leave it at that. Colonel Spencer or Axel, if you'd like to comment on that one, please go ahead, sir.
No comment. I agree that we're seeing how long it can hold as this. They're in real desperation mode, and that's why things are collapsing, because they can't hold anymore. That's the definition of a military culmination. It's when they can no longer go on the offense, no longer can defend, and that's where we are at multiple locations, and that's why Ukrainians can't let up, and they won't let up, even with this surge of cannon fodder that's being rushed to the front line.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. It's good that it is like this. Even in this horrible situation, at least they are bad. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I try to point this out to people, just trying to compare April of this year to now. In April, the Russians identified that they could no longer achieve their goals in multiple locations across Ukraine, and did a textbook military withdrawal using artillery to support bounding formations back, holding key terrain. It was a defeat, but it was actually a very well executed withdrawal. That can't be missed in the analysis of Russian capabilities, that they no longer in most places have the capability left to do a orderly withdrawal from terrain that they want to move back from. They're so disconnected in command and control to their formations. They're so disconnected from capability to support withdrawing. I'm not saying that they don't have any fight left, and there are still coherent BTGs and formations, things like that. But it is a true window, especially in open source, into their capabilities on the battlefield.
CJ.
Yeah, no, just got a question for Colonel Spencer here. You've talked a lot about it on the space, but I'm curious, 7-8 months in, if your thoughts have changed at all about it regarding, forward observation and drones in the urban fight, as Ukraine looks forward, or towards at least, more fighting in the urban realm, especially, as Luhansk and Donetsk become, more and more reachable. I wonder if your thoughts have changed at all from what you've written so far about Ramadi, and also what you've written about Nagorno-Karabakh. If you think, months and months, a lot of the main Ukrainian drones, as far as I'm aware, have, obviously need to be repaired and maintained, and they're relying more and more on commercial off the shelf than they were previously. So I wonder if your thoughts on that specific topic have changed, that we're much further in.
Nope. No change. I think, they are a definite feature of the modern character of war, and Ukraine is just showing that. I still believe, one, I think the Ukrainians have shown an immense capability to adapt to what's working. And of course, I mean, you know that drone spotted fires going back to 2004 were prominent in the military. Now, COTS gives a new capability in not only doing that, spotting drones, but all types of ISR. Some of that is based on Russian incompetence. So, absolutely, the Ukrainians have shown not just in drone warfare, if you want to call it that, but how to capitalize once a weakness has been identified to surge on that because it's just having greater and greater effect. If you were to take peer-on-peer competition, would those drones have such an the arms race between counter drone and drone is clearly a lesson out of Nagorno-Karabakh, clearly a lesson out of Ukraine, is that is a prominent modernization requirement. Now, are people listening? Are people observing? We'll see. That aspect of man pads, drones, longer range precision guided munitions cannot be discounted. Do I think it means that it means what it means? So you take advantage of your enemy's weaknesses by increasing your capabilities. And if your capabilities includes COTS that are working, definitely. And I think the Ukrainians are showing what that looks like. I don't think the U.S. military, based on its some of its apprehensions to things like COTS, would have capitalized on as rapidly as the Ukrainians have, and that level of autonomy to units to do that, and even MriyaAid to send Fury drones because of how powerful it is. I mean, just like I think the drones, CJ, are the new MPGs. So I joined the military, and we had one patrolling the jungles of Panama with one nod per squad. So the rest, the other people are literally just following the cat eyes because I can't see my hand in front of my face. At this point, yes, Ukraine is showing that every formation from the squad above needs that type of ISR capability at their level, and that's going to change. That needs to change the dot mil PF spectrum for them, because if you don't have it, you're going to be overmatched. If you have it, you're going to have a significant increased capability to do all the warfighting functions with that capability. But I've written, it has to be disposable. It has to be ergonomic. There has to be a climate. I wrote one article about the Raven, and I had a division commander write me say he's going to use the article for OPDs because he 100% agreed. When I had a drone while I was commanding that I could not lose, like it meant I feared for the loss of my job if I lost this stupid piece of crap, and that's why I wouldn't put it up. I think I might use that later, but I think that those drones are the new MBGs, to where you're going to have every formation. It's not a nice to have; it's a must have. And I don't want these high priced defense industry sold items that aren't as capable as these COTS, especially against the formations, because some won't work against in the electromagnetic spectrum. But I don't need all of them. Different capabilities, different things. I can pass a message to somebody across. There's just so many things, and that's where we're at technology-wise. I'm afraid the U.S. military is going to still move forward, and again, back to my own scar tissue, be jumping into combat with an L-shaped flashlight that weighs like 5 pounds, when freaking the world had evolved to headlamps, but I'm jumping in with my Vietnam L-shaped flashlight. I want in your formations to have Mavics and all that stuff. I don't want a $75,000 drone that comes in 3 tough boxes that I can't carry with me. That only a couple guys know how to fly, all that stuff. So has it changed my opinion? No. Has it solidified my arguments? Yes. Do I think it means that we need more of them across the world? Again, Ukraine, you know this, and I'm sure you're watching it. There is no greater lab for military capabilities than Ukraine against the old second powerful military, and exposing what capabilities can reduce another military's ideals of what they think they're going to do.
No, thank you for that. And I'll drop down now. I just got to say, sir, we have to get you and Colonel Collins on here to talk about military innovation and what it says about, a near peer or LISCO fight where, 70% of the items are commercial off the shelf for COTS. But hopefully you can arrange that one day, sir.
Colonel Collins is a little technology, let's say, back, but yes, we should set that up because he does have a PhD in military innovation. So even he just likes to yell at me when I'm calling things innovations that aren't. So that's always a good conversation too. But yeah, that'd be great.
Oh, thank you, Colonel Spencer. Thank you, CJ. That's amazing. We have plenty of hands up, and we have a lot more requests that we can handle. So let's cycle through them quickly. First, let's go to Sales and C. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to briefly talk about the war of perception that we're kind of dealing with right now. Just sort of offering an insight as somebody who lived in the former Soviet Union, Ukrainian, but born in Moscow, and came here at the age of 10 in 1990. And with all the rhetoric that's coming out right now about, we shouldn't embrace the Russians who are leaving because they don't want to be drafted, I think we're missing the insight that people who have been under that system, there is a line that they draw that they will cross and a line that they won't. And, in Russia, if you take your body out into the street and if you protest, what will happen is they will take you away. And then they will go to your house and they will threaten your family. So for a lot of people, that is the line. They will physically take me away. So when Putin instituted the draft, there's that line because now he will take people away, whether they speak up or not. And I think that's really what we're kind of missing when we're talking about, let's not embrace them. And I understand, it's not ideal because they should have spoken out. We're judging sort of from the Western point of view, I think. And we're also fighting the war.
No, we don't. I'm sorry. I apologize to cut in. No, we don't judge from the Western point of view. Here's a large group of people who are either Ukrainian or based all across Central Eastern Europe, many of whom have lived and worked in the past 25 years in Russia, in Ukraine, and the region. There are differing opinions in that regard. What you're describing, what you're describing is one opinion. That's fine. We're listening, but you just said we're not looking here at from a Western point of view. This is a global audience. But please go on.
Okay, no, that's fine. But then, also you're talking about people who have not had the same access to information or education than we have outside of Russia. So there's all these factors I think that we're not tying in. And I think that we also want to win the war of perception in the media and to change, sort of the hearts and minds of the people back in Russia. So
Why would you want to change the hearts and minds of Russians?
Because we need them to stand up against Putin.
No, we don't need to change their mind. They need to change their mind. We can't change their mind. Why do you believe that the West should be able or could actually change the minds of those people who for the past 3 decades have, or actually not only for the past 3 decades, who have never risen up?
I believe that their family.
You said, by the way, if I may, it's a question. Let me add one question and then please go on. The other question I would like to add is, you just said that people have an information asymmetry. That's what you essentially alluded to. But the people who are leaving are the ones who are best informed.
Did you say better informed?
No, they're the best informed in Russia by comparison. I would rate them at the top end, in the top quartile of those who have access to internet, VPN usage. By the way, VPN usage in Russia for many years has been amongst the highest all across the nations because they've been using pirated software and like to watch Hollywood movies, and they get a lot of information from the West. They just don't look down on it and don't, they consume it, but they don't peruse it and they don't understand it or synthesize it. So what you're saying is that we should be fine to take the pressure off the cooker by taking in what is currently approximately 700,000 to 1.1 million, the numbers are not totally clear, of people who go to the West, who are best informed, who just don't want to fight at home, as opposed to the 1.3 million, as opposed to the 1.3 million Ukrainians who are standing on Maidan.
That's not what I'm saying at all. No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
That's not what you're saying. Good. Then please explain to me then.
Because no,
I'm happy to listen.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there is a hidden, in a lot of people in Russia, there is a hidden revulsion for what is going on, but they don't speak out because the threat of the authorities coming to take you and your family away is so big. So when Putin,
but the Russians are happy for the Ukrainians and their Ukrainian families to be taken away.
No, not at
all.
all.
They are.
But you can't say all.
You're
painting with a broad brush. You're saying
yes,
all.
I do, because there's 141 million Russians who have not risen up against a genocidal regime.
Yes, because they've been beaten down for years and years and years under the system.
Oh, that's an argument for not actually rising up.
No, it's not an argument. It's just the truth. It's an observation. You can't apply.
So that's the truth and observation, and therefore we should welcome those.
It's not an
excuse. Then come to the West.
No. It's not an excuse. It's just how it is. But I think that.
So we should accept what you believe how it is, and therefore synthesize them into the economy here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
I'm
saying that when they come through and they are educated and they see how things are here and they look at the perspective of Ukrainians and the suffering that is going on, that any communication back home could possibly influence people back in Russia.
Well, why could it influence them in Russia? Because these people have been actually traveling as tourists. I'm not quite sure, but I think that the number which passed through Finland between April and June for tourism purposes, not for, fleeing, but for tourism purposes, was about 340,000.
But I'm not talking about the tourists.
Yeah, I'm talking. Sorry, wait, would you please wait for a second? I'm trying to make an argument, because the argument will diffuse everything you just said. Hundreds of thousands of Russian tourists have gone through different nations in Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Russians live across Europe. Actually, it's more than hundreds of thousands. It's a couple of million who live in Western Europe. They constantly travel back to Russia. Yes. Hundreds of thousands of Russians who live, and these are Russians who actually have arrived in the US since 1992, who live in the United States and still have their children go to Russian school because they don't like the education system. They still support political views and subscribe to news, which is their own. They feel more comfortable in the diaspora still supporting back home than the other way around.
Yes, but that's not the people I'm talking about.
That's their fault too. But this may not be the people you're talking about. I'm trying to tell you, you just said we should invite more to come here, who would then be another fifth column defending Putin and the dictatorial regime because they don't suffer. They don't.
I'm not saying invite them, but I'm saying I'm not saying invite them. No, I'm not saying
they should suffer more. They should suffer more. That's the whole point. Let's go to my friend.
I'm not saying invite them. I'm actually saying as they pass through to try and help them assimilate.
But they should not pass through. That's the whole point we're trying to make. You don't listening. Why should we allow the Russians to leave their country?
Axel,
because there are enough Russians who are against the war, but they are too afraid to speak up, and they have been until the draft.
Maybe the pressure in Russia needs to become significantly more intense, and letting the pressure up doesn't help.
Well, then we're going to see what happened with Stalin when he murdered 12 million Russians, because this is going to be a disaster.
We can look at Syrian men. We can look at Syrian men. Sorry, Axel. We can look at Syrian men who have just left Syria for 11 years and they're selling shawarma in Istanbul and Cairo, not fighting for their country, not fighting against Assad, not fighting against NATO, not fighting against the CIA, not fighting against the Islamists, not doing anything. They're selling here used clothes
and shawarma on the streets. If you are not willing to fight for what you believe in, no one is going to coddle you and tap you on the back and assimilate you, and then all of a sudden you will infer change. It doesn't work like that. It has never worked like that. It will never work like that. Let's just move on. Peter, please go ahead, and then Oscar. Sorry,
Yeah,
Axel.
Peter and Oscar. No, we're completely okay. Peter, please address the comment from the young lady.
So, Irina, I really take your point, and I also take Axel's point. Irina, if I might suggest, wait, we have a hot mic, man. Do we have a hot mic?
Not anymore.
Okay, Irina, if I might suggest, for many years I've worked this issue. I worked it with Belarus, I've worked it with Russia, and there was always this saying, and it was, tell me if you follow the argument. If you're the Russian FSB or the Interior Security Forces, and you see 1,000 troops or 1,000 protesters on the street, you'll arrest the leaders and let everyone else go free. If you see, 10,000, 50,000, or 100,000 protesters simultaneously on the streets of Yekaterinburg, Moscow, and St. Petersburg, you won't intervene. You will actually join the protesters, because at that point, the political momentum will have changed, and then you want to be on the side of the winning team. This is exactly what has happened before. So, Irina, if I might.
But is it not protest when they are leaving? Isn't that protest? Just because they're not marching in red.
Okay.
They're not marching in Red Square, but they are taking themselves out of Putin's.
Yeah, but
Putin's
it doesn't
hands.
change the nuclear power.
Yeah. So Axel, I can do it. So, yeah, Axel, I can do it. I can suggest. Yeah. So what Axel is trying to express is that it's not a Western paradigm that we should understand how the Russians are thinking. What Axel is trying to express is the raw facts. If these men stood and said no, if they said no, I don't like the direction my country is going, I'm going to protest, I'm going to stand up, and we're all going to join together, I guarantee you, if 700,000 people actually went into the streets of multiple major cities in Russia simultaneously, there would be no Putinism tomorrow. But what did they do? They fled. They left. And so Axel is expressing this idea that because Russian men are more willing to flee than fight for their country, then that's a negative thing for Russia. Look at what Ukrainians have done. Now, Irina, I actually understand what you're saying, because you're identifying the change that has occurred. Up until this point, Russia has been an authoritarian regime. That means that you can do what you want. You can play video games all day. You can Twitch. You can be on live stream. You can have your life. Just don't intervene with politics. And if we think back over the last 20 years, this is significant, because Putin has made 3 social compacts with the Russian people. Back in 2000, when he became president, he said, I know everything is upside down. I know our society has no order. It's chaos. You're all poor. Give me your freedom, and I will give you 2 things, stability and economic prosperity. And if you remember, during Putin's original presidential campaign, his first campaign, that was literally his platform. Give me your freedom, and I will give you stability and economic prosperity. But what happened? He managed to return the state. He managed to give people stability, but you couldn't actually be prosperous unless you were corrupt. So the Russian people started to point this out. And then when you make a deal with the devil can always change the terms. And so what Putin then said is, okay, new terms. I will give you national greatness. I will give you a non-ideological version of the Soviet Union that's this mishmash of various pastiches of Tsarism and the Soviet Union. I will give you national greatness in exchange for the freedom I've already taken, and you will no longer have economic prosperity. And so, Irina, what you're pointing out is that we now see the beginnings of a new 3rd social compact that Putin is imposing on the Russian people. And what he is saying is, I now own your body. And that is the line between authoritarianism and totalitarianism.
Yes.
Because, yes, so under a authoritarian system, the state doesn't own your body. You just can't have a say in how things are going. And so when I heard you expressing this idea that we have gone through this transition to a totalitarian system in Russia where now the state owns the body of all of its citizens. And Axel, I believe, was rightly pushing back to say, if only these men had stood and held their ground, taken to the streets, Putinism would be gone tomorrow, but they chose not to. And so I think that's the basis of the disagreement. And, you know, I think we can understand it, we can talk about it, that's why this space exists. But the important point here is, had the Russian men stayed to fight for the future of their country, they would have a different country. Ukrainian men and women stood to fight for the future of their country, and they will have a different country. And I think that's where the terms of the discussion are right now.
Let's
Yes,
have a
exactly.
Ukrainian voice, Irina. Let's have a Ukrainian voice to
I'm
settle this.
Ukrainian, but okay.
Yeah, I understand, but you're Ukrainian, and you made that point, which, from my point of view, is, shall we say, unique. Oscar.
Yeah, I agree that this point of view is unique for Ukrainians. And the only thing, I actually wanted to ask two questions, not commenting what Irina said, but just one quick comment about the Russians being beaten so much. That's why they don't protest. Do you remember what happened when students were beaten up in Kiev in December 2013? They were beaten up by Berkut, by the version of OMON. And what happened? Several hundreds of students were protesting against Yanukovych canceling association agreement with the EU. They were beaten up. Next day, a million of Ukrainians emerged to protect the kids, to protect their rights of protesting, and this is what happened. This is definitely a unique point of view. But my question was, well, this like the discussion, the pointless discussion. As for me, we discussed it many times. I wanted to ask about because Colonel Spencer mentioned drones, but I think other kinds of drones. And because of the mood in Odessa today is a little bit annoyed by approximately 5 IRA alerts and those kamikaze drones, our new besties. Are we looking at infinite number of those drones? Because I understand it's not a really advanced technology and they're easy to produce. So are they going to have them like forever? And the only way to deal with them is to just take care of them with air defense, take them down, or they're going to end up at some point. This is my first question, then will be the other one.
So can you hear me? Let me see. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's great to hear from you, Oscar. Always great to have you in the space. We miss you. I absolutely think they do not have an endless supply. So there are different variations, right? The why they had to turn to Iran. I mean, if you're turning to Iran for your military capabilities, you're in a rough spot. But some of the Iranian drones are already they've already figured them out, how vulnerable they are. All their Russian-made Orlans, similarly, absolutely not endless. Me and CJ were talking about some of the commercial off-the-shelf drones like Mavics and other DJIs. These drones that you can buy on from Amazon and have shipped to you that can't carry payloads, or they can, but they're limited. Absolutely, Russia is running out of even their new Iranian supplied kamikaze drones, these payload carrying variations. Absolutely, so easy answer on that one is they don't have that. They also don't have the flexibility to use the type of drones. I mean, there's just such a it's kind of like missiles and mortars and artillery, wide variety of drones, but from the TB2 Turkish drones that are so inexpensive but also powerful in military realms, down to little handheld, I mean, literally looks like an insect, the Hornet drones that Ukraine is receiving. This is about the ability to supply, and on this list of supplies that Ukraine continues to get are a wide variety of drones. I personally wish there were a couple other higher end drones going to Ukraine, but no, absolutely not. Russia doesn't have an endless supply of anything.
Just today, between the recent 5 hours, they took down 2 Shahid drones, Iranian, and 1 Mujahid drone. So these are like we used to have, not used to have, still have been having this Orlan and other kind of drones for a while, but since late September, this is a new type of drones because they sound like they're very loud, and we call them flying mopeds, because of their sound, and flying balalaikas because of their shape. They have to deal with them. I mean, these kind of drones, not just the drones before like Orlans, but they're not. There's just limited number of them. Yes, this is a relief.
Correct.
And my other question, to whoever maybe can speculate on that and is aware of that, that's about grain deal, which is closely related to Odessa, because November is coming, and November is the month when the deal just terminates. This the end expires, and there is growing concern that there is going to be no prolongation of the grain deal, because even before it started operating, there were many doubts, including here. I've heard that Putin has no point of letting Ukraine reopen the ports, exporting the grain. So what's the point? But then it happened. I don't know what kind of leverages were used, what was promised, or what was threatened. But now it's about to expire, and I can hear growing concerns that it's not going to be prolonged. Thus, the region will be under bigger attack, let's say, because we've seen very few, thanks God, missiles until those drones emerged, and then there were just several missiles, but mostly drones. But now officials, including, are concerned that if grain deal is not prolonged, it hurts the economy, of course, in the first place, and then the region is under bigger threat of missile attacks. So any information about that, maybe ideas?
It's definitely not my area of expertise. But I have heard, which is great news too, about the Ukraine's increasing its ability to move the grain over other means, but definitely not my expertise. I'm hopeful.
Thank you, Kim Spencer. Thank you, Oscar. Let's go to Abdullah. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Abdullah. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Colonel Spencer. My book, your new book, is on its way to me from my incoming vacation. I'm not a great military mind, but so I just wanted to entertain a couple of questions, if that's okay. The battle for Crimea, have you done an in-depth analysis on how the siege of Crimea may look like? And do you think the Russians have already started fortifying their defenses of the city? And my second question is, when the Russians retreat from Kherson province, will it be more strategic that the Ukrainians have the majority of the Russian troops retreat into Crimea, or towards Mariupol and then into Russian territory? Thank you very much.
So,
please go ahead.
Go ahead. You want to take that in?
No. I was going to say that Crimea is a peninsula and not just a city, but sir, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I mean, on the first part of the question, there's some things that a reasonable military would do in a position like Crimea. Fortunately for us, Russia has a lot of problems right now. So, do I think that they're thinking about how to defend Crimea? They're illegally occupied. Another illegally occupied portion of Ukraine. I don't personally think so because they have so many problems right now that I highly doubt they are. And there's the messages that have been sent to Crimea in advance about like Saki air base and all that. I have ideals. I mean, clearly, the Kerch Bridge would become a very important aspect of Ukraine's operation to liberate Crimea. I don't think that. No, I don't think that. I think the Russians have some much bigger problems about a complete collapse of all their forces in both the south and in the east. That they're trying to save that. The elements. What was the second part of the question about? It was about Kherson, was it not?
Yes. Whether it's preferential to have them retreat into Crimea or towards Mariupol, when Kherson is liberated.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question too. I think the reason again reasonable would be pull them back into Crimea, absolutely, where they have more infrastructure to reorganize. Kind of like we saw the mighty attempt of the other corps being mobilized. So it would make more sense where they have much stronger infrastructure to pull them back into Crimea. But again, their sense, it depends on how fast their front is collapsing. At this point, they're almost past saving a lot of that formation, which will make them make some very big decisions. Kind of like they had to make a decision on whether they wanted Kherson Oblast, the whole thing, to fall, or they had to reposition forces, which then opened up an opening for Ukraine. That's really getting farther ahead than I can look into. Absolutely. I mean, what's reasonable from a military mind is to pull back in multiple locations to get a stronger position because they've clearly lost connection both in lines of communication that those are those logistical lines, the ability to you command and control, to have a reserve that you can maneuver. They've lost that in so many locations that I would be sitting down at the map and trying to build much larger and stronger strong points. I'm not giving Russia any recommendations, but the way they're fighting both in the Eastern Front and the Southern Front doesn't make common sense. So common sense would be pulled back to a much stronger. That's the whole military withdrawal aspect, either withdrawal or retreat, which are both needed in military in campaigns, but they're doing neither. They're leaving formations out there so long that the formations are collapsing, not doing retreats, not pulling back to regroup to more decisive terrain. More advantageous terrain, like we saw when we all did not like seeing Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, having to pull back from those, but pulling back from those was the right decision. Those are the types of large-scale decisions. So, at this point, I personally think that they should pull back. The Russians, the smarter thing would be pull back from the Kherson Oblast, all forces, and then make a defensive line around Crimea and Mariupol. But I'm not giving any advice to them.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you very much.
And thanks for buying my book. I really appreciate that. I hope it gets there fast for you.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. Thank you, Abdullah. Let's go to Nina, then Paige, Latin, Tom, Charles. Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Em. I'd like to answer maybe in a question to Irina, who was you were worried about the Russians. First of all, Russia has been like this for hundreds of years. It has never reckoned itself, not after Stalin, not after anything. It has been all the time like this. And now Russia is making a genocide in Ukraine, raping children from even 6 months old, raping women, children, old men, torturing them in the most horrific ways. If I would be afraid that I would go to prison because this is happening, I would be crazy, because I would go to prison. I would risk myself to go in the street, and I would do anything to stop it. And what is it being in a prison if your child will be raped or killed or tortured? I just don't understand this. And if you want to understand more about the Russian mentality, I suggest that you watch a video of a Finnish intelligence officer who has studied Russia for years and years, and the Russian history and the Russian mentality, and the what is going on in Russia, what has been going on and what is going on now. So if you like that, I can send you a link. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. Just to respond real quick, yes,
Thank you.
I am too the person who would walk out and protest into the
Paige,
street,
please go ahead.
but I don't have very high expectations of the Russian population, given that they've been so mentally beat down for
Paige
such
in Kansas, you requested the mic and you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yep, Irina was speaking. I don't know if you can hear her. So thank you for having me up. Can you guys hear me now?
Loud and clear, Paige, please.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question for Colonel Spencer with regard to security agreements, specifically the Budapest Memorandum. I understand that the assurances in that agreement don't carry as much weight as NATO security guarantees, and I also understand that we have to be careful to not appear as if we're initiating war with Russia. But that being said, my question is, with Russia's extreme violations of the agreement and the limitations of the U.S., even with everything we have provided, how do you think, or do you think this will affect the willingness of other countries to enter into security agreements with the U.S. in the future?
Yeah, great. Thanks for the question. And again, not my area of expertise there, but I personally think it will not. I think the actual, basically the leadership being shown by the U.S., by the president, by Congress, everything will garner greater support for even outside of things like the NATO alliance partnerships and agreements. I think it's pretty straightforward if people understand the uniqueness between Russia's actions and not only the U.S. and others to respond to vagrant, just complete attempt not abiding by any even law of armed conflict, even if you thought if a country thought its war was just, which is not, but then executing that not within the really like primal agreements by the world on how wars will be executed and how soldiers will be held accountable to their actions and all of that. So easy answer for me is absolutely, I understand the question and the uniqueness of that agreement, but I don't think globally the U.S. Diplomatic power, as in the four forms of national power that I always talk about: diplomatic, information, military, economic, has only been garnered by the support we've shown to democracy, freedom, and the rule, in ensuring that the attention is shown like it has been on Russia's flagrant attempt to upset multiple treaties and agreements, and most importantly, the global rules-based international order. And that I'm actually pretty proud of us, of our leaders, even if I didn't vote for most of them, in committing to the global leadership in responding to Russia's actions. So that's a great question. I think my opinion is that absolutely won't affect future agreements and future countries' thoughts on what the U.S. will actually do when it makes an agreement.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. Thank you, Paige. Let's go to Charles.
Hello, sir. It's really great to ask you this question, Colonel Spencer. I was in Ramadi in 2005, 2006, and what you've written on urban warfare is fantastic. You've often contrasted positional warfare versus maneuver warfare. Obviously, looking back over the last couple of months, the Ukrainian armed forces have really mastered maneuver warfare. What is your assessment, or how do you feel that the armed forces of Ukraine will adapt to the positional warfare as we anticipate more urban battle terrain in the coming months, or what more could we do to support that transition and that learning? Thanks.
Hey, thanks, brother, and thanks for your service, and thanks for the question. And I think that's awesome about Ramadi. Actually, the book that I just published this week has a chapter on Ramadi, which is a conversation between me and Dr. Lou DeMarco, who wrote it in his book about what a great moment in the history of urban warfare and the approaches. So great question and a great passion of mine. And actually, I got to bounce off after this one. For all the listeners, there's basically positional warfare. If you think about trench lines and that aspect, you have attritional warfare, which is just mass clashing against mass. Then you have what many will call maneuver warfare, which sometimes that gets mixed up with the maneuverist approach, with the mixing in everything from Sun Tzu to Liddell Hart, all these theorists about what is maneuver warfare, basically both in speed and knowledge of where openings are, and then massing to the critical point of. So I think what Ukraine has shown us is that what I write about sometimes, that in urban warfare, you need to be able to apply the approach that's going to achieve your goal. So positional warfare, or sometimes people think that is terrain based, but it's actually battling for a piece of ground outside of really your enemy's weakness. So I think as we move forward and seeing and what we have seen even in urban areas in the East at this point is that Ukraine is going to apply the approach against the enemy to their front. If they don't have to fight positional battles, as in pitched battles that are static in the both the advance or the defense, they won't. And that you could put into the maneuvers camp, as in using in superior fires, because maneuver means not just moving forces around fast, but it means having fires to support a maneuvering force, which allows that maneuvering force to achieve a position of advantage over the enemy. And the enemy either stays and gets destroyed, or it leaves, like we've seen. So I think what I've seen on the battlefield up to this point, and why me and CJ were just talking about likely actions that might happen in Kherson soon, is that the Ukrainians are going to continue to apply the battlefield framework, which works best for the situation, by shaping the operation well in advance, striking the enemy at its weaknesses, striking the enemy's center of gravity. Some people will say that that's just showing superior maneuver warfare capabilities. I think it's just showing superior military capabilities, both in planning and execution, to achieve the goal. So all the goals of Ukraine at this moment are going to be terrain-based. It is liberating Russian-held territory. That will at times call for positional fights. I've never not said that. Do I believe that means that it'll always be siege warfare, which is another line that people in my field go? Absolutely not. If I can cognitively outmaneuver my enemy, which is what we're seeing as well, the Ukrainians are picking apart a formation's will to fight, and that's literally like the PhD level of warfare. So yes, they're going to continue to apply maneuver warfare, but they're just going to apply better warfare tactics.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. Thank you, Charles. Tom Zimbardo, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of offer some commentary on why are Russian men sort of not standing up against their system. And it reminded me, someone DM'd me a couple of days ago and said, I don't know why they asked me, but they said, Tom, why do you think that democracy is inevitable? Do you think that it's something that's eventually going to spread everywhere? And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, like, I don't really know. And the reason why I say that is that, you know, clearly democracy has happened in some countries. You know, the British or the English, we had a civil war, and the French had a revolution, the Americans had a revolution. You know, more recently the Ukrainians stood up in Maidan. And so clearly, you know, it is possible for people to overthrow dictators and to, you know, win their freedom. But then, you know, I think about other countries. You know, you look at North Korea, you look at the junta in Burma, look at China, look at the Soviet Union, which eventually collapsed, and then maybe we thought Russia would get freedom, but here they are in a dictatorship that pretends to be a democracy. And I think, although it's possible, although freedom and democracy are possible, we don't know that they're inevitable. Now, it might be in 500 years' time, people will look back and think, God, the 21st century was horrific, as they're all living in freedom. But it might not. I mean, you know, the North Korean regime has lasted for 70 years, near enough. It'll be 70 years next year, I think, since the armistice. And I think we shouldn't assume, especially those of us that do live in freedom, that it is inevitable and it is always possible. Because at least temporarily, some of these regimes have shown that they can last for a very long time. Now, I think when it comes to trying to understand why have all these Russian men fled instead of fighting, there's a difference between understanding their behavior and condoning or excusing their behavior. You know, there are all sorts of behaviors that are morally wrong or cowardly, but there's a difference in understanding and condoning them. So I think if we think about those men in Russia, I think that what's happened in Russia is that over decades and generations, the belief in themselves and the belief in each other and their society to stand up for each other has just been utterly crushed. What I mean by this is, when you see the riot police in Russia beating someone up, what do you see? A whole bunch of Russians standing around doing nothing, massively outnumbering the riot police, but they don't do anything. What do you see when you see the same thing happening in Iran? You see a guy getting beaten up by the riot police in Iran, and 10 or 20 or 50 civilians rush that riot policeman and beat the hell out of him. And we're not seeing as much of it now because they've taken the internet down. So there must be some sort of societal effect that's kind of bigger than the individual, a sort of spirit of belief in one another. I think Ukrainians in Maidan, if they saw a riot policeman beating up their friend, another Ukrainian would run up to help them. But the reason why he or she would do that is that he would know, or she would know, that 20 or 50 other Ukrainians would run up with them. And that would give them the bravery to act. Because if one person tries to fight a cop in riot gear, they're going to get the shit beaten out of them. And in Russia, they're going to get taken away and possibly tortured. So the problem is that one person on their own really can't change a horrific dictatorship. 10 people can't, 100 people can't. As our good friend Peter said, you know, if 100,000 people stand up, then, you know, the army or the riot police think, oh, maybe we should change sides and take down the government. But you have to get like a critical mass. And I don't know enough about politics and history to know exactly why Ukraine has got that critical mass of people that believe in each other and help each other, that they're prepared to fight for their freedom, and why Russia hasn't. But I think one thing Irina was saying that I think I agreed with is that their spirit has somehow been crushed. And it doesn't condone them fleeing, but I think it explains why. Now, whether or not we should do anything about that is a moral judgment that is for another discussion. But I think that's why. Go ahead, Em.
No, actually, I was going to say that one of our listeners sent a message saying if a bunch of girls can stand up to the Ayatollahs in Iran, I'm sure 700,000 men can stand up to the administration in Moscow. But that's just our listeners saying
That's a really good example, Em. I'm sure you've seen the video of the 15 girls.
Yeah, and also it's just basically what you've just laid out here is accurate and scientific, but it's just not an applicable model for every single country, and therefore it becomes very case specific. And it kind of annuls itself in a way, because again, if a bunch of girls in Tehran can stand up to the Ayatollahs, 700,000 men fleeing Russia, I mean, F me, that's 3.5, not 3.5. They need to be very specific. Yeah, 3.5 the amount of men they fielded for this operation. And they just, got on the first flight and just like, I'm willing to pay $20,000 for a flight that costs $800, $900, $1,100 if I'm flying business on any given day. But I will do that just to escape the motherland, because they couldn't give a flying fuck about it. And because they are being self-serving. It's not, there is, I understand the need to look deep into it and to sympathize with them and say that they are crushed. We're talking about people who actually have money to escape, people with Schengen visas, people with cars that they can drive up all the way to the Finnish border, or drive up to the Georgian border, or go to the airport and catch, the earliest flight that they can catch out of the country. We're actually talking about the privileged men in Russia who are escaping the draft. We're not talking about the people who are put down by the system. We're talking about the people who manage to get by the system and achieve a certain level of socioeconomic prominence, and they are fleeing because they're fucking cowards. There isn't so much to look into it and to psychoanalyze. And of course, Tom, I love you as a brother and a man and everything, and I'm not taking the piss, but I am taking the piss, if you see what I'm saying. But please carry on.
Yeah, so, the irony is, you're exactly right. Just like that wonderful video of those 15-year-old girls in Iran taking off their headscarves and saying, "Get lost," to the guy that came in to talk to them. If all of those Russian men stood up as one, united, they'd overthrow the government. Like, they would. The problem is that it's like none of them dares to be the first one to stand up, because if one stands up and no one else comes and helps him, he'll get the shit beaten out of him by the police and he'll be dragged off and tortured somewhere. And that is also what happened in Iran.
Because we've been discussing game theory for 48 hours. That's the second day in a row that game theory gets brought up. What is this called in game theory, Tom? Do you know?
I'm not sure, actually. Do you want to say? I'm not quite sure. I'm not following.
It's the prisoner's dilemma, which has applications in traffic, has applications in politics, has applications in criminology, has applications in intelligence. It's the prisoner's dilemma. If the Russians think that it's better for them to work together to get lesser sentences, they would do. But instead, they work against one another and they end up getting longer sentences. It's one application of the prisoner's dilemma in the socioeconomic, sociopolitical realm, but not so many people know about it. But it is the prisoner's dilemma with a Russian twist.
Yeah. So I know the prisoner's dilemma. I just hadn't considered it on a scale of like 300,000 people all cooperating or all defecting. But you're absolutely right. The Ukrainians are cooperating, and because they're cooperating and not betraying one another, they've got a chance. But the Russians are all acting as self-centered individuals, and because they're betraying one another and not helping each other out, they don't have a chance. And that's the difference.
Exactly.
Two different
prisons. Sorry, to expand on this point, because you made the right analogy. So the prison, in case of Ukraine, is actually the invasion and geography as a destiny, whereas the prison in Russia, to explain to our listeners, is the despotic and regime and the dictator and the Kremlin, right? But carry on, Tom. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, that's okay. You've raised a good point by raising prisoner's dilemma, because that is a good way of thinking about it. I just never thought about it with so many players all at the same time. So, the point about the Iranian schoolgirls is a really good one, because when they all act protecting one another all at the same time, the police can't do anything about it. But if one girl does it, they kill her. That's what this all started about, right? Or one woman does it, they kill her. So it's a really difficult thing to know about how is it possible even? I don't know. Is it possible to get something around which the Russians could unite and stick up for one another and overthrow their evil government? I mean, I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I just think it's the explanation, and it's good to raise game theory that, yeah, one Russian doing it will die or be tortured, and because he's got no faith that any of his Russian brothers will stick up for him, no one does it, or hardly anyone does it, and you know, you see what you see on TV. But yeah, I don't know how we change that. I don't know how we change it in North Korea. I don't know how we change it in China. You know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Look at Syria. It's a really hard question. But anyway, thanks for talking to me about it, guys.
All right, thank you, Tom. Please stay with us. We'll probably have a lot of questions for you. Let's go to RE, then Chris, then Dylan. So RE, please go ahead.
Hi guys, nice to be back here on the podcast. What I still wondering, and maybe the Colonel is can give an answer to this too. I still wondering that still a lot of people have still a big respect, and I mean it in a way, well, a big respect that they think it's the almighty Russia we are fighting against. And as a colonel, and you see the situation, what is happening in Kharkov and Kherson and everything, don't you start smiling and thinking, what the fuck is this? Is this Russia? We have them all almost on our knees. Or is the US forces don't say nothing and think, okay, this is the best what could have happened, and as soon as they are on their knees, we have a possibility to finish it, because what you see is just amazing. It's not only the fighting spirit of the Ukrainians, the creativity and everything, but it's just stunning what you see, what is happening. And you know, in the beginning, when you see when you go as a non-military expert on Wikipedia and you see 2.2 million soldiers, so how many are there? Really, and people have still the biggest respect of this army. It's getting less, and we see that we have possibilities, and we will beat them, and I know we will beat them. But how, as a colonel, do you see the situation when you see the tactics and the mobilization going bad and everything is going bad? Aren't you smiling?
It's getting done on the cheap, RE. That's all I can say.
Yeah. It's just for me it's fascinating. You know, in the whole what I'm listening today is that as a human being you need to have your common sense. Even when you go on Twitter and you read the reports, you have to think, is this possible? Is this not possible? You see headlines, you're getting emotional because you see gaining territory and everything, but you need to every time you need to use your common sense. If it's possible, what is the next step? What is the next step? And then you see an idiot like an Elon Musk posting about the 2012 elections, and then you think, how is it possible that a guy like this can post something like this? You know, in the matter of what you're reading in the internet, you have to make your common sense and think about, is this all real? Can it happen? And what I see, well, my wife is from Ukraine. How they stand, how they hold together, it's just amazing. I brought last week 2 3D printers to the Ukraine. I didn't know where it was for, but they asked me, can you bring it? Yes, of course I can. And now you see them using it for drones and everything. It's just so creative, and they just learning day by day. It's just an amazing job they're doing. But as a military expert, as you, Colonel, you are, I would have start smiling. What you see, not because of the war, but I assume that you have thought before the war started that Russia would be much stronger. That's just a question.
Well, several analysts expected the Russian
army to fare better than it had done. And several analysts were worried that Kiev might fall during the first week of the invasion. I was one of the people who thought that by Friday night or Saturday night, the invasion would be over. Basically, that they would make a rush across the north to south axis through Chernobyl and reach Kiev. I was wrong, and I admitted it. I think during the first 2 weeks of the war, I admitted it. A lot of analysts fell into that trap, thinking that they would, they would do that. They would go for decapitating the government to force capitulation and force a collapse of the armed forces. But most of foreign analysts who are not operating in Western Europe and the United States, that's not to defend myself or other people who operate out of the Middle East or other regions who do not have access to certain reports and certain products, but basically we were completely hoodwinked and sidewinked because we just didn't expect on any level the level of intelligence sharing between the United States government and Western European countries and Ukraine. That has been a game changer, and that has been one of the X factors in our analysis, right? To speak about the analysts of the USIC, for instance, even though they had access to everything, they also predicted that government in Kiev would fall in 3 to 7 days after the beginning of the invasion, and that didn't happen. Again, because they were working on a need-to-know basis, and they have a classification system and a clearance system, and they do not have access to the top level of political decision-making, right? So there were several game changers since the beginning of the crisis and up till today, including assistance packages, the type of platforms that were sent, the type of weapon systems that were sent, the type of training packages that were offered. And of course, there's a lot happening behind closed doors that we have absolutely no idea about, and a lot of covert assistance and covert deployments as well. At this point, one can fairly assume that at least a covert mission is making sure that everything is getting delivered to the right people and no proliferation nightmares will come out in the future to haunt all of us or give anyone a pretext for attacking democracies or security arrangements throughout the world. And let's just leave it at that. And that's minus 100% the presence of any foreign operators on Ukrainian soil operating in special operations capacity, wearing the flag of other countries. This has not been proven. Some people speculate about it. I don't like to talk about it. I don't think it's right to talk about it, and I don't think that we will ever know about it in 25 to 50 years. But to your point, a lot of analysts made the wrong assumption that the government in Kiev could fall anywhere between 3 to 7 days after the beginning of the invasion. We were wrong. And that's fine, because we did not have access to certain pieces of information. And of course, we did not have access to the machinations of the upper echelons of decision making in governments that decided to stand by Ukraine and help Ukraine fight against this invasion.
Yes, that's true for sure. And what I'm stunning also is the great leadership. No matter what people were thinking about Zelensky before the war started, but his achievement, what he did so far, for me, it's just amazing. He's honest for me in his words and his presence, and you see he really fight for the people. It's not blah blah. It's just I believe he's doing a great job, and this is a big percentage of the Ukraine people supporting him now, and all together we will make this. Well, I'm done. Next one can go. Thank you for your report every day. It's just great to listen, and Heroyam Slava.
Heroyam Slava. Slava Ukraine. Regarding your last point, some say Zelensky is just an actor, and he's a comedian, and this is all a fabricated war that the West is waged and dragged Russia into it, blah blah blah, as if the Russian Federation has no agency whatsoever, right? And that he's putting on an act, and it's just like it's all InfoWars, and this is no. He's a man who rose to the occasion,
and proved himself as a political leader for a nation. And trust me, even monarchs engage in theatrics. It's part of the game. But how I like to describe it is, again, not to sound too cheesy, but to quote a line from The International, sometimes men find their destiny on the path they chose to avoid it. To expand on this, you choose to become an artist, a comedian, an actor. You're basically trying to avoid a serious career in politics or the military and whatnot. And all of a sudden, voila, he finds himself the most important political leader in our modern time, and also the acting commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine that are repelling an invasion and tasked with assimilating all of those new technologies and platforms and tactics and strategy, and responsible to deliver on the battlefield and provide the world with an educational chance like no other, in order to basically write or rewrite the book for modern warfare for at least 50 years to come. So thank you, RE. You brought up very good points there. Let's go to Dylan and then Chris.
Thank you, guys.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. Firstly, I'd like to propose an observation about the mass psychology of what's happening in Russia, whether it be true or not. I'd like to say that mass apathy amongst the Russian citizenry implies sort of a species of mass collusion towards the path of least resistance. And that wasn't the case in the Maidan in Ukraine in 2013. In fact, I was there, by the way, by chance of timing, and it was extraordinary to witness the determination of the Ukrainian people in the Maidan back then. I was there in December 2013, as I said, by chance. Furthermore, the situation which the Russian citizenry now finds itself ought to be considered in the context of which the Ukrainian people now find themselves. I mean, these things are coherent and indivisible, essentially. But I have a question, if I may. So I would like to ask the panel a question with regards to the astonishing power of electronic warfare, which M outlined to us earlier. When you're perhaps a Russian officer in the field, not least of all an infantryman or a conscript, but an officer, what does the effect and range of being sent to planet High Mars, combined with the almost divine-like prescience which electronic warfare confers upon both morale and tactics of those left surviving in the field? Thank you.
So basically, you're asking about the combination of using High Mars and EW against Russian forces?
Yes, that's correct. Essentially, how does that affect tactical considerations if, say, you're a Russian officer? I mean, it just must seem like there's some kind of divine intervention going on. I mean, clearly that isn't the case, but yeah.
All right, so electronic warfare is a very expansive term, right? So right now it involves everything from jamming a drone to jamming enemy radar, jamming enemy comms, breaking into your enemy's comm encryption, and so on and so forth. So on the tactical level, let's say if you're a commanding officer of a Russian unit, and let's say you're the commanding officer of a Riki unit or reconnaissance, and you're trying to conduct a reconnaissance mission against the forward position of Ukrainian forces in order to collect information or try to carry out harassment or sabotage or whatever you're tasked with, right? And you're using a simple drone or one of your most advanced drones. You have an Orlan 10 up, being flown by one of your operators or being flown by a supporting unit in the rear, providing you information in real time, supposedly through a downlink. And the Ukrainians have an anti-drone gun, or they have enough jamming capabilities or enough cracking capabilities that they can crack the comm uplink between the drone and the operator and hijack the drone and land it, right? The same case we had seen with the Iranian drone deployed against Odessa a couple of days ago. So that's one application of electronic warfare, is that you're always trying to listen to what the enemy is doing across the spectrum, trying to figure out how to break into it, trying to figure out whether you need to shut it down, whether you need to hijack it, whether you need to jam it, and so on and so forth. So what electronic warfare does to the enemy is that it denies them situational awareness. If they are operating a drone, you're either downing that drone or hijacking that drone or scrambling their data uplink and downlink, and therefore they cannot retrieve any useful information from that drone. If they are relying on secure comms to communicate situational awareness between units or provide any valuable information that they need to continue to operate, then again, you're denying them situational awareness by making sure that their comms cannot go as smoothly as they are hoping for. If they are operating a counter battery radar and you can identify where it is, so you can basically position your own rocket artillery units or self-propelled artillery units or towed artillery units to you can task them to different locations where you can avoid the area of coverage of the counter battery radar that you have detected on using EW and detected its footprint, and therefore you can task those units to attack from a different axis or different axis of approach in order to completely avoid that, or you can relay its position to your air forces, and then they can use harm missiles and carry a suppression of enemy air defenses or a suppression of enemy counter battery is considered air defenses in a way. You can actually expend a harm missile against a counter battery, but that's not the case. Usually you're using other forms of artillery ammunition against it. But you get the idea. So if by enhancing your EW capabilities and therefore denying the enemy situational awareness, and also coupling that with a long-range artillery firing solution that the enemy does not enjoy and does not have a viable defense against, basically what you're doing is just wreaking havoc on them on the cheap and very quickly and in a very fast manner. And that's what has been happening so far, and that's why Ukraine has been capable of achieving so many victories on the battlefield and changing the tide of the war, pretty much.
Thank you, Em. Yeah, so it seems then that the sort of multivalent capacity of electronic warfare is almost indefensible if one doesn't have that capacity themselves. Thank you.
More or less, yes, but we have Gunny coming up. I'm sure he's going to negate everything that I've just said. But that's just fine. Gunny, by all means. Gunny.
Yeah, hi, mate. Yeah, I mean, the EW thing is going to be something that's written about after this for many, many years. But so there's two types of things. There's the electronic warfare side of it, and there is the comms side of it, the signals interception side of it. The electronic warfare side is, imagine you're operating and you're taking a company of tanks and you've got a couple of air defense vehicles, let's say Panzers. Apart from the optical backup, they use radars. They use a short range search radar and a fire control radar that's cued in, and then you start doing your shooting. If you're jammed, actively jammed, your air defense has to go back to the optics side of thing, which considerably degrades it. You jump on your radio to report, so you send a flash report that you've encountered electronic warfare, and you can't get through to the battalion commander because your comms are jammed. The next day you encounter something and you do get through to battalion HQ, but the thing is, as a Ukrainian listening in, so now that Ukrainian listening in starts to pick up all kinds of things. So whereas before we would have to use reconnaissance elements, as Em would say, and you would have light tanks and teams, and they would go out and they would try to ascertain what the opposition is, where they are. Are they on that hill in the woods? How many of them are there? Are they going to move forward or back? What kind of artillery have they got on call? Have they got any air defense capability? Now, with signals interception, you just sit and listen and you let them chatter away. So now you're looking at that hill, you know there are 64, you know that 3 times the company commander has requested an ammunition resupply because he's short, you know that he's got 6 people combat ineffective, you know that there's no artillery support for him because the battery that was tasked, he's just been told is retasked somewhere else, so don't expect any artillery. And you also know, because the battalion commander is trying to keep that company commander in the picture, that the company to the left got malleted 3 hours ago and has pulled back, and that he needs to hold that hill for at least 5 hours because everyone else. So you see what I mean? What you effectively do is it's like a crystal ball for a Ukrainian commander. They will know everything that's going on because people love jumping on the radio and chattering. Anyone in the military will tell you that. Give 2 people in the military a radio, and without proper training, they just can't stop talking on the bloody things. Everyone's on the net, and you need real discipline on radio nets, which the Russians don't have. So, you've got that side of it. We knew that was happening because divisional commanders were rocking up at a village to take charge of an absolute cluster because his spearhead wasn't moving. And as he was arriving in his BMP or BTR, that village was getting malleted by artillery. It was, spooky. Even as the guy's getting out the back of the track, suddenly there's artillery landing, or a 50 cal from a sniper went through his head. So the comm side of it is one thing. The electronic warfare, your surface-to-air missile batteries, the radar won't work. It's jammed up, so you have to go back to the optical. Your aircraft, if they're being jammed, they'll launch, but they can't talk to the ground control station because the frequency is being jammed. Or if it isn't being jammed, they're chattering away, and the Ukrainians know where the Russian combat air patrol station is. They know what the fuel state of the aircraft is. They know, are they going to be relieved on station, or are they going to recover and no one else is going to come up? That gives you an idea of where the gaps are in the Russian air defense. There's masses and masses of stuff. And on top of all of that, the Ukrainians managed to pick up some Russian command tracks in running order with the encryption keys and some of their electronic warfare equipment. And the beauty of capturing someone's electronic warfare kit is you can counter it. So you can counter the jamming. You can see how good they are at tracking stuff like frequency hopping, all that kind of thing. So personally, I think although electronic warfare tends to be very secretive, it's much like data links and sonar performance. It tends to be very, very quiet, and electronic warfare is something no one really talks about. I think it's going to have been one of the deciding factors in the Ukrainian win here. I think, and obviously people like who've done the land side more and a good colonel, etc. I think if you're a land commander, if you're a divisional commander and the enemy's listening into your comms, the enemy knows 24 hours before you actually move because you issue the orders and they're ready and waiting for you when you finally arrive there. It's like effectively having someone in your command tent sat in the corner on their mobile phone listening into everything that happens. And unless you've got fantastic comms discipline, you're screwed. I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen some pictures of Russian positions with motocross bikes, stuff like that. They might have been nicked. I personally think they've reverted down to dispatch riders. Imagine that, a 21st century army where battalion and above commanders may well be issuing orders using dispatch riders. I mean, that's pretty retrograde, but game changing. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be up in the top 3 of reasons why they won this.
I knew this would happen. From day one, I've been saying that they will eventually just rely on pigeons. I was obviously joking due to my Middle Eastern origins. But yeah, seeing runners on bikes transferring direct orders was expected from day one, given the state of their comms. As for the land side of EW, and the land side of that, well, it's just EW is actually very, very, very boring and very methodical. It's all about frequencies and ranges and skipping frequencies and filters low-level filters, high-level filters, mid-level filters, etc., etc., mid-band, low-band, high-band. It's just it's a game of cat and mouse basically, and you keep trying to detect what frequency the enemy is using, and you keep trying to chase it and keep trying to jam it. But yeah, most people don't talk about it because it's boring, you know. It's just it's really tough mathematics, a lot of differential equations. People are not really fans of calculus. So yeah. With that said, let's go to Chris first.
Hi, it's not boring to me, but I said that before. I just wanted to go back actually, and by the way, there's that great picture of, I think it's some Russian commander, is it in the woods with a map and coloured pencils or something like that? I don't know. I didn't quite get it, but it flashed by me. I sort of wanted to go back actually, just trying to hold some thoughts in my head from Tom and a couple of other people, actually back to Axel as well, but on the critical mass or tipping point theory, and I think you added, or somebody added game theory into that as well. You know, I think that's absolutely what needs to happen, is that the Russians are kept in the cooking pot until they find the courage to actually act. And I gather, I understand a lot of people can't stand the thought of that, but that's what needs to happen. They all need to be kept in there. The pot needs to boil, then it needs to explode, and then they need to sort themselves out, and they need to stop being cowards, which they are cowards, and actually take on the regime, which, as Oscar said, is what happened in Maidan. And they need to watch that for a start. They need to watch like Winter on Fire and see how the Ukrainians in Maidan stood up to the Berkut and all of that lot, and how 100 of them, I think, were shot by sniper fire from the Berkut and probably Russians, and they never fired back. They just kept on protesting. So yeah, that's absolutely what needs to happen. And in addition to that, the absolute last thing that you want is Russians in your country, right? Obviously Ukraine has proved that, but the last thing you want is Russians in their country. I mean, the Georgians must be, well, they are so upset. You do not want a load of Russians in your country, because the next thing that will happen is what's happened in Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia and Chechnya and Christ knows where else. So they should all be kept in there. The pot should boil, let it explode. They can kill as many of themselves as they like.
All right. Thank you, Chris. With that said, let's go to Big Papa, Earthworm.
Yeah, hello. Thanks for letting me on. I somewhat agree with the last caller, but there are some other people on here. I hate to disagree with people that's smarter than me, but when they're wrong, they're wrong. I don't, as far as the Russian men leaving, I don't buy the downtrodden, holding their head down, we're afraid to speak up excuse, and they just finally had to leave. They were okay with it. In fact, they cheered it. They loved the shit. They bought the Z T-shirts, and they put the Z on their car, and they were dressing up their kids in fucking military uniforms and having, they celebrate that stuff. They were okay with it when they were winning. They're okay with the rape, the torture, the taking over of Ukraine. They were okay with all of it. Matter of fact, the first time when they took Crimea, they looked at it as, hey, maybe we can get a free house. So I don't buy any of that shit. So I have no sympathy for them. Matter of fact, if Russia had a better military and a better military equipment, and they were winning, we wouldn't hear a peep out of them. And I really do believe that. And to me, it's like back in the Roman Colosseum, when they had the gladiator fights. You know, that was so popular that they had to build a damn coliseum to feed all the bloodthirsty people that wanted to watch that. Okay. Now the only thing that's happened is the emperor. I mean, yeah, I told you I wasn't smart. Caesar announces, "Hey, hey, fellow citizens, we've ran out of gladiators. Now we're going to start taking people out of the stands to fight." That's the turning point. That's the only thing that's happened. So I have no sympathy for him, and I'm sorry about my rant and about my language, but that's all I really had to say. Thank you.
No worries, Big. Always welcome. It's a good point. Bertrand, Russell's puppy, please go ahead.
So I think that there are actually two separate questions here. One is, let's call it the moral question. So do we morally owe a special treatment to Russian men fleeing after they found out that they could be mobilized? And the answer to this question is easy for me. The answer is no. The reason why it's easy is because I do accept some degree of collective responsibility. And when the collective responsibility is for something so monstrous as a genocide, then the moral outrage is entirely justified. I share it and that's settled. Then there is a separate question, the way I see it, which is an empirical one rather than a moral one. By the way, I believe that Irina was rather asking the empirical question rather than the moral one. So if we leave aside the moral outrage, do we think that it is bad for Russia and good for Ukraine and for the free world at large that so many military-aged men are leaving? That's an empirical question, and honestly, I don't know the answer. I think it's an area where reasonable people can have reasonable disagreements. Yehuda was making the point on this space yesterday that it's actually great for Ukraine because it creates chaos in Russia, and chaos in Russia right now is very welcome. And I know that other very reasonable people in this space may think otherwise based on the idea that if those people actually stay in Ukraine, they could create more chaos there and they could help bring down the regime. And frankly, it's not my wheelhouse. It's a rather militarish type of question. It's a worthy conversation. It is, however, a conversation that I think is better served if we manage, and I know it's hard. It's hard even for me, frankly. It's especially hard for me to leave aside the moral side of it. Sometimes to do the most damage to your enemy, the moral considerations are not the priority number one.
Yeah, can I jump in and add to what Bertrand and Big Papa were saying briefly? Yeah,
Yes,
so okay, thanks. So yeah, Big Papa, I think on the guys fleeing Russia and the whole being downtrodden and the game theory and everything, if I put it more simply, like basically, just because someone is an asshole doesn't mean that they can't also be a coward, if that makes sense. So these guys who didn't care at all about the war in Ukraine, they didn't care about the genocide, and they had disease on their cars. And we've seen people fleeing with disease on their cars, which is crazy. Yeah, just because they're assholes doesn't mean they can't also be cowards. And clearly they're both. And I think it is right to judge these people for not doing anything about their country doing a genocide. But I do think that it's also true that like one of those people on their own, they're just going to get tortured too, right? I mean, think about what's the worst thing that happens to any of us living, you know, in a country and with freedom if we stand up to the cops. You know, we might get a baton in the face or something, you know, we might get our face down in the concrete and get handcuffed and arrested, but we're not going to get horribly tortured. We're not going to get sent to the gulag for 10 years. And like, that is realistically what happens in Russia. And it doesn't excuse it. It doesn't excuse it at all. They're still cowards. They've still done nothing to try and free their country. But it's like not always possible. And it's definitely not possible for one guy. But, you know, as Em pointed out, if they all stood up at the same time, they'd overthrow their government. And that's why it's a terrible thing that they're fleeing. But it does cause chaos in Russia, and that's a good thing too. So I'm not saying we should feel sorry for these guys. I'm just saying there is a reason why they're running away, if that makes sense.
It does, but Russians are also fatalists. It's not that they, it's not that they will change overnight and become part of a changing country and accept European democratic values. So I think it's Russian fatalism at the essence of all this. Albeit, I know that a lot of people disagree with this, but it's been 1 century of that thing being ingrained into them. It has become one of the tools of control for the Russian elite and the upper echelons of power and the inner circle, the Kremlin, to control people's future by basically denying them ambition and therefore making them embrace fatalism as much as they can and finding solace in fatalism somehow. And by doing so, they just refuse to pursue all forms of valid human ambitions, and therefore they do not represent a risk to the regime going forward. I mean, it's one theory. I don't know if I'm right or not, but this is how I see it, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, that fatalism would fit with a general feeling of hopelessness that I can't do anything to change the system, so why bother? I'll just drink more vodka.
Yep, exactly. Nina.
Thank you, Em. Yes, and I don't know how reliable the polls are, what they have done in Russia. We can only imagine. But what I have heard during the war, most of them are supporting Putin and even encouraging them. And some kind of evidence of that is when we can hear what the soldiers are talking to their wives, for example, or mothers, and the mothers or wives are just encouraging them to do all the atrocities and kill and whatnot. So what I have seen in Finland, those Russians I have seen here, they are not behaving nicely. They are actually really badly behaving, and if I could choose, I would send them all home. But I don't know if there is any kind of law in the EU or anything that we can send all the 80,000 Russians that we have in Finland, which is 80,000 too many. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nina. Let's go to Kiliki Andrus. Hi, Kiliki Andrus.
Hi, Em. So I just I've been waiting quite a while, and I just have a few comments that I've heard other speakers mention. I've been listening to this space since, I guess, March and on and off, and so I've always learned something. What made me really interested in speaking out today was thanking Irina and Tom for raising again the psychology of why Russians act the way they do, because we do wonder, following many actions of Russians. Thank you also, Peter, for explaining about Putin's deal, and I've learned a lot about understanding the history. One thing that I remember from university many years ago in the history of Russia, there has never, ever been a democracy, a democratic society. That means that Russian people, I guess, since they came out of the forests or whatever. They've always been dominated by others, by tsars, by dictators. They have never known a trusting society where they work together. And maybe Iran, just to make it clear, I'm not sympathetic to the rich Russians who are escaping and so on. I'm Estonian, and my parents, and Finnish, and my parents. I've lived through the Russian occupation, but it's really interesting still to have a conversation about the psychology of some societies that don't stand up, and they've never had a democratic society. I've wondered then, for example, North Koreans, and maybe somebody could answer that, because I'm just interested in learning why North Koreans haven't stood up. They're a million, they're 20 million, they're many more than that. Why wouldn't they have stood up? We talk about the Iranian women. Throughout their history, they have known a democracy. Probably the North Koreans also still remember democracy. So maybe that's one answer. I don't know. So it's just interesting why Russians, who have never had a democratic society, who've never been a country, other than being told how to behave as Russians and what they are as Russians, but it's never come from them, from the roots. That's maybe interesting. And last comment. I love listening to your commentary, Em. I always learn something from you. I'm a huge fan of Zelensky. I've done a lot of reading about him and looked at videos that are available. I think that Zelensky has always been very political through his art. He's being called a comedian, but if you take a look at his skits, he was always trying to make a point about government. Even his series, Servant of the People, which has come out on Netflix, was written mostly by Zelensky, promoting the idea of a government that is a servant of the people. And maybe that was something that led him to run for president. I don't think it was accidental. Yes, it was accidental for the to be in the war situation to be a president. Actually, he just kind of got into it to further his art and maybe write a book. But he's always had these ideas about democracy and trying to forward society. And for him to have stayed in the country, he's very rich. He could have left. He didn't. So I'm just, there's just a lot of observations. Well, one question, if somebody can answer it, is about the psychology of North Korea and maybe others, why they wouldn't have stood up so far to their dictator. And thank you for listening and not, thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Anne. I would like to quickly respond to the point regarding President Zelensky, and then I will leave North Korea to Tom Zimbardo. He's our resident expert on the prisoner's dilemma. Haha. Anyway, it is my personal opinion that President Zelensky is a great man. It is my personal opinion is that he should not be taken as a comedian in any capacity whatsoever. It is my personal opinion that he rose to the occasion and the challenge and managed to help a country write its new foundational myth or its new foundational legend at this point, because it's not a myth. We're watching it unfold in real time in front of everyone, in front of our own eyes in the year 2022. I think it was Boris Johnson who coined or used that term when he was prime minister in a speech in the Commons. He said something about nations need a founding story or something like that. I'll remember it. I can't remember it right now. As for his satire or his art being political, that's absolutely fine. As for being involved in the script writing of some of his shows or some of his movies or productions. Let's put it that way. I don't know specifically whether he was involved in writing scripts for that. If that's the case, then that's great. If he's been actively involved in writing those scripts, that's absolutely fantastic. But I come from a world where there are no coincidences, and that includes anything from ghost writers to funding to production companies to producers to transfer of knowledge to transfer of working television models. If you understand what I'm saying, and I have a feeling that you understand what I'm saying. For instance, Jon Stewart was copied and Arabized, and a fully functioning Egyptian version was produced to be led by Bassem Youssef in Egypt after the 2011 January uprising, or revolution, as some people like to call it. So these things happen, and it's fine. It's like another Egyptian movie star here called Ahmed Zaki, who produced a movie that was basically copied from Scarface. But he said that this movie inspired by Scarface, and I watched Scarface and I decided to produce the Egyptian version of it, right? So there was a disclaimer at the beginning of the movie, right? But right now in 2022, there are no disclaimers. People take a long time to know exactly where the money's coming from, where the television and the movie expertise are coming from, and what is the political message behind everything being pushed at them. And this is not to discuss anything related to Ukraine or President Zelensky or Maidan or however they want to tackle their own reforms along any themes, be it the betterment of the nation, the improvement of their living standards, or tackling corruption. I'm not going to use any of those terms. I'm completely avoiding all that. I'm speaking about what I know for a fact, that these things don't happen by coincidence anymore. Right? They are not as organic or grassroots as people think. These are tried and tested models that get moved from one country to another, and they follow very complex webs of financial networks and more or less similar or connected players connected in the entertainment and the media world. And they work together and they port quote unquote learned lessons, and they apply them. And they apply them after they study the population or the target audience, and they do the segmentation and they do the analysis, and you throw that with big data analytics and telecoms and cookies, and you get the rest of the story. I don't want to go there because it gets very cynical and gets very dark. As for the previous comments that you highlighted, well, good points. Most of the people you commented on their input are still here, so if any of them would like to reply to you, they can raise a hand, and those who had left will probably listen to the recording, and maybe they'll come back later with comments. And Tom, North Korea, prisoner's dilemma. Why aren't the North Koreans rising against Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, so I don't probably know enough about the history of North Korea to give a really great answer here. But I think one of the things about that regime is that it's brutally oppressive on a level that you don't even publicly see in Russia and China. So, for example, there were some generals that possibly might have been plotting against Kim Jong-un, and he had them executed with anti-aircraft guns. So like high caliber, massive machine guns, just had them shot to death in public. And that sends out a message to everyone else that if you even think about opposing me, you will be killed. Now, I know that it's very much a police state. So I know more about this from, say, in East Germany, when they had the Stasi. Basically, people were paid by the secret police to basically betray anyone that they thought was plotting against the government. And then those people would just disappear. So if you've got a situation where people are quite desperate, people are struggling to survive and to get by, And one of the few ways that you can survive and have a decent quality of life is to be part of the state system itself. That becomes quite attractive. And I know that in North Korea, they've had like famines and things like that. I know that in North Korea, they're dependent on like crude oil from the United States. And the reason the United States sends them crude oil is that it's cheaper to basically bribe them with like a few $1 million a year than it is to, you know, risk a massive war on the Korean Peninsula again. I think, you know, earlier I got to thinking a little bit about George Orwell in 1984, which I haven't read in some 20 years. But one of the key parts of that book is that the main character is tortured so badly that in the end, he's begging them to torture his girlfriend instead of him. And the point that Orwell's trying to make is that if you brutalize people so badly, any sort of sense of honor and decency and brotherhood and respecting others can be crushed out of people. I don't know if that's actually true, but that is what Orwell writes about. You know, he gets the main character to say, do it to Julia, do it to her instead. And that's absolutely horrific. And he says, you know, if you want to know the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. So, you know, Orwell was warning us about the dangers of dictatorships. And at least in Orwell's mind, he was conceiving of the idea that some dictatorships you may not be able to defeat from the inside. Now, we don't know that he's right because we'd have to wait until the end of time and see if North Korea was still with us. But North Korea has been with us for 70 years. So it seems pretty stable in a horrific kind of way. And who knows, maybe it will fall. But just as with China, just as with the junta in Burma and with the regime in Moscow, I think it's too hard to predict in advance what could cause something like that to collapse. I hope they will, but I just don't think we can conclude that because we do have freedom in the West, that is definitely inevitable. It might be, but it might not. I think that's the best answer I can give to your question, I'm afraid.
Can I take a quick stab at the North Korea question? Then I will shut up because there are plenty of hands on up. Just very quickly, if you take the longish view, plenty of countries have not been democracies until very recently. And in fact, even the oldest democracies on the planet are only a few generations old, at least in the modern sense of democracy. So democracy, if you look at human history, is not the default state, at least so far. So it's in that sense not a surprise that North Korea is not a democracy. It's not a surprise that Iran is not a democracy, or that Spain was not essentially never a democracy until the 70s. It's easy to forget all this because we all have strong recency bias, and we look at the most recent developments as the ones that are closer to our attention. But we should probably ask ourselves why we are so lucky to live, at least most of us in this space, to live in a democracy rather than the other way around, unfortunately.
All right. Celine, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having me. I have two questions. If 700,000 people are gone from Russia, are all the manufacturing and all the businesses, are they still running or are they closed? And my other question would be, I don't know anything about war, but on the nightly recaps, I see that we've blown up a number of ammo dumps. And I also see videos of just Russians just leaving ammo everywhere, and we've captured it. And are the Russians more careful about what they're using to attack? Are they attacking any less? Are they using fewer shells per attack? Or is there an effect on the field? Thank you for your time.
Well, my pleasure. Well, regarding first question, businesses are still running. The men who left probably come from higher upper classes, or they have access to money and therefore they can leave. They come from several age groups as well, so it's not unified across all age groups. What else? So we haven't seen an impact to Russian businesses' operations based on the number of people who had escaped from Russia so far. As for the second question, the Russians have lost a lot of artillery rounds. Probably more than 1 million rounds were captured by the Ukrainians, and before capturing those arm depots, the Ukrainians were actually about to experience a shortage when it comes to ammunition shells. Artillery shells, but that has been covered for now. So the Russians are not very careful about what they're doing. They're not very careful about what they are firing, what they're leaving behind, what they are retreating with, what they are taking with them. It's just they're not conducting themselves as professional soldiers, and their leaders, quote unquote, and their officers are not capable or completely incapable of leading their men into offensive action so far. Despite their futile ongoing attack against Bakhmut that no one can seem to explain other than, Putin told them to go capture Bakhmut, and that's why they're throwing everything in the sink at it, but failing miserably for more than 5 weeks. So it's beyond anyone's understanding at this point, man. Does this answer your questions?
It sure does. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Celine. Slava Ukraine?
Слава Україні. Yes. Слава Україні, героям слава. Thank you, M. Have several responses to the previous speakers. There was Mrs. Chase. She was feeling bad for the poor Russians that fleeing Russia, so poor Russians. And she said refugees from the Russia. Small correction. Russians who fleeing from the Russia, from the partial mobilization, not refugee. But now it is problem that Europe's who helping all this like a so-called refugee from the Russia, now they're a serious threat to the Ukrainians who actually are refugees who left Ukraine because they have no home where to live. So this is like an issue we know about the Finland. Another thing that I want to comment about all these Russians that fleeing today. 700 and counting of the Russians that fleeing today. But since 2014, they have more than 80% support of the annexation of the Crimea. And all the supporters are now fleeing. Why are they so long waiting to flee? Why did they not flee in 2014? So this is like if you feel bad for all these Russians, they all responsible for the war, rape, torture, and everything that happened in Ukraine. Destruction, killing every day. It's every day happening. So we know all Russians are responsible. I'm telling you as Ukrainian in Ukraine. Another thing to Tom. So a little bit disagreeing with your psychoanalysis of the Russians and Ukrainians. Something that sounds really bad for me that when people trying to compare Ukrainians to the Russians, please don't do this. For at least 200 years, please don't compare Ukrainians to the Russians. I heard you, Tom. It's like a not complete comparison, but you said that Ukrainians they rushing to help other Ukrainians because they feeling that other Ukrainians are behind to help. False statement, because you don't understand Ukrainians. Ukrainians ready to sacrifice their life. They don't think at the moment when something happening, they're trying to help. this is like a difference between Ukrainians and Russians. Russians are fleeing because they're thinking only about themselves. So just wanted to say, please don't compare Ukrainians to Russians. This is completely different culture, nations, and we completely different. So just separate it and that's it. We have no connection to them. That's it. Слава Україні, героям слава. Дякую.
Yes, Slava, can I comment on that? Because I didn't want to sort of try to compare Ukrainians and Russians in terms of being similar, because I think you're so different from the Russians, like so different. So it's a kind of a contrast, really. I mean, like, I suppose the point I was trying to make is that I think one of the reasons why we see such heroism in the Ukrainians is because you guys have got something that's worth fighting for. And so some of your people, like, think about the Azovstal defenders, we you know, losing their lives to fight for something bigger than themselves, because it's worth fighting for that, and because they've got a chance of winning. And the Russians clearly don't have this at all. They don't have it in the slightest like the Ukrainians do. But I think one of the reasons why the Ukrainians are prepared to do that, and I know I'm not Ukrainian, I don't know what it's like, so please forgive me if I'm wrong, but is that it's worth it because it will work, because other Ukrainians will too. Like, if it was just one heroic Ukrainian and all the other Ukrainians were self-centered like the Russians, well, that heroic Ukrainian wouldn't do it, or would be a fool if he did do it. It's because that spirit seems to be so strong in your people, Slava, that I think individuals are prepared to risk their lives and even sacrifice their lives because they know other Ukrainians will help them, if that makes sense. If other Ukrainians were just as bad as Russians, it wouldn't make sense, I think. But if I'm wrong, then please just forgive me for my ignorance.
I'd also like to step in, Slava and Tom, and I hope not to be controversial. Slava, I respect, obviously, your opinions, but I think the way you might be communicating your position is actually problematic, and I'll tell you why. There will be people looking out from the inside and say, well, they've been together for so long, they're similar, blah, blah, blah. But Ukraine has always been the unequal partner in a relationship forced on them by Russia. So, someone could look at my mother-in-law and part of my family who speak Russian, probably to a little degree better than Ukrainian because they went to university in Russian where Ukrainian language was suppressed. Doesn't make them less Ukrainian. It means they were forced to learn. They were forced to read Russian literature over Ukrainian literature. Ukrainian was at home. It was for the loved ones. And we can't forget that existed or it happened, but in no way does it take away your connection to your culture. And I think we should just recognize and say, yeah, sure. The Russians colonized Ukraine for hundreds of years. They imposed their beliefs. Ukrainians, to get by, had to do what they had to do. But for the last 30 years, things have changed. And Ukrainian has come to the forefront. I've seen it with my own eyes, just in my own family, where some are, will still watch Russian soap operas or whatever TV shows, yet Ukrainian is the only language spoken at home. So I think that's important to differentiate because there are a lot of people who listen, detractors even, and they point out, well, so many Ukrainians speak Russian. So what? So what? So many Irish people speak English. Does that mean that's the native tongue of Ireland? No. But I mean, it's practical and people do it. So the reason why I say it is that Ukraine has obviously had a renaissance in the last 30 years, especially the last 8 years, where they've said, you know what, we want to exercise our God-given right for natural, for our own self-determination and our right to choose what we want. And they're doing it. And I think that the reason why it's a dangerous comment is, again, you have the Elon Musks of the world, well, they speak Russian, so they must be Russian. Okay, Africans brought as slaves spoke English, but that's not their native tongue. It is now. Would you besmirch someone for saying, "Oh, I want to learn the language of my forefathers or mothers"? No. But at any rate, the reason why I say it is because it just kind of fits into this whole, how do you call it, Russian mir, Ruski Mir. And I think I think we need to like push past it and say, yep, we.
Слава Україні.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Huda.
Sorry,
Either.
I just got cut off. Yeah, I would say that Ukrainian culture is warmer and more personable, and it's not bent like a lot of Ukrainian culture. If you could juxtapose it with Russian, it's I would consider it to be, yes, we're the bosses, we're in charge, and Ukrainian culture is very different in my mind if you know them, right? But I'm just saying, let's not create an artificiality between the two. I think that the Russians are, first of all, the Russians come from the Ukrainians. It's not the other way around. It's not Ukrainians are little Russians. Russians are little Ukrainians. If you really want to be serious about it, it's really the truth. But the problem is one group just doesn't realize it. Anyway, I don't know if what you think of that, Slava. Please go ahead.
Yes. So your points are valid, and I understand, Tom. Thank you for the explaining. But one thing that I don't agree is that in the recent mass exodus, because of this partial mobilization, a lot of the comparisons started to happen because people on the West feeling bad for the Russians because a comparison on the level of the refugee. So this is like a danger because Ukrainians are really refugee because they lost their belongings, they lost their home. But Russians who actually live just normal like tourists, and Western world are looking at them same way, like they like a Russian refugee. So for me, it's like not acceptable. So it's like for people on the same level, it's not normal. So just wanted to say, and then it's go okay, maybe we're gonna shoot Elon Musk started to say, oh, maybe we're gonna do another referendum, and that's it. It's gonna go all this on the levels that we should forget about the war. Maybe we're gonna talk peace. No, this is exactly comparison is bad right now. So thank you.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was personally I don't think anyone should feel sorry for Russians fleeing mobilization. I think that there is something to be said about, not everyone is political. Some people don't even, I know people in Canada that don't even know who the prime minister is. They don't care. And people live in a bubble. I mean, if it took them this long to realize it, they want to leave, great. If for the people who know better and are just leaving, and these are the same people that are cheering Team Russia in murdering Ukrainians are like, yeah, go get them, and then now that they're called up, they run away. I have zero sympathy for them. I laugh at them. But there are people that have no interest in politics. We have to accept that. The kid that grew up who doesn't, it could be a math nerd or a computer science person, zero interest in politics, and that person picks up at 18 and says, I don't want to be here. I have no problem with that person leaving. It's not the main story though, right? It's a side issue. It's not the point. I mean, good for them. Get out there somewhere and live in a normal country. But I mean, I'm talking about the 40-year-olds that are leaving and the 45-year-olds who know exactly what the story is. That's obviously very hypocritical. But either way, I don't think we should get distracted on this because it's not the point. This isn't the story of Russians fleeing mobilization. That's just a byproduct. It's like the 6th, 7th issue on the list. Do you see what I mean? It's a non-issue. We can recognize it. Okay, cool. That's nice. Now tell me what you're going to do. If you really want to be an ally to those who are fighting a genocide, why don't you start Radio Free Russia and start reaching out to the Russians and say, hey, this is what our government's doing, right, Slava?
So actually, you made the interesting things that you actually repeated exactly what Russians trying to say, and I heard today from the Russians who live in the Taiwan, they saying, мы вне политики, we are not in politics. So this is a big excuse for the Russians who.
Yeah. I'm talking about a child, though. I'm talking about a child.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Adults, no. I said specifically a 17 or 18-year-old just coming of age who doesn't really care. I don't care. It's not the point. I'm talking the 10-year-old in Russia has no agency. So let's not cut the crap here. If a family wants to move with their whole family, 10-year-olds and 8-year-olds, I'm not going to besmirch an 8-year-old because of Putin. That's idiotic, and we shouldn't even talk like that because it's not humane. But for everyone else, every adult in Russia today has been a part of Putin coming to power for 22 years, and Ukrainians don't have. they have more than enough common sense and compassion for a child in Russia who's brought up in this psychotic regime. We just need to hold the people, as you said, accountable. Like Ilya Ponomarev said, whether he believes it or not, I don't know. He said every Russian is responsible. He means every adult. But at the end of the day, I have zero sympathy for any adult that decides he was laughing at Ukrainian children being killed, and then today he's running for Georgia. Haha, it's too bad for you, buddy. But please, let's don't get it twisted. Don't say I'm repeating what Russians say. I'm talking about there are people who are apolitical, especially young people who might not know better, and we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But at the end of the day, it's still not the issue. The main issue is that there are millions, like 80%, let's say, doesn't matter, of Russia that completely support. I think it's a great thing, and yet there are people in that number that are running. I don't think they're refugees. Call them whatever you want. I don't care. But I mean, they're responsible. They're part of the problem. But I mean, if you think the solution is banning them and forcing them back to Russia, that's just it's not realistic. It's not going to happen. They can claim asylum. They could take advantage of asylum laws, and that wouldn't be the first time. People take advantage of asylum laws all the time. There are people from Somalia who supported Mohammed Farah Aidid, and when things went south for him, they all applied for asylum. People will do that. At the end of the day, I don't even think it's not even dignified for the Ukrainian side to even address this issue. It's a Russian issue. It's a Russian problem. It's not our problem. Slava?
Wow. So yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, we should not treat every like a Russian this way, but like a problem like what happened in the Finland, that we should not like keep them together with the Ukrainians, because it's like a security threat personally for the Ukrainians. So this I will say this.
And I agree. Yeah, I mean, you especially shouldn't be housing Russians near Ukrainians. That's a given. But I'm just saying, if I was a Russian who was on the apolitical but an adult, and I decided to leave today, I would be ashamed. I would be like very quietly entering
Exactly.
Canada.
Too late.
I would be like, shh, don't say anything. Shh. I'd be so quiet about it, right? Because it's embarrassing. Because you sat there. For every Russian who left in the week of February 24th to March 1st, hats off to them, right? Because they didn't see the genocide. They're like, this is nuts, and we're gone. And apparently, like 800,000 Russians left Russia in the first week of the war. What do you think of that, Slava?
Still too late. 2014, when it all started, you should left. After this, it's still you just supporters. That's it. For me, it's like I look at this way. So I'm sorry. If you
don't have to apologize.
So if you Russian, because it is all started in 2014, and all the support only raised for the Putin because of annexation of the Crimea, there was big support. I was heard what they saying. Yes, war. And they stayed until all mobilization started. They started to run when the mobilization started. They still was sitting in the Russia, supporting all this. And when the mobilization come close through full mobilization, they decided to run. Why you
yeah.
So this is like a problem for me. Just
no respect. No respect for them. Yeah, I agree. It's just ridiculous. They're only leaving because they don't want to be mobilized, right? Slava?
Yes. So we agree. So yes, because I today have a conversation with the smart person, nice person living in Thailand, and she's saying exactly, oh, I live in Thailand so long, I do not support Putin, my family here, but we still helping Russians, and still that's it. It's a problem.
And you know what, Slava, I'm kind of speaking from a niche market. I'm speaking from a market of really, as my family, my wife's family especially, Ukrainian Jews grew up in the Soviet Union, Russian Jews that grew up in the Soviet Union, and they all left in the 70s, and they lost everything to leave. And when they came to Canada and the United States, they had their Russian clubs and their Russian bars, and they would have these big restaurants to Americans and Canadians. It's like it looks like a Cirque du Soleil on acid or something. This very weird, thing where they play all the Russian pop stars and they'd get drunk and they'd eat all that weird Russian fish cake and Ukrainian fish cakes. So for them, Russia wasn't an ideological thing. It was just kind of like a homeland. And I knew people who came from my particular community, who came in the 70s or 80s or 90s, and they don't look at Russia as a leader of anything. It's just like where they're from. So I wouldn't throw them and say, well, you're Russian, this, that. Most of them are minorities from Russia. And they've never considered Russia anything but an autocratic dictatorship, right? They're not proud of Russia as a thing, right? So just careful of the terminology. I think words matter, but I think every Russian in Russia today, a part of that system, who I would have left personally if I was a Russian 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, after you realized Putin was going to be a dictator for life. I'd be, the writing's on the wall. Let's get out of here. This guy's a nut job. Right. So I just for context, right, there are different groups within Russia and large groups that have left already. But I've never met, for example, a Russian Jew who came to Canada in the 90s or the late 80s, or even the real brave ones who went to the Gulag, like Natan Sharansky went to the Gulag for like 10 years in the 70s just to leave Russia and move to Israel. I don't hold him as a quote unquote Russian responsible for Putin. There are a lot of people that hate the government, and they left decades ago, right? So I think if anything, support those that are anti, Russian, not Putin, but anti-Russian like political culture, and the rest, these ones, I don't think they should be getting money to run away from mobilization. But I think we just got to be clear that the word Russian is a blanket statement, right? It means everyone who's a Russian national born in Russia, technically. So it doesn't take away from Ukraine, though. Ukraine can still have that humanity and accept that there are quote unquote good Russians, and not take away from Ukraine. But it's still not the point. The point is you can all support Ukraine, give Ukraine everything it needs, and still recognize that there are people that will dissent in Russia. However, those dissenters, Slava, are not the story. It's a side issue. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, can agree with you on this topic, but still, problems may arise further. All these Russians who live in now, they do not come back. They will not plan to come back to Russia. And this is like they're going to be staying on these places. They're going to make new life, but they're still going to be supporting Russia. They will not change. They will not assimilate. You know what's going to happen. Now it's problem from the Europe, from the United States, whatever they flee. This is like what everyone was afraid. It's happening. More Russians going to be fleeing. Other Russians going to be dying in Ukraine, and this is like this really strange thing. Yes.
I hear you. We're going to go to some other hands. Slava, I actually disagree on that point. I think that if a Russian leaves Russia today and never goes back to Russia, if they're living in Belgium, Canada, Argentina, their kids are going to marry a local. They're going to have other kids. They're going to celebrate local holidays, and the whole thing of Russia is going to be lost. It's gone. Once people move, there's very little guarantee, unless you have a very insular religious community, that those people will ever intermarry. Will ever marry into their ethnic group. Do you know what I mean? I think Russia is undergoing another massive brain drain, like it did in the 90s, where the best and brightest left Russia, for the United States especially. And this is probably part of the reason why Russia's so crappy, right? It's part of the reason why all of the smartest people from Russia in the 90s, they left Russia. They didn't stay there. It's like, who wants to stay here? Forget Putin. They didn't want to stay under Yeltsin. Russia's almost an enigma. It's just the strangest place I think I've ever thought of on the world. Anyway, that's just me. I don't want to babble too much. Let's go to the other hands. Axel, who had the hands up? Or hands?
I think it's Pauli.
Yeah, thank you. I think this bigger thing. This not just Ukraine. I think for many Finns and I think many fellow European citizens, the 24th was the last drop in the bucket, so to say. In my opinion, Russians have been spitting on civil rights for the last 100 years, and in my opinion, I think the right thing to do is to have a full seizure and full embargo on them, and we have to apply pressure. I agree with Yehuda that, of course, a young kid is not the one to blame, but we need to shoot with big guns. We need to create pressure, and we can gain that by executing maximum enforcements with the embargo and with the traveling, and with every business and every type of business. I think that's the right thing to do. We cannot just show the Russians that you can spit on civil rights for 100 years and you can commit atrocities.
Longer.
Well, yeah. Let's just well, after the last 100 years, now for how I say, into consideration to keep it within few minutes or within this length we have now. But I think it's important that we have maximum effort on making the enforcements, and we cannot make the impression to Russians that you can spit on civil rights and then you will able to well, have the civil rights in the Western countries. You cannot have both. You have to choose. If you choose to speak on the civil rights, you will do North Korea for yourself. That's my take.
My check.
Loud and clear.
All right. Chris, please go ahead.
Sorry, just I got there. My deck.
Loud and clear, Chris.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I sort of was just going to pick up there with what Yehuda was saying, and that, you know, and I think he knows I agree with him on all the main points. But to be honest with you, I don't agree that these Russians, the ones that are coming out of the country now, should be allowed out. As I've said earlier before, I think they should be kept there, and the pot should boil. And we don't want these Russians in other countries. And just out of interest, some of my business partners, you know, have been in like the Monaco boat show last week, and it's absolutely full of sons and daughters of Russians and wives of Russians enjoying themselves while people in Ukraine get raped, tortured, their teeth pulled out, and all the rest of it. It's absolutely disgusting as far as I'm concerned. You can't get a private jet because the Russians are paying £25,000 a seat for them, £80,000, you know. So this is all the elite of Russia sending their children and their wives out of it until it all subsides. And they're just sat there having a great time while all of this stuff is going on in Ukraine. So I don't agree with that at all. You know, the Russians that are coming out of Russia now should not be allowed out. And we certainly don't want them in our country. That's just my opinion.
All right, thank you, Chris. Let's go to Warfella, then Jan. So Warfella.
Hi guys, I agree with Yehuda. Those 700,000 people don't matter, and I know we are living in a, you know, world that is not fair, but those 700,000 people, Russians, don't matter. So if they don't go in the West, they go somewhere else. So I don't think that stopping them is going to help Ukraine. What is going to help Ukraine is taking the money from those Russian oligarchs and give it to them for reconstruction of the country. Thank you.
All right, Jonah.
Me?
Oui.
Okay. Yeah. I just, this notion that these guys are fleeing right now, they're not being persecuted, right? You are actually able to live a complacent life in Russia, and until most recently you could drink Starbucks and eat McDonald's and fill up your bank account. And even the less fortunate areas, you could go on business trips to Syria or wherever and take 3 months doing whatever war crimes and live comfortably wherever. All these guys that are fleeing right now, they are busy peeling off the sets of their cars, right? So I think I like that they're fleeing in the sense that we're seeing some of the fabric of Russia is being disturbed. I love that they are queuing at the borders, but I don't think I love the thought of inviting them across the border. I guess that was it.
Yeah, no. Listen, it's like von Stauffenberg. Remember, I hated that movie, the one with Tom Cruise. He played the miniature version of von Stauffenberg.
Valkyrie.
Valkyrie. You know, a hero. He wasn't a hero. He was a Nazi until they were losing the war, and then he wanted to kill Hitler. Okay, great. But guess what? American, British, Allied intelligence ate it up. Yes, do it. That's great. We have to remember that, you know, we can't sit here and talk about, I mean, I don't even like talking about Russians fleeing. Who cares? They're going to flee. That's great, because every Russian that flees is a Russian that has two neighbors to the right and the left of him that are wondering where he went. Okay? Every Russian that flees has a family member going, why did they leave? Oh my God, we're the baddies. Remember that clip from British TV? Are we the baddies? Yes, you're the baddies. So regardless of how you want to look at them or how you want to judge them, it is irrelevant. It does not matter. It doesn't matter about Ukraine. It doesn't matter about the support. If they want to flee, in my mind, anything that causes disruption in Russian civil society is another problem that Mr. Putin has to address. It's another issue that he has to spend resources on. It's another problem he has to send police to investigate and do, right? So all of this disruption is fantastic. The more Russian army officials that have to go to borders to set up draft offices means one less Russian in Ukraine. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I say encourage them, leave the country, cause ruckus, create mayhem, create panic. This is a good thing. Who cares? Let them freak out. Let them, oh my God, are we? Yes, you are. You are falling apart. You want to leave? Great. Go leave. Cause problems. Leave your job at the nuclear power plant so that they can't get someone to replace you. Empty the country. Who cares? So all of these, well, I didn't say they're coming to your house.
Look, I'm saying this. It's okay for them to try to leave the country. What was it there? Macron said, I think it's important that we expose the Russians to our Western values, and that's why we are reluctant to imply a visa ban. What he was really saying is, we like to expose the Russians to Louis Vuitton and to the boat shows in Nice.
Fair. That's not why
and buy penthouses in Paris. I say let them try to leave the country, but let's tell them at the border, no, you can go back, and then you can deal with you can Molotov your local recruitment office, or you can stand in line at the Red Square waiting for your turn to be arrested, and then you can complacent go into the bus. I say if them. And when I hear somebody talk about the good Russians, I don't say it out loud. I say it's a bit like, I always think of, oh, what about the good Nazis? There's only one kind.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a bit okay. We're not going to keep belaboring this. It's emotion. If fighting age males leave the country, that's less fighting males that can be in Ukraine. If I think you're not seeing the forest for the trees, set aside the emotion. If Russia wants to implode, and my fantasy is half the country leaves, let them go to China, let them go to Kazakhstan. I don't care if they're in Kazakhstan. I don't care if they're in Georgia, personally. You know, are they getting on a
How
plane
about
coming to Canada?
Canada?
I don't care. They're not coming here. How are they going to get here? Right?
Yeah, that's.
Do
I
you
think
think in Canada that we would tolerate Russians? There are no demonstrations in this country of Russians saying "Brah, go Russia." Everyone has a Ukrainian flag. Every Russian, whether they came to Canada in the 90s, they're not waving Russian flags. Everyone knows who the bad people are, the bad side, right?
I think
Anyway,
we've been discussing. I think we've been discussing Russian men escaping for 2.5 hours now, and the real story is Ukraine winning.
I've only been here for half an hour, and I'm annoyed by it.
I've been taking this for 2.5 hours. You
Yeah,
you have
let's
the
just
con.
move on. Let's move on. No one cares about where
2
Russians
days.
are going. Who cares? Let them go. Let them. Who cares? Who cares if they're doing Kazakhstan? I don't care if Kazakhstan takes 1 million Russians. Good for them. As long as
We'll
Russia
send
is
them to
experiencing.
Berlin.
1 second. As
Right.
long as Russia is experiencing turmoil, that's beneficial for everybody. If you don't understand that, I don't see. They're not. You know, them leaving Russia. No, go back and get killed by Putin in the gulag. That's kind of not really an option for a normal person. So it's a silly thing to say. It's an emotion. It's based in emotion. If they want to flee, great. You know, bring your productivity with you. Hopefully all the smart people in Russia that do things leave. That'd be great. Then they can't run their country. People forget that. You have to have a postman, and you have to have the guy at the electricity company. If they're all leaving, it just means it's harder for Russia to function. I think it's fantastic. I think they should all leave. Go somewhere else. Axel, go ahead.
I would close this out completely because you've belabored the point already sufficiently, and I think you've closed out most of the issues. By the way, when I left, Em and I had just actually refuted the silly argument by a woman who claimed to be Ukrainian on the same matter. It's a pity that we're still on about it. I just want to end on one point. Klaus Philipp Maria Justinian Schenk, Graf von Stauffenberg, was to Hitler in positioning and culture and approach what Navalny is to Putin.
Boom. Love it.
Just another one who didn't quite like the execution of all those ideals, who didn't quite agree with the persecution of some groups. As a practicing Catholic, he may not have agreed with the persecution of the Jews, but he didn't kill Hitler earlier when he had the opportunity, and he failed to kill him on the day when he took the gamble. It doesn't matter who he was in hindsight because he failed. Navalny has already failed. The one person who was serious about this was Boris Nemtsov, and he was killed. And with that, we can leave the Russian opposition where she is, in Never Neverland.
Amen. Nothing to say. I don't laud or congratulate von Stauffenberg there. As you have 18 names apparently, but I'd love to see more of them. Keep going, Russia. Implode. That's it. You know, the more resources the Russian FSB spends on going after its own people, the better it is for Ukraine. It's a military fact. The less resources they have to murder Ukrainians, the better it is for everyone. I don't care where they go. If they go to the moon, I don't care. Maybe Elon will take them on a spaceship, hopefully, and him too.
Space colonies. And with that said, I leave you in the good hands of Yehuda and Axel to carry on the night with you. And good night, everyone. It's 11 p.m. my time, so it's my
good night.
Good night, Yehuda.
Good night, Axel.
Yeah, and thank you, everyone, for having me on. All right, good night.
All right, let's rock and roll. Let's talk about the good stuff that's going on in Ukraine. I think that's kind of way more important than where
Exactly.
Sergei Borisovich is going to get a meal in Georgia, because I care.
What's
'cause
happening?
I don't.
Yehuda, what's happening at the Inulets River?
You there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm here, but I was going to talk about Russians running away,
All right,
so I thought we'd change
Nina,
that one.
Brian, and Polly.
No, I think I'm done talking about that subject. Just maybe want to highlight that Baltic countries and Finland, we are really small countries, so we would prefer Elon taking the Ruskies to the moon. We don't really want to host anyone from that country, and I think the Balts agree.
Oh yeah, wonderful. We've closed our borders already. That's fine. Let's keep it this way. Anybody with questions for Yehuda in regards to what's happening at the Inolets River and in the Kherson Oblast? Or, God forbid, what is happening en route to Melitopol?
Yes, Yehuda, what is happening at the Inolets River, and for that matter, Melitopol?
Melitopol, nothing right now, but I'll tell you, it's in the cards. Melitopol, Zaporizhia, down in Melitopol. The Ukrainians, I love his illusioning. He gave made a comment. I spoke to General Milley, talking about blah 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 blah, and then on top of it, he said, "It's going slow, but it's going to our plan," which is perfect. That's what we want to hear. There is no worry. The Ukrainians have this under control. They really do. They control the tempo. They are controlling where they engage the Russians. The Russians are controlling nothing. Russians are reactive. All they're doing is reacting to Ukrainians. Northern AO and Kherson, west of Dnipro, going to be cleared. In Holets, you know, you can imagine there are plenty of Ukrainian assets, engineering assets rolling down. The Russians are they're all over the place. I don't think they'll be able to set up a proper defensive position north of the Inhalets. And then when they're the weakest and the most disoriented, you're going to see that the Ukrainian, those half a dozen, probably double that, Ukrainian brigades west of Kherson City, they're just going to push in. It's closing time. It really is. It absolutely is the end of the road for the Russians in Kherson. And then will they, there's two options. The Ukrainians could go to the river and wait. They can push down from Zaporizhia and cut off the Russians who are stuck in the middle, or they can cross the Dnipro as well. I suspect they'll do both. They'll push down from Zaporizhia on two fronts, one towards the Melitopol, the other one towards Kherson from the rear. Not many options left for the Russians. Surrender is the only decent option, and let's just assume they don't. That's fine too. The Ukrainians will help you get closer to God. In fact, they'll arrange the ticket. We have a new speaker, Gina.
Hi, good afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are, folks. Love Maria and Yehuda. Really love your detailed analyses. I'm a layperson and a journalist. And my question's a little further forward, but it has a military component to it. And again, I'm not a military expert. But when Ukraine wins, and that's when, of course, what happens from a perspective of rehabilitating the land, like removing the ordinance and demining it? I don't really know a whole lot about that. Do you have any thoughts, or does anyone in the chat right now have any thoughts about what does that process looks like as Ukraine rebuilds?
It's a good question. I suspect it'll take 20 years. The Russians, unlike normal militaries, don't mark where they lay their mines. They have machines that throw them out like almost like a skeet, skeet shooter or skeet machine. I don't know. Thing that fires off those ceramic pucks that people shoot with shotguns. That's what they do with their mines. So we have a good friend of the show, Ryan Henderson, who does this for a living, and he's has a video where he does 70-ish mines in one video or one day. It'll take a long time. The ecological dangers, the fact that Ukraine has a strong agrarian industry, agricultural industry, means that Ukrainians will and international organizations will spend many years, if not 2 decades, demining. Chemical spills and whatnot are a little more obvious, so perhaps those will be cleaned up quicker. But these dumb mines are not very sophisticated. They're pressure triggered. pressure detonated or commanded. So it will take a lot longer. But for the most part, you know, the Russians don't have that ability. They don't have that standard operating procedure where they mark. We might know, or the Ukrainians might know where these minefields are. However, yes, it's a huge issue, and it's an issue for after the war, I suspect. Hope that answers your question, Gina.
Yeah, that does. Thank you. It gives me some ideas about, like, you know, kind of ongoing fundraising, you know, once the Ukrainians win. So thank you. I appreciate that. Slava
Well, thank you. Herom Slava. There are organizations that we work with. In fact, MriyaAid's founder is an engineering officer, an officer of engineers, and she's acutely aware of the types of mines. In fact, we had someone come in and speak a load of nonsense about the sophisticated Russian mines, and it's completely not true. Russian mines they're dumb bombs, basically. You have to step on them or drive over them. Those are the better ones. You don't want them to be more sophisticated, but it will take time, and there are organizations. In fact, some of the groups we're working with Ripley's Heroes, MriyaAid. MriyaAid's already committed a lot of resources towards funding the demining of the Ukrainian countryside. And as a lot of them are farmers, you know, salt of the earth. You might know what I mean, Gina, there, coming from a Catholic publication, salt of the earth.
Very good.
You like that? I throw something in for everyone. This is an open, it's a cornucopia of analogies. Yeah, so that's something that is super important. And again, it's something that we have to wait for until the last Russian is back where they belong, which is Russia. So thanks for that, Gina. Let's go ahead.
I was just going to say amen.
Amen. We can all do an amen for sure. Well, thanks for coming. I haven't seen you there before, so please do stick around, especially if you're working in the journalism business. We're always trying to reach out to people as yourself from different communities, whatever they are. You know, there's a big Ukrainian Catholic community in Toronto, and I know because I've been by the church and spoke to the priests there about helping out with at the beginning of the war with shipping containers for goods for Ukrainians.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Well, we have Archbishop Boris Gudziak here. He is the head of all Ukrainian Catholics in the United States. And of course, the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada is so strong. He visits there quite frequently. So yeah, we're very connected. And as a Catholic journalist, I've been covering it from that angle, and a lot of the Ukrainian Catholics here who have been doing a lot raising money. So yeah, it's all.
Please do. Why don't you reach out to me? Do you know St. Demetrius in Toronto?
I don't, because I've actually never had the pleasure of going up to Canada. I'm down here in Philadelphia. But yeah.
It's not your fault. Come on, listen. Send me a message. Maybe there's some supporting fires that the American Ukrainian Catholic community can help with the Canadian,
Awesome.
because I'm in touch with them quite regularly. Because it's actually just very close to me, and it's one of the first places I went when the war kicked off. We went to them because there were a lot of Ukrainian Catholics in Canada that were paying for sea containers to be sent over. So. Very, very, very faithful and kind and wonderful community,
Yes.
and they're our neighbors for sure.
Yes, they are.
But
Yeah, I'll
thank
DM you and I'll send you some of the articles that I've done. So
I'd
yeah.
like to see that. Thank you so much,
Absolutely.
Gina.
Sure.
All
Take
right.
care.
Likewise. Let's go to Dylan or Dylan.
Yeah, not at all. Thank you. A couple of days ago, actually, I was on the space suggesting, or proposing rather, why we ought not let the so-called intelligentsia out of Russia. And my proposition was that perhaps we might have one Solzhenitsyn, but I think that was fairly well taken apart. And subsequently, actually, and having seen a tweet, I must revise my position, is that if we have 700,000 men, well, people coming out of Russia and not one Gulag archipelago, then we can probably assume that there isn't enough will amongst the community to produce such. So I'd like to just put this on the record that I have revised my opinion. However, with regards to Russian...
Much appreciated, Dylan, by the way.
Yep, not at all. Well,
given
yep.
given our original discussion on the matter.
Let's
Yes.
not gloat, Axel.
No,
Yes,
it's not
no.
about gloating. I'm just welcoming the fact that Dylan, who has already been a significant contributor to, say, proper thought in this space, has revised the position based on our discussions here, not just with me, with many people. And I sincerely appreciate it, because that is the strength of this space. Not gloating, collaborating.
All right.
Indeed,
Dylan,
indeed,
all right.
indeed. Thank you both.
Is it Dylan or Dylan, by the way?
It's Dylan. It's Welsh after the Dylan Thomas, the poet, I suppose. I think my mother had a rather yes, well, not at all, but I think she had a rather fatalistic sense of humour, considering Dylan Thomas died at the age of 47, and I have only 2 years to go until then. Nevertheless. Thinking about the Russian visa thing, do you think that, though, there is any potential that were we to offer visas to Russians, that they would be given in exchange for some sort of promise or social contract, i.e. to work within, let's say, Ukrainian charities in whichever country they ended up landing in? I mean, is that feasible, or is it just madness? Thank you.
Well, let's be honest. It's not going to happen, right? You can't. If someone declares some form of asylum or refugee status, they have to be treated under the same regimen as others, right?
Yeah, great point. And I think that pretty much dispels that proposal. Thank you.
No worries. I mean, the Iranian regime advocates for the destruction of Jewish people around the world. They say it's Israel, but they also have things to Jews. They keep a token Jewish community. Imagine we were to say Iranian political refugees in Canada have to volunteer at the local synagogue every Saturday to prove their. It's a little uncouth. Look, at the end of the day, I'll say it again. Let's put it to bed. Whatever the Russians do, it's their problem to figure out. It doesn't affect the price of tea in China. It doesn't affect the West support for Ukraine. If anything, it should increase it. It should show the world that, in fact, no one is, no one's changing their opinions of Ukraine because people are leaving Russia. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, thank you for your time. I'll step down.
Thanks, Dylan, and we'll go to Timothy.
Yeah, so Yehuda, tell me if you can't answer these questions, either because you don't know or because of OPSEC. So I know
I don't know.
At the start of the Hassan campaign, they said total media blackout, don't say anything on social media about how it's going. But obviously, since they've had this big breakthrough, they've kind of broken that. So I'm sort of trying to work out kind of roughly how far the Ukrainians have gotten, because there's a lot of talk about the Invades River, but my understanding is they haven't got up to the Invades River yet. And I mean, I'm seeing maps showing that the Russians might still hold this place called My Love, which sounds like a lovely place. And then I've heard other reports about the Ukrainians may or may not have gone into Snihurivka, in the sort of northernmost tip of the Russian-held territory on the Invades. Can you kind of give me an update on where they are, or are we supposed to be keeping stum about that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna say. Well, I mean, I have some ideas, but it's not relevant. Look, they're not at the Invades, that's for sure. Will they be? Sure. You haven't seen that Ukrainians west of Russian positions in Kherson pushing anywhere. I think they're fixing. I think that's their task at the moment, to fix Russian positions. You're going to see Ukrainians push down. I don't think there has been a successful defense made in the. If you were to look at Milov, not my love, but Milov. Go east-west. I don't think that's holding. I think that Ukrainians have perforated that defense. They've penetrated it. They have to consolidate. There are many things they have to do before they get there, but I suspect it'll take a few days. When they are, and they're still the 5th Combined Arms Army before the Invades and Ukrainian forces, so they're chopping up and destroying a whole bunch of Russian motorized mechanized brigades, and that's occurring as we speak. We already know of one being destroyed, plus a regiment of artillery being destroyed. They can't actually bring back the other 2 artillery brigades to be able to fire on Ukrainians advancing, because they're moving so quick. So there's a lot of mayhem right now. So if you're to look at a map, and you were to look at a line between Milov going west, Russians are not able to hold in any discernible fashion that position. So you're going to see them get beat up. I suspect the 5th Combined Arms Army in the middle there has defensive positions, ready. I think they've had about 4 or 5 days. They should have something there, but that will be negated when the Ukrainians push from the west. So it's not the only avenue of approach for Ukrainians. They can hit them from the north and from the west. At the end of the day, the question is, what do they do? There's a whole lot of troops there. There's at least, I'd say, 10,000 now between the Inhalets and Ukrainian positions, and they're not being resupplied, and they don't have, they're surrendering in chunks, and we're seeing it more and more. So bottom line is, if you were to look at a map and you look at Milov on that axis, east-west and south, and you were to go south from that east-west axis, the Ukrainians are somewhere around there. Hope that helps. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Brian, then Polly.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Yehuda. Question actually for you, Yehuda. The topic that seems to be quite current is the absolute and total military ineptitude of the Russians, and I'm certain that nobody is particularly concerned about that so long as they keep doing it, although it does pose a bit of a quandary as to why. Yehuda, what is your take on this? Is this what we're seeing simply the result of decades of the corruption and kleptocratic rot under Putin, infusing what is left of their military? Or is there something more systemic that may go back even further to Soviet times, which Putin's regime only accelerated? Why are they so bad at what they do?
Culture.
No, it's deeper than that, actually. Brian,
What's deeper than culture?
Good authority that apparently the good Lord is Ukrainian.
Transcendency. Oh, wonderful.
It says, in fact, apparently, if you translate from the Hebrew and transliterate it, rather, it's Godichenko. So apparently, now, the reality is, it's the kleptocracy, it's the post-Soviet collapse, it's the oligarchical system, if that's a word I made up. It's the inability. I mean, it's probably the fact that they thought we can, fake it until we make it. We don't have to make it. We just have to fake it. We don't need to buy a 1.5 million winter uniforms because no one's going to play with Russia. We're Russia. We've got 3,000 nuclear weapons. 2,500 of them are probably decrepit and dangerous to operate. But the West doesn't know that. However, the West does know that, actually. Millions of Russians have left Russia since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Why? They've gone to greener pastures. They've left for places that they want to raise their children in. They don't want to raise their children in Vladivostok or Kursk or whatever run-of-the-mill Russian town there is. They want their kids to have a good life. It's not in Russia. But if you're poor, you don't have the means, you have to make do with what you've got. If you have a substandard, we used to brag about Soviet education when it came to mathematics. They were very good. They were very good calculators, non-existent slide rules for losers. They were very smart with it, but that ended. And now the Russians are struggling. Not too many requirements for Dostoevsky scholars in Russia today. So basically, their ineptitude is caused by the grift and the corruption in society. We see it every day. Now, some Russian generals are standing up and say, "Oh, we're lying to her." You've been lying to yourself for 100 years, at least 30 for sure. So it's not a surprise to any of us, to be honest with you. Hope that helps, Brian.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much, Yehuda.
Pleasure. Polly, no crackers given, but go ahead.
No crackers taken. Military question. If we're playing a game now, and you'll be a Russian general thinking ahead. I guess losing Kherson is quite evident, and losing also a lot of soldiers and equipment. So the next move, they need to evade their forces and create a. Let's help my. They need to create a
It's a hot vape.
defense line
It's a hot,
somewhere.
Paulie, it's a hot vape.
No, it's not. I don't do that.
I first heard hot date, but yeah, hot vape. Agreed. All right. So you need to figure out the next defense lines. Is it going to be in Armyansk and Henitsk direction? Is that going to be the next stronghold for the in captured stronghold for the Russians? Because I was thinking that the front line from Kherson to Vasilivka is like 300 kilometers, and with those forces that they have or they're gonna have, it's gonna be tough on holding that line of 300 kilometers. So what's the
Fair
next
enough.
stronghold?
So in my mind, I was pretty convinced that the Ukrainians would stop at the Dnipro and trip the Russians on the east bank, eventually making bridgeheads across and pushing east in conjunction with Ukrainian forces pushing south from Dnipro to cut off in almost a piecemeal fashion Russian forces. However, I did hear of a British senior officer make a comment. And it made sense. He said, why do they even have to cross the Dnipro at this point when they can fix the Russians on the east bank, which they can through artillery fire control, and push south from Zaporizhia? They need two fronts. They'd have to push the Russians back from the southwest and the southeast. But the reality is they could actually do that and not cross the Dnipro until the environment was permissive, meaning easier for them or not posed by the Russians for them to cross. Either way, I think the biggest problem that the Ukrainians will have at this point is what to do with the 15, 20, 25,000 Russians west of the Dnipro. That's going to get into pretty crazy territory in terms of prisoners of war, but they'll deal with it. We've got a country of 40 million left, right? There's another 5 million have been stolen and kidnapped or have had to flee. But after Kherson collapses, which I suspect it will in the fortnight, I suspect Melitopol and Mariupol in the cards. And then obviously the Ukrainians in the north, those brigades, those battle-hardened brigades ready to go, aren't going to give up. Could it be over by, as General Ben Hodges says, by the late winter in 2023? Sure. Could it be over sooner? Sure. Why I say that is outside the military context, there's a political context. And I suspect that many of the Siloviki and many Russians are planning something. If they're not conspiring, they're thinking about it, what to do with Putin, because obviously he has engaged Russia in he's a simple man. He's not so intelligent. I mean, he took over the reins almost by luck. It's not that he's not a, not that I want him to be like Stalin in the sense that he's conniving and, as, brutal. He is brutal, no doubt. But he wishes he was a Stalin. I don't think he is of that caliber. And I'm not saying that in a good way. Stalin was an evil, disgusting human being. But I think that if the Ukrainians are able to rout all of the Russian forces west of the Dnipro and then close in on Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, I think there will be changes in Russia. I almost feel it's inevitable. I don't think he has that much left to offer Russia, even by the most insane measure, by the Russian ultra-nationalists. They're already turning on him. They're already threatening to execute Shoigu and Gerasimov. So I think we need to, if you are the Ukrainian military, you don't consider that as part of your planning. You just keep fighting to remove the Russians. But I wonder, in my mind, maybe it's a hope I have in my heart, that eventually something will give. I just don't see they're not in it to win it. They don't have the as you heard, they were trying to surreptitiously purchase winter gear from the Turks. That didn't work. So things are changing. Hope that helps.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
No problem. I think it's Aaron and Stiz.
Aaron can go first if he or she wants. I don't know who Aaron is.
It's Aaron. So let's go to you, Stiz.
All right. Hey, I'm sorry that I'm back so fast, but I've got good news that I had to come back and share. So I've secured a professional videographer for the event in Pittsburgh. It will be broadcasted live. And I will have for the.
I don't know.
What's that?
I'm unaware of it. Can you explain it to the audience?
Oh, yeah.
It's an event with James.
It's the October 22nd. It's at the Holy Trinity Ukrainian Catholic Church, in Pittsburgh. It's for Ripley's Heroes. So I've secured a videographer that's going to be able to. We're going to live stream it, and then we're going to take different shots, interview James and Rip, and then make an actual video, like a movie, not a movie, but a small a small video. That's the best way I can describe it. And then we're going to upload that to YouTube. But I will give up the link to where it is being live broadcasted to as soon as I get that. And I wouldn't have been able to do this without this channel, and I wouldn't have been able to do this without social media. So I'm thankful for that, and I'm thankful, because I come in here and interrupt. You guys are in some deep ass thought, and then I come in busted hey, by the way, this is what's going on. So for those that do not know, though, there is an event in Pittsburgh, October 22nd, this year in Carnegie, Pennsylvania. It's at once again the Holy Trinity United Ukrainian Catholic Church. It's from 1 to 3 p.m. James and Rip will both be there, and it's going to be massive. I've got food truck, pierogi food trucks. I've got vendors coming, setting up food and whatnot. The event will be inside, and James and Rip will speak, and I'll have it all set up. And then once the videographer finishes the video, I will let you guys know where it's up. It'll be uploaded to YouTube, and then I'll give you guys the heads up. But I just wanted to share that. So
you need to get Gina. You need to get Gina from Philadelphia, the Catholic reporter there.
Okay. I see her. I sent her something. She's got that. But anyways, I'll let you gentlemen get back to do what you're doing. Once again, thank you guys. Once again, if I'm so excited that I'm able to help.
We can hear it.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just because I don't know. I don't want to waste any more time. Thank you, guys.
It's not a waste of time. Not a waste of time. Thank you so much.
I know, brother. Thank you.
Do me a favor. Follow Stitz. Go and find out what's going on in at that church event, because it's super important. If James and Rip are going to be there, two gentlemen I admire supremely, then it's worth your time. If you're in the area, especially, or you can make it a little drive down there. I think it's a good go for everyone. Thanks so much, Stitz. I'm really appreciate
listen, it's the biggest event in North America. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that. And have a good evening, all.
You too. All right, thanks for that. Good vibes all around. Axel, who's next?
I think Leonardo.
Yeah, just wanted to give the quick note. This was here before, and I think M and Ben were just here, and they did not really know and didn't had any confirmation. And so yeah, I think you sorted it out now. Yeah.
I didn't catch that. You were interrupted. I apologize. Do you mind
Oh.
repeating?
Yeah. So I said we had this here before a few hours when M and Ben were here, and they did not really quite know which event and if James was involved in everything, but I think you got all sorted it now out, yeah.
If you guys go to James's page right now, everybody go to James's page. You'll see.
Yeah,
You'll see.
it's on his page. I know. I spoke
You'll
to
see.
James earlier today.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I
All right, guys.
just wanted to point that out because there was a few hours ago a little confusion about this, and I totally understood this, but I just wanted to point it out. It's all legit.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sitz. All right, let's go to Tom and Aaron again.
Yeah, so I think it was Brian a few speakers back was basically asking the question, like, why are the Russians so damn stupid? I think there was that Ukrainian north of Kyiv around about March time, wearing the balaclava in the like ditch, and he was saying, "We're lucky that they're so fucking stupid," and I kind of wondered, like, why is this Russian army that? Because I bought the propaganda. I really thought the Russian army was really powerful, like second only to the United States, and clearly they're not. But the question is why? Why are they so stupid? Why are they so corrupt? And I think a big part of it is that they're just not willing to face the truth because lying is so endemic in Russian society. So the thing that cottoned me onto it early on was when we found out that like Russian soldiers were selling their diesel for vodka, and Russian soldiers had like rations that had expired several years ago, and we saw all those flat tires, and I was like, I knew that Russia was a deeply corrupt country, but somehow I'd assumed that the military had been spared that like they were spending their money on the military and like oligarchs' yachts. But no, it was just oligarchs' yachts. They weren't even spending the money on the military. So Tim and I have come up with an expression that Putin sits on a throne of lies on top of a pyramid of bullshit. And so I made a thread, probably most people have seen it already, but I put it up in the nest about why do Russians lie so often? And I think the main reason is that I think the incentives are like the other way around from how they are in sort of a free and democratic society. Obviously, people lie in democracies, and quite often they get away with it. But every so often they get caught out and then they get punished. I think the problem in the Russian military, and no doubt in a lot of the rest of Russian society, is that I think if you're the Russian that tells the truth, you get punished. So if you're the sergeant that says to your captain or your major or whoever, I've just found out that my soldiers are seen selling their diesel for vodka, I feel like you'd be the one that would get punished, rather than in the Western military, if you didn't say that your soldiers were doing that, you'd get punished. I don't know if the military types here agree, but it seems like there's a culture of sort of covering everything up and pretending that everything is okay because that's what people above you want to hear. They don't want to hear the reality that things are bad and broken. And so if you told the truth, you'd lose your job. Whereas in like Western militaries, it would be the other way around. So that's what I put in the lies thread that I put up in the nest. I don't know what you think, Yehuda, in terms of, you know, telling the truth about problems in the military. You'd get in more trouble if you lied and were caught, right?
Right. So in our militaries, you'd actually be punished if you didn't rat someone out, if that's what you want to say, right? But in the Russian military, first of all, it's not sergeants. No one cares. The grift starts at the major colonel level. That's where you can start diverting funds. So even a senior captain isn't in on the game yet, right? So the reality is people look at it this way. They look at it as, you know, if you start, there are no effective quote unquote sergeants in the game, right? Those people don't exist as we know them. So it's major and up. You're a company commander and you can divert funds. So they know that. Everyone knows it's part of the thing. It's part of the crappy salary. You can get money a different way. And you certainly don't rat anyone out because it's a huge network of people. So the majors are throwing a few dollars to the captains. Captains might be throwing cigarettes to the lieutenants. Lieutenants might be throwing vodka to the sergeants. But the real decision making on the corruption scale starts as major level and up. So company commander. So if you're in charge of about 150 troops and up, you're kind of in on the game. Colonels have a huge, great ability to steal and to do whatnot. Generals obviously have even higher, and they have 4 levels of generals, like kind of like we do. But the higher up you are, the more entitlement, the greater entitlement to stealing that you have. So no one's getting credited for stopping the stealing. In fact, you're the troublemaker. You're the one who's causing an issue with the racket. So it's a different system altogether. If a sergeant was to see, a master corporal was to see someone stealing from the CQ, they'd report it, and it would be a good job. It would be a job well done. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I mean, no doubt there is some corruption in Western militaries, but I think the point is that the incentive is to tell the truth and root it out, not to be part of the corrupt system. But I think in Russia, the incentive is the other way around. If you tell the truth, you're in serious trouble. Whereas if you play along with the game, then, you keep your job. And this means that everyone's lying, everyone's turning a blind eye to other people's corruption. And that's why they're stupid. That's why they can't handle the truth. That's why their military's so poor. I mean, it's not the only reason why. There are many other things, but I think it's a big part of it. And there are literally articles on like lying and false information being one of the reasons why the Russian military is doing so badly. And I stuck him in my thread anyway, if anyone wants to read in more detail.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I'd even go as far as saying it's not commonplace, or it doesn't really happen in Western method. There's so many safeguards in place for regular company quartermaster activities. We have all sorts of checks each year. In fact, I've never once in my life thought in all my years at battle school or any regiment that a soldier would be able to steal the upper receiver, the lower receiver, the bolt of a rifle. It just couldn't happen. Everything's serialized. You have to turn it in. If one bit of serialized kit is missing, the military police are called. There's like a one piece, a bolt, the thing that makes the rifle work in the inside, the guts of it. It's the size of maybe a marker. That's gone. You don't have it. There's no mulligan. There's no problem, bud. You're done. You're cooked. So with that kind of structure, could you make off after you release with a bit of winter kit or a shirt that you shouldn't have? Sure, maybe, but you still have to pay for it. You'd get sent a bill from the Attorney General of the federal government saying you owe this. You owe $62 for one left winter boot that you might have lost, and you have to pay for it. That doesn't happen in the Russian army. So good points. Let's go to Ryan. I have to pop down. Ryan, can you go to co-host for me, please?
Yeah, sure.
I'll type you up.
Thank you, sir.
I've got all these new emojis and they took my peace sign.
All right, Oklahoma, let's rock and roll.
Thank you, Axel. I think Bionade and then Aaron were next.
I think Aaron was next.
Okay. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, thanks. My question would have been for Yehuda, but maybe you can answer. I assume we all follow Robert Lee on Twitter. He was reporting that there's rumblings in Russian channels that Ukraine might be building up for a thrust in Zaporizhia. Does anyone know anything about that?
I do not know anything about that. If Axel cares to add.
Bloody hell, Aaron, I stepped away for 1 second, trusting that Ryan would not be overwhelmed by something which he, for all sakes and purposes, he could not have known because he had no time to prepare for it. Aaron, would you mind repeating your question?
Okay, thank you, Axel. I assume
it's just Murphy's Law. I apologize, Aaron.
Okay. I assume we all follow Robert Lee on Twitter. He was reporting that there's rumblings in the Russian military channels, in the Russian channels, saying that the Ukrainians might be building up for a thrust in Zaporizhia. Have you heard about that? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, we've heard about it, we've seen it, and many people are reporting on it. Reba even put out a map which showed yet another kind of bulb going south, and maybe they're afraid. Maybe the artillery and HIMARS shaping operations and preparations of the ground in recent 7 days have made them fearful. Maybe the partisan activity and the SOF activity all across the region, but specifically in and around Melitopol, has really given them the shakes. Maybe they're just, withering. I mean, the army of the Alcoholics Anonymous, with breach troops by war criminals, lack of armored equipment, thinned out routes, maybe, just maybe, those 14 BTGs, which they may or may not have there in full function in that region, are just not enough. Who knows?
Well, the prospect of Ukraine being on the offensive in 3 points simultaneously would be a massive turnaround from 2-3 months ago. That's awesome. If that exists. If not, 2 is also awesome.
520,000 men under guns, weapons, trained and equipped, and constantly coming on stream. The only thing that's missing to take Mariupol is leopards. Meow.
Release the leopards.
Yes, please. We have yet again 804 active participants in this room. If you can, please send a message on Twitter. React to the many friends who have been around here, who have, sent various hashtags, whether it is free the leopards, free the Leos, release the leopards, release the leopards into their natural habitat. It doesn't really matter. As long as you copy at Bundeskanzler, the German Chancellor, Mr. Scholz in it, and a few of our other friends, whether it is Ben Hodges, Nick Ryan, you name it, various presidents and prime ministers, and of course people who can actually reach them, that'll help. But make it clear to the Bundeskanzler that it's time to allow those 13 nations willing to release them, meaning willing to release the equipment Ukrainian tankers have already trained on in now 4 nations across Europe. And these tanks can be there with their maintenance and supply train within days.
What were they built for, Axel?
I don't know. I think maybe the Sahara or the Colombian mountains. Ryan, where would you use them dang tanks?
I just don't understand why you would build such a piece of kit and then refuse to actually use it when it's needed. It boggles the mind.
Well, Ryan, take it away.
Bionade, go ahead. Thank you, Axel.
Yeah, absolutely. Why would you use, or why would you build and don't use this nice kit? But about the other kit, Axel, did you see the other great Großkatze?
There is no tiger tanks and no panther tanks at the moment. Did you mean the Gepard?
Yeah, absolutely, the Gepard. The Gepard got a quite nice video. Not so
Did you
good
share it
resolution.
already?
Ah, yeah.
Leonardo, if you have it at hand, please share it into the nest. I would implore you to do so, because there, everybody, if you like to see some proper German kit going into live fire action and not anti-air, is absolutely perfectly visible.
Just give me a minute, and then you can explain how I put something into the nest.
Send it to me. I'll get it in there.
Absolutely. So, the other thing I wanted to talk about, the corruption. I sent Tom already a nice video from a YouTuber named Perun about corruption and how it works in armies. And yeah, absolutely, corruption in the high level is mostly like budget, which is used for new equipment, for fancy new weapons, for, kickback programs, and something like this. But the real damage you also make at the bottom. If you, as a normal soldier, think, "Oh, that's a cool wire. What is this for a nice connector?" and think, "Ah, goddamn, I have every week I drive another tank around for maintenance, if they already do maintenance, and you just steer this cable, you can really fuck up a tank which costs millions of dollars in really an extensive function." And yeah, that's the point. The cable is most likely not really worth anything. Maybe $80 if it's a cool connector or something like this, but if it's missing to the tank, can happen. It makes a $1 million equipment really worthless. The other point about corruption in the West, I just realized, is about, I think, as the German army in 2020 was a little like scandal. It was really a little bit blown up, but I think some soldiers took some kid home, or there was some kid missing, and yeah, it's not really clear what happened and how it worked, but yeah, some kid was missing, but it was really like, yeah, really blown up in the presence of media, and they made a whole deal out of it. But yeah, we don't really actually have so clear facts about it.
It's not entirely uncommon to have people think they can get away with that here in the US as well. There was a recent case of an individual who was attempting to steal night vision equipment and sell it on the black market, and he was caught and tried and convicted, and he'll spend some time at Fort Leavenworth. I think that's in Kansas, and then he will be discharged from the military, and I think spend some additional time in a federal prison as well. It's just that they have much better inventory controls here and in NATO countries or Western nations, and they don't allow corruption and things to just disappear off the books, and subordinates or officers to look over their shoulder or turn a blind eye to corruption like that. It's tracked down and investigated and prosecuted wherever it's found.
Yeah, absolutely. It was more like a list of missing things, which included some things where you were like, okay, how can get that missing? But on the other hand, yeah, we had also some arrests around some kind of this. But on this special occasion, they had like a system you would do in a school class if someone lost their key or lost their new shiny thing, whatever they bought, and you would say, "Oh, we take off the lights for 5 minutes, and you just put it in a bucket, and then we don't will ask questions."
No, they don't play it like that in the military. If there's
they
a
did it. They
there's
did
a
it here in
missing
Germany.
piece of
Yeah,
equipment,
they actually had here
all the
program.
lights stay on and everybody dumps their backpack or their ruck out.
Yeah,
and
but
you go through your stuff until you find it, and the poor bastard whose bag it ends up being in, whether he's the one who actually stole it or whether somebody just stuffed it in his bag,
yeah,
he's the one that's going down for it.
Yeah, but what that was a scandal here in Germany about. It was actually about why it blew up in the press because they said we will make this funny thing in the school with the lights
so
off.
they
Yeah,
played
yeah.
the lights off game instead
Yeah,
of
they played the
holding
light off game,
somebody
and
to account for
that's
it.
why that's why it blew up in Germany. Yeah, they wanted to play the light out game, and that's why it blew up in Germany. I don't know what it came out of the
Wow.
investigation, or they found the things, but it was some kind of equipment missing. Yeah, but absolutely, these kinds of things are investigated, and so for yeah, but don't play the let out games. Really not good in Western countries. So don't think of this idea.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way for everybody in the unit to get discharged, just because they decided to play the lights out game instead of finding either a fall guy or turning in the guy who was actually at fault.
The problem actually was it was not really the unit who wanted to play the let out game, but I think it was a little bit higher up the ranks.
Understood. Yeah, that's a bad deal. And that's why having a free and fair press is an important thing. So corruption like that isn't tolerated.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the architecture of the three forces in your democracy, and then you have a free press as a force to control all this, and that's really important. This is how it comes together.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. Tom, I think you were next.
I won't be for Ukrainian people. I don't.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just trying to get my little dog to go up to bed. She's our baby. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Bernardo was saying about corruption. It just came into my mind like a metaphor that corruption to organizations and countries and militaries is very much like a parasite feeding on a host. You know, it's diverting money, resources, food, energy to itself at the expense of the host. And very much, you know, the culture of corruption in Russia, whether it's, you know, soldiers selling their diesel for vodka or oligarchs at the top taking money from Russia's vast mineral wealth and having massive mega yachts, they've actually weakened the body of Russia, if that makes sense. The country, the industry, the military is far weaker than it would be if it didn't have this corruption because of these parasites that are feeding on it. And I don't know, it just really struck me as just a way of understanding the whole system. Like these corrupt people, they're parasites, but it's just considered normal. And that's another reason why they're so fucking stupid.
It's like a parasite which spreads. That's the evil thing. Yeah, usually you have one parasite, but if everyone gets infected by the parasite, and also you have kind of a zombie apocalypse, and that's the kind of thing which happened in the Russian army. Which why it's okay to Russian soldier to sell the gas, because they already worked for their leaders in their nice cool mansions and did the dirty work in the gardening. Everyone has leverage against everyone.
It's endemic, and once something like that becomes endemic, it really is like a corrosion or a rot or a cancer on a functioning society. I've seen fuel theft done that way in the private sector here in the U.S., and they had to implement a monitoring system to make sure that people weren't stealing it from their employers when they could. But yeah, imagining that on a whole nation state level scale is almost hard to comprehend for some people if they haven't seen it firsthand or experienced it or studied it, because it's unimaginable.
Yeah, and another thing on the public scale or on the economic scale is, if you are Ivan and you have paid your commander a bribe to get also a higher rank, and now you're commanding a unit, but you're not really able to do this, and now you have to deploy to the front line. You basically paid a bribe for your own death certificate. Yeah, it's really it's a clusterfuck.
I'm not sure who was next in the hand order. I think it was Chris.
Yeah, just a quick one. This is for Axel. It's going to make his heart sing, I think. Free the Leopards is just going absolutely gangbusters. Hashtag Free the Leopards. So it'll be trending in the world soon.
I rarely ever check what's trending on Twitter as far as hashtags are concerned, but I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I think there's websites that can track it much better than the Twitter platform, but I'm not that tech savvy.
Yeah, that's correct. You know, and I haven't looked at any of those yet. Or there's some absolutely brilliant tweets from Maria Aid people. Absolutely classic. Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Thanks, Chris. Dylan, Walter, and Francois, I don't know the order of you three, but we'll go Dylan.
Thank you. Yes, this is a question for the Deutschland specialists, really, because it's puzzled me, actually. If we accept the proposition, and we may not, that the German political class is somehow insidiously and morally corrupted, then what I want to know is what does the German electorate think? Because, well, yeah, I'm not going to make any assumptions. And what does their condition, either the political class and also the condition of the proletariat, shall we say, rather the electorate, what's going on there? Sorry, reconcile this if you can.
Bernard, please go first. I just received a fantastic German sausage to eat. I'll be
Sorry,
quick.
can you shortly reiterate
the question was, what does the German electorate think, not the establishment in the coalition?
Precisely,
What's
and
the German
how
electorate thinks
precisely
about sending cats into their natural habitat?
Well, if I may just sort of complete the question, I suppose, or rather try to seek some clarity in it.
Absolutely.
Is there any disjoint between the German electorate and the political classes? Why is that happening? And I mean, given the peculiar history of Germany, surely there would be a sense of wanting to align themselves with the struggle for, well, let's say, right. Thank you.
Okay. I should start, historically speaking, with the great dying of good politicians in Germany. I think it happened around at least 20 years ago. And yes, since this time.
He asked what the people think today.
Oh, yeah. And there we come to the disconnect between what the people think and what the political electorate think, or not other side around, what the people think and what the political society thinks. And yeah, it's really clear. Always over 70% of the people calling for more help for Ukraine, still help Ukraine. There's a real big disconnect. The approval of Olaf Scholz and his policy is really, really, really bad. Haven't seen that before. Yeah.
So I wonder if I may speak again. So do you think then the electorate may be coming to the realization that their political class aren't fit for purpose, as we say?
It's hard to say, but the point is, in Germany, it's always like someone has to do the job, and I think being politician, it's only it's mostly the wrong people who want to do this job, and yeah, I hope there will be change, but I think we have to need at least one more generation.
Okay, thank you. Then there is a terrible disconnect between perhaps the political apparatus and the sensibility of the electorate. Thank you.
But it's not the political apparatus. It is this coalition.
Yeah,
absolutely. And in this coalition specifically, it is the elite of the Social Democratic Party with a few collaborators in the Green Party who can't decide as to how to live without power, and a few weaklings on one side of the Free Democrats who also want to stay in power because they know that after a barely not one election, but something which allowed them to do this coalition, this war will sweep them all away. They know it, they feel it, they get it.
Yes, you're quite right. Quite correct. I shouldn't have said the apparatus, rather the people who are particularly in power at this moment. Thank you.
Just wanted to point out, Axel just had the chance to really shit on the Greens, but he didn't, because yeah, he didn't.
Sorry, I was talking to a muted mic there. I was just saying that one of the unfortunate problems with the modern political systems is that sometimes they tend to attract precisely the wrong type of personalities to the highest leadership roles. But I think ranked choice voting might be a small solution towards that problem. And I guess I'm speaking more specifically to my own political system. Let's go to some more hands. I don't know if Walter or Francois were next.
Yeah, hi, this is Walter. Being a German, it makes me as furious as you guys to not have released the Wildcats. In this regard, I would like to know specifically how many Gepards have been brought to Ukraine and what have they done? I don't know any details about that. I'm waiting for the video. Thank you.
I haven't seen many videos of them in action. I have seen tweets talking about how they move quite a bit after dark, and they're seen on the roads frequently, and that they are pretty effective in maintaining an air defense.
Yeah, 24 Gepards have been active as of 6 days ago. A large part of them have been used as mobile, aggressively used actually, as mobile forward air defense in order to force Russian rotor as well as close air support fixed wing to the hard deck, where then man pads were waiting for them, thus denying Russian air capacity to interdict the approach of the Ukrainian armed forces and the fast pursuit of the Ukrainian armed forces in the Kharkiv Oblast. Part and parcel of their strategy was to pierce through the lines, and that requires mobile air defense. And the Gepards with their cannon are, in addition, very capable of providing fire support for advancing mechanized infantry. And in that regard, they have been exceptionally helpful. You could say that the Gepards, for the first time ever during the lifespan of this system, are doing for what they are useful. This is the perfect system currently for the way Ukraine advances. What it needs to be complemented with is more close air support, multi-role fighters, and of course, a whole barrage of Leopard tanks. Both Leopard 1s as recce tanks, as well as Leopard 2s, of course.
Perfect. Interesting. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, they're very successful in Ukraine, and the Ukrainian armed forces are extremely happy to have them.
That's especially interesting because there was a lot of skepticism about the munition issue, the ammo issue, and the fact that you can't just throw a weapon system into the battlefield without, especially with the Gepard. I think it has to be
yeah, it's not difficult.
Used in a
It's
combined
not
manner.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what the Ukrainians are good at. The Ukrainian armed forces have been extremely well trained in recent years on those levels. Combined armed forces with a lack of proper fixed wing close air support in large areas of, along the front face and in theater. Something they do exceptionally well. And you always have to remember the numbers. More than 36,000 officers, NCOs, and SOF staff of the Ukrainian armed forces have been trained by the Canadians alone in Operation Unifier within 7.5 years. 36,000 people who have been battle hardened, who were not just conscripts or anything. No, they had been battle hardened by facing off the invasion, the existing invasion of the Russian Federation in Donbass. They know what to do, they've been trained well, and they very much appreciate it. And contrary to the prevailing opinion of the peacetime peacenik, completely bereft of any fighting spirit in most of its parts, not all, some of them are very, very capable. Shout out to the commander of the multinational corps in Stettin. You know who you are. Otherwise, rather peacenik German Bundeswehr. You do not have to train everyone to bits and pieces. You have to train capable people to fight and win. The Germans have lost that spirit because they once applied it for the wrong cause.
I hear you. Thanks a lot for that.
Francois, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. I'm also speaking to you from Germany, as it turns out. I wanted to say three things, and one thing was about the mines that the journalist earlier mentioned. Fairly early in the war, I was my fiance happens to be from Eastern Ukraine, and so she's been following this far more granular detail than I have, really. And sometimes she shows me things. And one of the things she showed me was how the Russians had apparently designed, and it was the time when they were trying to take over Kharkiv Oblast, and they were throwing hundreds of specifically designed agricultural mines. So they would be throwing mines just to basically mine all the fields to make them unusable. Now, when you was saying earlier that these Russian mines were generally, dumb mines, but apparently there are few, specifically designed mines. Have you heard of these agricultural mines? That was my first remark. My second thing was about the why the Russian army is so corrupt and inefficient in so many ways. One of the explanations I heard was that one of the answers is the power structure within Russia. So you have the Siloviki, the former FSB or KGB people. That's the fraction around Putin, and you had the traditional organized crime and the thieves in law, well known, and you have the another part of the oligarchs, and then you have the Russian army, and all these factions are kind of were in the 90s were competing against each other, and eventually the Siloviki took over, really, and all of them have an interest, except the army itself, of course, in having a fairly obedient, subservient army, so not too powerful. So impressive enough to, create the impression outside of Russia being very powerful and well equipped, and that's why you have all these enormous parades and these heavily scripted, gigantic exercises time and again. On one hand, but towards the inside, not really a threat because, well, so rotten and inefficient, where the way you rise to the top is by being easily corrupted rather than being competent in your field. So you don't rise to the ranks by competency, but being competent in the activity of corruption and distributing spoils. And lastly, I was going to say something about the political class. Well, on my level here, I happen to have an acquaintance that just turned up just before the war started, and he was a guy who was in the SPD, and he wanted to create a new commission in the local party about national affairs. And I talked with him, and turns out that he was very much leaning towards a very conciliatory, if not, very much, Russia-friendly stance. And I decided, well, I'm going to try and sabotage this guy before institutionalizes this stance locally. And so I got in there, and a few months in, he managed to see to it that there's a more pro-Ukrainian stance prevailed, and he's now out of the picture. So I managed to do that, at least at the local level. And my feeling is, from being involved more politically lately because of that, is that basically we basically have a fair weather government and a fair weather personnel, and there are two ensconced in the way the world was in the 90s, where there was no particular perceived threat coming from the east, and that now there is its actual threat that has realized itself, and it is that you do have to actually take a stand. They're incapable of taking the stand, and that's why you have a strong disconnect between. Well, yes, it is an active threat, and there is this incapacity of thinking of, of actually thinking of how can we make this the country, even the infrastructure of the country, more battle ready, if you will, in case it gets really out of control, and all of a sudden NATO and Germany with it would be drawn into it. And I know that so a few months ago, I had this was a conference call with an official in the defense ministry, I think, or the interior ministry, was it? In the defense ministry. And what he was saying is that they were thinking about how to rebuild the civil defense systems across the country, across Germany, which were mostly dismantled in the 90s. And the problem they were encountering was, of course, it cost a lot of money. And as soon as you start talking about civil defense, some people immediately see it as like, unnecessary, creating unnecessary panic.
Yeah,
Francois,
let's get to the point. Let's get to the point. What's the question? What's the suggestion? How to remedy this?
Well,
Very
how to
briefly,
remedy?
we have 7 requests outstanding. 14.
Okay.
Let's be precise.
I understand. How to
Wir machen
remedy?
das ganz einfach, ganz kurz
Yeah.
und knapp.
Yeah. How to remedy this is really. It has to be in Germany. Has to be. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know how to remedy this.
I think Germany needs to recognize that providing material aid for Ukraine in the form of weapons that Ukraine can use to defend itself and forestall a larger ambition towards attacking all of Europe is in German interests and does not put Germany itself at any risk of coming into direct conflict with anyone.
Right, and indeed, what I would say in that particular line of thought is that a lot of Germans have only started absorbing the idea that being the economically most powerful country in Western Europe, they also have a responsibility in terms of actual defense, and I mean hard power. And that is something that is a rather unfamiliar spot to be in.
Power comes with responsibility. What a surprise!
Yeah, exactly. What a surprise! But that's something that would be much more French people. Well, I originally come from France. In France, that's a position where France feels fairly comfortable in a position of military leadership. Germans do not. Because they do not have the
Americans
background.
Win a war, so it's fine.
Yes, but there's also there's also a false French consciousness of having won, because, well, as you said, you had the Americans, you had the British, and so on and so forth. But it's also a more much more not as hostile an attitude towards using military power as there is in Germany. That was, that has.
Fully agreed, Francois. It's a very good point. It's a very good point. Let's put a pin in this.
Okay,
stay with us. Don't go away. No. Put a pin in this. Don't go away. Let's go to Charles, and then we go to name on the trophy. Charles.
Yeah, sorry. I'll keep this short. I don't want to belabor the Germany point. First of all, I'd like to highlight.
I'm delighted, Charles. I'm delighted, because if we go further into this topic at 1:15 in the morning, my North American friends will explode.
I understand. I just recommend that you and maybe Bionada check the Heute Journal today. So the chairwoman of the FDP Defense Committee,
Agnes Strack-Zimmermann.
Yeah, excuse me.
Agnes,
I
I love
really
Agnes.
long name. Yeah. She gave a great interview today in the Heute Journal. Very good questions directly at that, and I expected that Habeck and Baerbock and Scholz would probably have to answer tomorrow. That's my only point.
What Axel doesn't know is we have the really spicy Germany conversations at 4:15 Estonia time while he's fast asleep.
Name on the trophy, please.
Good morning, I guess, for you, Axel. How are you? Okay.
Absolutely fantastic. About to go to bed with a glass of red wine prior.
So
no problem. With some Germans available, I thought, please feel free to shut this down because it's not the nicest of topics. But let me say that a collection of dentures or dental implants were found, and then in short order after, a German publication found a dentist whose cupboard they were taken from. And I just wondered sort of what any thoughts on were with that, or as language would say, sort of extraordinary claims need extraordinary proof. And I just thought there's an awful lot to unpack there. So I just sort of see what people's thoughts may be in relation to.
It's not a matter of thoughts. It's not a matter of thoughts. The dental, this plastic box is part of a wider picture, and this picture does exist, taken by the SBU and the ZSU. And it's part of what they found, and not because these were old dental implants. On the contrary, these were dental implants which still had blood on them. All right? And this so-called dentist, somebody has a hot mic here. Brian, if you're shutting down doors there, please, thank you, much appreciated. These dental implants did not belong to the person the German Bild-Zeitung projected them. And there's a number of people we know rather well in Ukraine who are rather aghast and have, by the way, as our friend Charles has highlighted, made this very clear earlier today, also in the meeting with Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, just for the fun of it. So, and if you want to highlight this further, my colleague and friend Artois was the one who, as one of the very first ones, actually pulled this out and published this. And I then promoted this further a few minutes later, having spoken to him, because I want to make this very clear, and then sent a message both via Twitter as well as then personally, and by a more direct conversation and communication to people in Berlin to make very clear that Germany has a moral duty to act. And you can find this. I hate doing this because it's the first time I've done it. This is the last time I'm going to do it, to highlight that something on my, what you call all seemingly in social media use, which I have never really used well or comprehensively. As Colby knows, I'm a complete novice to this Twitter thing, with one exception, that I have a Twitter account since what, God knows when, 2000, I'm not quite sure, 10 or 11, whatever, it doesn't matter, which I took at that point in time because I wanted to be in contact with friends of mine who were currently in Oslo. And later, I used it for my football club. I probably had about 25 followers, and I don't know how, maybe 50 to 100 tweets in my life. All right? I couldn't care bloody less about social media because there's no relevance for me otherwise. The only reason why I'm here and highlighting that this is on my timeline, because it matters. If the same shame of atrocity, which we've seen in many concentration camps, where German Nazis killed people, drew out, so to say, the last valuable resource they could identify in their silly minds. And then, by the way, much of that Zahngold, as the Germans called it, sold to counterparts in Switzerland, or banked it there, or put it in deposit boxes. If we have to face this again in 2022, if this is not enough to convince this stubborn man from Lower Saxony, who believes that he should be the chancellor and therefore the leader of a free democratic Germany, which is indebted to the United States and the Allies for its freedom, which has a moral obligation to do the right thing for the German nation for the first time in, 110 years, then yes, I can recommend my timeline. Please have a look at it. Please retweet. And not for me, but for the Ukrainians who fight those bastards.
It's in the nest.
Thank you, Axel. I absolutely agree. I had no reason to doubt the originality of what was posted, and Artois, it's got his finger on the pulse, and I fully believed it. Sort of how quickly the article came out and how convenient it was. Probably could write a PhD thesis on, if I'm honest, rather than have the opportunity to speak about it in a Twitter space. But it seemed too convenient, too quick. And I think it's difficult to even comprehend, but it provides cover for the inaction of the German government is where I'm going with this. I'm not sure how close ties that publication has with that government, but it did seem a little bit of a sort of something you'd expect to see from Russia or not from Germany, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's a Bild-Zeitung. We have a slogan for the Bild-Zeitung. It's Bild-Zeitung, big serial killing. Bild was the first who spoke to the victim. So this is this paper is basically just interested in a big story and money. I think we had 1 or 2 years ago where they just fired their big chief auditor. Yeah.
Leonardo, let's move away from this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
move
park
away from
Germany.
this.
It's
better.
1:23 a.m. Estonia. It is 23 minutes past midnight. Let's focus on how to win the war, and how our North American friends and our British friends who are in different time zones can assist us in utilizing their classic composition, their predisposition for pragmatism, to help Europe sort out its shit. Colby,
Well
please
said,
help.
Axel. Well said, Axel. I just want to say thank you for your words on that topic and answering my question. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Name on the trophy, always with pleasure. Thank you. Colby, please help us.
I can attest to the fact that last night after Axel went to bed and was soundly asleep, that I went on a lengthy rant about Russian weaponization of energy policy against Germany and the West more broadly. So certainly, as Ryan said, the spiciness comes out after he's gone to sleep. So please do not subject him to this any further.
I love you, mate.
Just as he's falling off to sleep, somebody brings up a topic, and I just imagine Axel's eyeballs popping back awake and him coming off mute to properly referee the discussion. Axel, if you want to step down to listener just so you can resist the urge.
I was just about to say, thank you very much. Good night and good luck.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Axel, free the leopards.
Free the leopards. I personally think one way to remedy this German fence sitting would be for American energy companies to be offered an opportunity to offer some kind of long-term delivery contracts to Germany to supplant this god-awful Russian gas that they can no longer receive through most of the Nord Stream infrastructure, and hopefully convince them to release the leopards. That may be a little pie in the sky, but
Germany doesn't even have their own LNG terminals online yet, do they?
no, they have floating regasification facility. There's a LNG compression side, and then there's an LNG decompression side. So you want lots of compressors and insulation, pumping it into the ships, and then you get it over and try to slowly move it back up to a more ambient temperature. but I think the receiving side can be brought in on a floating terminal, so to speak, and fed into some of the Nord Stream 2 infrastructure. I don't know who is next on the hand order. Dylan, go ahead.
Thank you. Not that long ago, in fact, it's very close to the memory. In 1940, my grandfather went into battle to carry a radio into forward observation posts to the front lines, or thereabouts, clearly. He was decorated with the military medal for his bravery. And yet, when after the war I asked him, hey, Grampy, what do you want to be? What did you want to be during that time? He said, well, I wanted to be a physiotherapist. And it struck me that the sacrifice that one must make for pushing away the devil that comes to your door is immense. And that is both the responsibility, well, of the Ukrainians who are doing it now, but also of the Russians to eschew it. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, there are so many sacrifices made past in history. And we can, I think, reasonably find analogues to them now, that none of us should stand idle. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. I think that is the overwhelming obviousness of who's right and who is wrong in this genocidal invasion of Ukraine is what's drawn such a broad spectrum of volunteers here to the Maria Report, and a broad spectrum of listeners as well. It's the same thing that has Muslims and observant Jews sitting together in foxholes fighting against Russian shelling with AK-47s or AK-74s. It overcomes all minor political or religious or cultural differences, and Russia gambled on the fact that Russian-speaking Ukrainians would somehow think that Russia was their defender while they were actively shelling Russian-speaking cities in Ukraine, and their strategic gamble on how this would all fall into their hands within 3 days or a week has blown up in their face. And I hope Ukraine can keep up the momentum they've gotten started right now, and this thing can be ended much sooner than it was expected.
Yes, thank you very much. And that's precisely the point, that all of us who had once wished to be chefs, saints, or musicians after Auden, now their lives are absolutely transformed, and we must support them in that transformation.
Absolutely. Nina, go ahead, and then Bionate.
Thank you, Ryan. I actually have something that is really rubbing me the wrong way all evening, and I need to get it out from my system. There was a discussion today earlier about 700,000 Russians escaping their country. And there were many points made, but it depends where you are in the world, how you see the thing. If you are in America, the threat is and the like not only the threat, but let's say it doesn't touch you so much if you are, for example, in America, Australia, somewhere far. But if you have a border to Russia, it's completely different thing. And we have actually had, I don't know how many thousands, tens of thousands Russians coming in since the war began, and it's a disgrace that we couldn't get it faster, closed the border. And I actually looked up, and there were only a few, maybe 20, 30 asylum like applications, which means that it doesn't mean that all these Russians came to Finland and stayed here. They actually could have gone somewhere else in Europe, just coming through Finland. But the thing is that we already have here 80,000 Russians, and what I have seen, it is not a pretty sight, because the majority are still supporting Putin, and they have had like demonstrations in Helsinki with their Russian flags and counter demonstrations, of course. But this is not, I don't want them in my country. And if you live in America, you will not have this problem. You might get a few, I don't know if you get them in your country at all. But I just needed to say this, that as a Finnish person with the history of what we have had with Russia, it's like fucking not only annoying, but it's also scary because of what I have experienced for the past 2 weeks here.
It's stressful.
Yes, it's really stressful, and I can't go anywhere. If I go to Helsinki, I bump into them in the metro, in the malls, everywhere.
Well, get Saint Javelin shirt and wear it every time you go out.
Well, it would
Maybe
be good.
something with a little NAFO fella on it.
Yeah, I should put
That's
some
what
color.
airmen do.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit cool to get just in a t-shirt. Winter is coming, but
Okay, well, they have
but
hoodies. Get an Atacams hoodie that says safety through superior firepower, or peace through superior firepower, with a HIMARS on the front of it and two fellas looking out.
I don't know if you heard what I told, what happened to me last week, but I had like a really uncomfortable meeting with a Russian guy bullying me.
I did not hear that. But do we need to get Nina a bodyguard?
Well, I could use one because I am pretty active and I don't know if somebody will come and knock on my door soon.
I don't think you have anything to worry about in that respect, Nina. They're not going to find you. They're way too busy trying to figure out what is going on while they're getting their asses kicked in Ukraine.
Thank you for listening and for understanding. Thank you.
Anytime. I'm always glad to see you on. I'm eager to see Oscar from Odessa soon. I know she got a new fella, and I wanted to talk to her about her new avatar. She's been recruited. Bionade, go ahead.
Yeah, Nina, I had a question for you because today I saw a post from a I think a Finnish fella about the Finnish media and the perception of the whole Gazprom the whole Nord Stream 2 story and everything, and the whole perception of Olaf Scholz and Germany in kind of this role. And I did some research about all of that and realized a few weeks ago that the Finnish government at some point, and especially some Finnish companies, were also involved in Nord Stream. Is this public knowledge in this course? Do you know that, or is it a thing which is not really discussed in the Finnish media when they talk about the whole Nord Stream 2 thing?
No, I think I didn't really understand what you asked. Can you formulate it really for a Finnish person?
for a Finnish person. Okay. So Finnish media talks in last time really much about Nord Stream and Germany, and it's not a good thing and everything. But in this discussion, is there also mentioned that actually the Finnish government and the Finnish company was really much involved in building Nord Stream 2 and maintaining it?
Yes, we know about it, and we are now 360 degrees, not 180 degrees, against this, and we are not getting any.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Only interested if there's a discourse or if it's like sometimes I see it in our media. It's only one-sided journalism.
Yes, and unfortunately, some of the media are using sources like Reuters or RIA Novosti or even TASS, and I have been going after these media. I have been commenting them pretty harshly because of using such sources, which is really lazy journalism and not really even journalism.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Adakams, go ahead.
Hi, Ryan. I just wanted to thank you and Kobe, and I'm a longtime listener. I miss the late night sessions with Kobe and Gary, and I just wanted to tell you guys that I really appreciate you in this space, and even all the listeners for caring about Ukraine. And I will call my representatives every day and do whatever I have to do for Ukraine. I have to admit I had funny looks walking around in Los Angeles with the Slava Ukraini shirt last weekend, but I don't care because it's a genocide and we need to do everything in our power to end this and help all the Ukrainians, not just now and when this is over, because the trauma that they have collectively undergone during this is going to be, lifelong. Like I have patients that come in that still have the numbers tattooed on their arms from the concentration camps, and we're going to have to continue to love on these people and help them for our whole lifetime. So I just wanted to thank everybody for caring enough and listening and spending their time in this space.
Thank you. I deeply miss the late nights with Perry as well. So thank you for that.
Ryan, are you sleeping?
Hello, may I ask a question?
Ask me.
Yeah, just shoot. Ryan is
Sure,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you.
It's the dog's out.
Thank you. So, given the potential of a new alliance amongst the Baltic states, I use that term loosely. I mean, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, essentially. I mean, what kind of political responses, or even what kind of political apparatus might we see come into place as a response to, for example, the slight non-interest of Germany and other countries? I mean, essentially what I'm asking is, now that the tragedy of Ukraine, the tragedy of Ukraine has shown us that the Baltic states must react in a certain way. Will they? Will there be some kind of political alliance? And then how do those sort of alliances perhaps factor in a geopolitical way in terms of, say, with Germany, etc.? Thank you.
If you are asking me, we have a very tight. We lost Ryan. We have a very tight, cooperation with the Baltic states and Sweden and Norway, and of course Denmark, the whole and the Baltic states, yes. And actually, it was it yesterday or the day before? Our president Niinistö went to Estonia to meet the Estonian president, and we are cooperating like really tightly right now. And there are only Hungary and Turkey which have not ratified our NATO application, which is not anything like surprising. But when we are in NATO, which will happen sooner or later, we are going to be like, we have this NATO lake, the Baltic Sea, and we are going to be really strong. And I think that Germany has just showed that it's not very strong right now, and it's been depending on Russia so much that it is losing actually industries, because the gas prices and all this. So because Olaf Scholz is not actually be doing the responsible thing, which is free the Leopards, and so we are not happy with Germany. And also we are, at least if I'm talking about myself, I'm a little bit worried about Italy and Austria and also France. So I think there is like a shift in power. I think it's going to be more in the East, Eastern Europe. This is my my hunch.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Nina, Athena. I think that's really those are really good points. So I appreciate that.
Sorry for disappearing and coming back. I had an unexpected app crash, and that's why I don't manage any host phones.
Ryan, I took over.
You did great, Nina. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we let the dogs out.
Yeah, it was an absolute madhouse when I got back in here, as Yehuda would say. I think Mark was next, and then Erland.
It's still a madhouse.
Yes. Hi, Ryan. Thank you. I have a military question and also a contrarian view on the Russian visa issue that may stir things up a bit, but my intent is not to stir things up. But first with the military question, and I know maybe, hopefully there's somebody here that's very experienced in military that can answer this, or maybe it was discussed before, but I missed it. But it's a question that I've had for a couple of weeks now, and that is, we've heard a lot of discussion as far as the winter weather is concerned. This morning, I just happened to see a video of a Russian tank pulling out of a forested area, firing 3 or 4 shots, rounds, and then retreating back to the forested area. So, especially in this day where drones are making such a big impact in the field, how do you camouflage tanks and ATACMS and a lot of these military vehicles once the foliage disappears from the forest that the Ukrainians have used really well to again camouflage their equipment? Is there a strategy for camouflaging, or does that make a whole different set of strategies now that it's not very easy to hide your equipment?
Well, there was a Wall Street Journal correspondent who managed to get to tag along with some ATACMS unit in Ukraine just a week or so ago, and it appeared to me that they were utilizing some camouflage netting and just the general mobility of those vehicles to keep them not in any one place for too long of a period of time, so they're gone before any coordinates can be communicated.
Yeah.
Often what you're going to do is, and there are units out there and equipment that when they use the cam netting and they start using the local foliage, it looks like a hill. They can make a tank look like a hill. They can look like make an artillery unit or a regiment look like a bunch of little mounds. However, with modern drone technology, it's becoming more and more difficult to camouflage because it takes time. Like you're in position, it takes time for all the troopies to go out there and get local foliage. You can't disturb the ground too much. You don't know if the area is mined. There's a lot of factors that play into that when you're using cam and concealment. Most often what you're doing is you're throwing your cam nets up to deny the enemy what is underneath. Like they know something's there, but they don't know what it is. I'm sure Colby's going to want to opine on that.
Well, with regard to ATACMS, or HIMARS specifically, the biggest protection of HIMARS is its range. So because it outranges all of the artillery systems that Russia has, it's very difficult for them to retaliate. So their options are 2. They can either attempt to hit it with a ballistic missile, or they can attempt to destroy it with an air asset. And targeting it with a ballistic missile is problematic because that takes time. First, you have to identify the target site, and then a ballistic missile, which is going to be further away in most cases, has to be launched to destroy it. And the time it takes to identify and acquire and mark the location and then transmit that information back to Russian missile troops, that is going to be way longer than the time it takes for Ukraine to conduct their fire mission and then relocate the HIMARS unit. So that's not really a practical solution for Russia. So that leaves them with air assets. So they either have to use fixed wing aircraft or they have to use rotary wing aircraft or drones. And we've seen very, very little combat air patrols out of Russian aircraft. They're not out there actively looking. They're not making very many incursions over Ukrainian controlled territory. And when they do, in a lot of cases, they're getting shot down because Ukrainian air defenses have been fairly effective. And they continue to grow stronger as more and more assets are transferred over to them. So that's not really working. The helicopters even more vulnerable than fixed wing aircraft because they're flying lower, so they're vulnerable to a much broader spectrum of threats than aircraft are. And Russian helicopters have taken a tremendous beating. So that kind of leaves drones, which are the most practical solution to this problem. But then again, Russia has limited inventory, and there are countermeasures against drones as well. So Russia doesn't have a whole lot of good solutions to deal with HIMARS. With regard to camouflage specifically, as Balamu said, if the terrain is permissive, you can really hide a lot of vehicles, even large Western MBTs, very effectively if the terrain permits that. If there's heavy foliage or just the way the elevation is, and you have time to set up a prepared position and get the vehicle properly camouflaged. I know maybe during the beginning of the war, or before the war, there were some videos floating around showing NATO training that was being conducted either in Finland or Estonia, I think, and they had a Leopard camouflaged in like off in the low ground in like a ditch off the side of a road in a very heavily wooded area, and you could not see this Leopard. And this is a massive, almost 70-ton Western main battle tank, and the thing was almost invisible, basically. Like it was not easy to spot. So they can do a lot with camouflage, but as you said correctly, the winter introduces new challenges because trees lose their leaves unless we're dealing with like pine forests, the things that don't was it coniferous or deciduous? I failed science. I can't remember which. But especially in the terrain in Ukraine and the south here, it's more farmland and steppe. It's pretty open. That's obviously a big challenge. That makes it very difficult to camouflage things, especially from the air. And drones certainly have introduced a whole new dimension that makes this very complicated because it's hard to hide things when you have so many drones and just commercial grade drones that are being used very innovatively now to conduct reconnaissance. It's hard to hide from those things. So you can have your winter camouflage, you can put your white paint on your vehicles, but ultimately, especially with things like thermal imaging on more sophisticated drones, it is not easy to hide in wintertime, especially in open terrain. You basically can't. You can do your best, but especially if you're on the move, there's no hiding. You just basically have to hope that you're moving quick enough and that you're not going to be an easy target, and you have to have swift, violent action. Is going to be your best friend. Staying mobile is the best insurance that you're not going to be an easy target.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kobe and Battle Moose. I appreciate that. Ryan, can I ask a second unrelated question in regards to the Russian immigrants?
Sure.
Yeah, well, it's not really a question, it's a comment, and I know it's going to be a bit controversial, but I'll just make my point, just 3 very quick points. And I've heard what Nina said about what she's experiencing, and this is not meant to dismiss that all. If the Russian immigrants that are being, and it sounds like they are disruptive, fine, shut the borders. But for every young man that, say, flees south through Azerbaijan or Georgia or whatever it is, that's one less young man that would be conscripted or possibly die. So that's a plus. Any one of those that leave the country. The second point is I don't know how to say it tactfully, but I've heard a lot of people say, well, Russians should stay in their country and they should protest. And understand that when the war started, there were a lot of mass protests in Russia, lots of them, until Putin clamped down. Now, if I'm a parent of some children in Russia, or I'm taking care of my parents in Russia, and I face being sent to a gulag or who knows where for a few years, I would really second guess whether I'm gonna stick my neck out knowing that the clampdown is almost immediate there. So I don't know. It just seems easy for people to say, hey, well, they should protest when to me,
well, put yourself in Ukrainian shoes in 2014 in the Maidan Square when there were kids like Roman Ratuzhny sleeping out there in tents, and some of Yanukovych's police came and beat them all with nightsticks, some of them severely, and they could have all just cowered and gone back to their houses and said, I'm not going to stick my neck out. I don't care about Ukraine. It can keep being a kleptocratic vassal state of Russia. And instead they said, hell no, and went out and demanded justice for their children. And they fought and protested for so long that they ended up having to use trash can lids against sniper rifles, but they succeeded nonetheless. And that desire for democracy and self-rule is something that can't be inserted from the outside. The desire for freedom, like we're seeing in places like Iran, cannot be inserted from the outside. It comes from within, and from people being tired and fed up with status quo and living under a corrupt state that doesn't take care of its citizenry. And some people have a desire to push back against that. And I totally understand the learned helplessness perspective, but I don't think it's being unfair to criticize Russians who choose to cross a border instead of fight for the respect of their country and their own namesake. If you want to be a draft dodger because you don't agree with the war that the kleptocrat has started, fine. But I don't think those people are deserving of any respect or admiration when I see what Ukrainians did to cast off the yoke of Putin 8 years ago.
Sure, Ryan. I understand that, and I admire immensely the 200,000 up to 200 million Maidan protesters. I guess the point I'm taking is those protesters were there protesting for weeks and months on end before there were repercussions.
Well, and Red Square has been filled up before when the Soviet Union fell, and they haven't managed to muster that kind of
well, they have.
Inherent willpower in decades now.
When the war started, if you look, there's plenty of videos out of mass protests taking place in St. Petersburg, Moscow, in other cities throughout Russia. So the protests were there. It was the clampdown. And this will be kind of like my final point, is the repercussion in Russia is more immediate. And who knows what happens to these people. So to me, it would be almost akin to going back to World War II in Germany when the war was starting up, and the repressive Nazi government there and some people just wanted to flee because they didn't like seeing what was going on, and us telling those people, no, you got to stay in Germany and protest.
If you're not
Knowing
a partisan or a dissident, you're complicit.
Well, I
The-
don't.
The protests in Iran are being suppressed far more violently than anything that Russia has done to its people so far. Far more violently. This is objectively true. And yet the people in Iran continue to protest in larger numbers than any Russians have ever protested. This is objectively true. The protests in Russia were very minor in comparison to what we're seeing in Iran right now. And the Iranian regime is repressing those protests with far more widespread violence than has happened in Russia. And the protests in Iran are continue to be far more widespread and far larger. So the fact of the matter is that the people in Russia are just not willing to risk themselves for the cause of Ukraine or for the cause of their own country. The average Russian is obviously not happy with, their life, I would imagine. It's a pretty miserable existence in Russia, but they're not willing to do anything to change it. They just aren't. And that's a very stark contrast to the risks that people in Iran are taking and the risks that people in Ukraine have been taking for the past 8 years.
Do you think that's more of a function of possibly Russia being more of a police state and the consequences are immediate? I know I've seen dozens
No,
of
I
videos in
just
Russia.
said that. No, I just said that the protests in Iran are being suppressed with more violence than they were in Russia. This is objectively true. The Russian police, I do not believe so far, have utilized live ammunition to disperse protesters in Russia. I don't think that's happened. They've sent people in there to beat them up and arrest them. In Iran, the security forces are gunning people down in the streets. Iran is a far more authoritarian country than Russia is.
Yeah, but in Russia, I understand that. I mean, I've seen that also. It just seems like in Russia, I mean, if you go outside and protest, you hold up a sign, you immediately have six of these thugs come haul you off, and who knows where they take you and how long they're gone.
And that doesn't happen in Iran?
I'm sorry?
That doesn't happen in Iran?
Well, I don't think. Well, how can I say it? It's all kind
In
of
Iran, they shoot you.
If I could just finish, I mean, I've seen the protests in Iran, and I agree there's violence used to suppress it. But I also see thousands of protesters protesting there, and I don't see the violence. So it seems like the violence is sporadic. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't.
Because it's more widespread, and the regime so
Yeah.
far has not committed to crushing it in its entirety because the Iranian people are just more willing to fight and the Russian people aren't. It's very easy for the Russian state to quickly and quietly suppress protests that are very small in size and scope. It's very difficult when you have an entire country like you have in Iran rising up. It's much more difficult to suppress it. That's why in Russia they can just do it quietly, because the Russian state knows that very few people are going to rise up and protest, because the majority of Russian people are just apathetic at best, or complicit and very happy with what's going on.
Yeah, well, actually, that's a good point, Colby. I appreciate that. When you have masses and masses of people like in Iran, it's harder to control that as opposed to Russia, where you don't have that. But okay, point taken. I made my point, and I appreciate given the opportunity to make it. Thank you.
Mikola, go ahead.
Good night, everyone. I actually was one of the protesters during 2014 revolution. So I was living in Ukraine, in Kiev at the time, and I was finishing my 11th form. And I've actually seen people being shot in the streets and everything. And one thing I can tell you straight away, that the protest escalation that were happening in Ukraine, even though you were mentioning that the protests were happening for a long time and the escalation occurred, the escalation after that was momentous. So we are talking about within a week, people being shot down, people being beaten, people were taken to unknown places, and just kind of we still don't know some of the people who got lost. That was kind of the escalation that happened after the students were beaten and people went on the streets, and that's what you need to know. Moreover, you need to know that at that time, even President Yanukovych was actually in Kiev specifically. There was a curfew time as well, because we had Titushkas, working on the streets and trying to beat people. We had snipers standing on the, kind of on the top of buildings and everything. And I think that's what you should know. Moreover, you should kind of remember that in Russia, although you had protests, right? For example, you had the protests in 2012, even 2010, right? Before that. So we're talking even before the occupation of Crimea and so on. We had the standing on Bolotna Street. And that's what you should know. So the Russians were protesting at the time and so on. And they had the power at a certain point. But when their leader at the time was killed, and we are talking about the Nemtsov, everything went down. And I think that's what we actually should be talking about right now in Russia, that not only the people are not willing to sacrifice their own sake to help others, but we don't really see a leader who's with the common sense, because obviously we know about Navalny, but Navalny going to prison for the sake of proving the point that, hey guys, I'm going to go to prison, is actually rubbish opposition. And seeing all other opposition leaders like Katz and everyone else just sitting in Israel or somewhere else is a joke. And that's what we should kind of focus right now. That not only people, but there is no actually a leader who can lead those people, and that's what matters too.
I think that's a very important point. Bionate, I believe you were next, and then Erland. Oh, Erland was next. Sorry.
Thank you. Well, yeah, there was a lot of very important comments there, and I have one comment and one question. Comment is that there is a Russian saying. I think it's Bezrazhlitsnya, or something like that. That which is basically that it's explaining why something is like how it is. It's like it just means indifference or apathy, and it's basically how people explain why, for instance, there is corruption, why things are not working, etc. And this is an attitude that I've learned by Russians who are living abroad, who are trying to explain why things are how they are, and this explains why their will to change, even if they wanted to change, isn't that strong. It's just that's how it is. That's they give up, and it's also something that you see when the Stalin regime was pushing everyone into their death by absolutely stupid war tactics. They could have won against Germany without sacrificing all those people, but they just preferred to die instead of protesting how the regime was working. So that's at least my point on that protest issue. My question, though, is that I don't know if it's been discussed, but there is a big chance that President Zelensky might be pronounced tomorrow here in Oslo by the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, as the winner. And I wonder how people feel about that. There are, it's a bit strange, but at the same time also very understanding if he gets it. There's another few candidates like Tikhanovskaya and Navalny. I believe Navalny obviously does not deserve the Nobel Peace Prize, as his comments on Ukraine has been rather ambiguous. But what do you guys think about? How do you guys feel about possibility that Zelensky might win the Nobel Peace Prize?
I think he's done more to earn it than Barack Obama did, and I'll leave it at that. I would definitely say he could be categorized as the leader of the free world right now. And I'll leave it at that again.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, that's if like the guy, don't like the guy, and there are a lot of Ukrainians that don't like him. That's one hell of a journey. Like Steven Spielberg better do his autobiography. When they adapt it to film, because that is one heck of a story that he has. Coming up, basically playing the microcosm of what he is, the vision of what he is today. And it's art imitating life, life imitating art. It blows my mind.
My only
Absolutely.
concern about this is that the Nobel Peace Prize was used politically, in my opinion. When Obama got it, it was kind of a way someone that were at the committee that time thought they could persuade Obama to be something that he didn't end up as being. And I'm a bit concerned that that might happen again, and that it could have some percussion, bad percussions in Europe.
I think. Go ahead, Moose.
So okay. I was going to say, like, the Nobel Peace Prize is oxymoron unto itself. Like, it's the funding from to this day of the Nobel Peace Prize comes from TNT, which
Dynamite.
is currently raining down and causing destruction all over Ukraine.
Well, and that's why I think the most apropos application of the $1 million that goes along with winning a Nobel Prize should be to purchase weapons and equipment for Ukraine. And I presume Zelensky would immediately do that with the money he receives. I don't know whether he'll get it or not. I don't want to speculate. It's none of my business. If he got it, I would be proud that it was awarded to somebody like him. If he doesn't, I've got more important things to focus on. Mikola, go ahead. Then we can go to Bionade, Robert, and Fella.
I think I will skip it to them, and then I will comment on the previous comments. So, Robert, go ahead.
So, yeah, it was actually a question to Mikola. I had, colleagues in study visiting us here in Germany in 2015. They were studying in Kiev. They were from Pereyaslav, and they also told me about the Maidan and the stories. And do you have the number at hand? How many people are still missing?
So at the beginning of the Maidan, we had around 2 people who we couldn't find at all. So we are talking, I wouldn't find their names right now, but it was a man who was later found to be dead, and he was found. And then there was another man who we couldn't find, and I don't unfortunately remember their names. But yeah, the reason for that is because at the beginning of the of everything, the British, how it was evolving, basically they were taken to forest and tortured there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard that where over hundreds of people were missing and unaccounted for, which were not found because the really police cars bringing the people in the woods, and no one has seen them again. And yeah, there was nervous shooting and everything. It was really if you've seen maybe video footage to every listener from it, yes, big burning stacks of car tires and everything. It has a reason, because people were really shooting with snipers on demonstrants. Yeah, and this is nothing what we see, for example, in Russia. I don't know how many dead people do we have in Russia, besides the one recruitment officer which was shot. I don't know. I don't see any protests there.
To be honest with you, none of the protesters were actually shot in Russia. Even during the Bolotyn protest, basically people, even if they were shot, they were at the beginning. I think they used the rubber bullets, but there was only one person, and most of the people were actually detained. And frankly, and I think that's quite important to mention, that at the peak of the protest, nobody even dared to touch those people because of a simple reason. There was too many people to detain. So they waited until those crowds would gradually try to go home. They blocked the underground stations, and gradually those people were detained. So we're not talking about detention of all the people. We're talking about the kind of dissolvement of the crowd, and then yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Robert, go ahead.
Just get a radio check.
You're a little.
All right, I'll try to speak up here. I don't want to take us backwards, so I'll just try to make this quick because I came up when the Iran thing, the comparisons were happening. The one thing that I didn't hear mentioned was that I think Iran still has a generation or part of a generation that remembers what freedom was like, and Russia doesn't. And that's also why I don't care if I don't care about the people leaving Russia. I don't want them here because they have to go back and fix their own mess. I'm a history guy. I like that stuff. You don't see democracy. I think somebody said it before. You don't see it injected into a society. It has to happen naturally. They have no idea what it's like to live, grow up in a democratic society, in a free society. So yeah, they need to go back and fix their own stuff. And I just hope that I hope we hear better news about Iran soon. And also, just on a selfish note, if anybody here is into American naval history, I'm a fellow forger, and I'm looking for pictures of World War II officer Navy uniforms. If anybody can help me out with that, that'd be cool. Otherwise, thanks a lot, guys. I really love you guys.
The National Archives website should probably have plenty of examples for you.
10-4. Thanks, Ryan.
It's not very user friendly as an interface. But
What government entity is, right?
Exactly.
If you want some Royal Navy stuff, go ask Gunny, because he was there in World War II.
Yeah, anything pointy hat Russian, Axel has copious amounts of. His enlistment photos or something else. If I said pointy hat Russian, I meant pointy hat German.
That picture of him climbing into the cloth wing biplane?
Yeah, that was impressive. I can't imagine what it was like to meet the Wright brothers, but fella, go ahead, and then Mikola.
Yeah, I was get a mic check real quick because it's not updating who's talking for me. Can y'all hear me?
Good. Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you clear.
Yeah, quick follow up. It was originally on the gentleman that was, I guess, feeling sorry for the cowards running away from Russia and comparing it to Iran. Robert hit that nail pretty well on the head. There's still a living generation in Iran that remembers what being a more or less normal country was like. and freedom. The other difference when Iranians protest and when Russians protest, the Iranians are willing to do what's necessary. And I'm sure how far I want to go with this on Twitter, but when you outnumber the cops and they're beating you, you might want to make the cops not feel very safe for their job occupation. And that's called doing what's necessary. And for whatever reason, the Russians are too cowardly to do that.
Yeah.
Iran also has a much younger demographic. You know, they have a very large teenage to the 30s population. Well, compared to Russia, Russia's like an inverse pyramid with its demographics. It's if you ever study demographics, they're lack of breeding their way out of a society.
Yeah, they're a self-solving problem, no doubt. Their demographics pyramid looks like trash, and that's, I guess the one upside about them is in, another 20 years, we really don't have to care about them much longer. And Chinese are basically headed the same way.
It's no coincidence that people don't want to have children and families in these societies. Athena was next, and then Mikola.
Just real quick.
Go ahead.
What Olaf doing?
Not releasing the gepards and the leopards. You got me there, Nina. I don't know all of your Twitter accounts, but I'm glad you're here with us. Mikola, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about actually the protests, the thesis that the Russians didn't actually experience freedom. Well, we should remember that the USSR actually broke with the process. That's why it ended kind of at the end of a 20th century, right? And we should remember that the protests from 2011 to 2013, they were happening, and they were quite big, and they were before even Ukrainian war. So Russians did experience freedom, as they know. Also, we should remember that Russians had the wars in Chechnya and Georgia, and they didn't participate in the protest against those. And that's what tells you about the society, which doesn't really care about its external policy, but it cares about its internal policies. And the internal policies are about the freedom of speech and everything for their own Russian sake, not about the protests, about the wars that were happening. It's more about how Russians feel inside the country and whether they want to kind of have the freedoms. And what we're seeing right now is that Russians kind of are deteriorating in this sense. They don't really care about that freedom anymore as they used to, and there has to be some kind of a deeper, I don't know, reason for that. And that's probably we could try to discuss. Yeah.
Bahram, go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm Iranian American, and I have been supporting Ukrainian people for a long time. Very familiar with the situation. My father was a delegate by the Shah, went to Soviet Union and went to Ukraine, and he always told me how even the officials under the Soviet Union, Ukrainian officials, pulled him aside and told him how much they hate the Soviet Union. So that's why I'm very interested. And I just want to give you some idea about the type of torture and murder is happening in Iran, because I heard you discuss that. It's no context. I think Ukraine is worse. Putin, what he's doing in Ukraine is even worse than Iran. And I heard the stories. I don't want to repeat them. But in Iran, if they come try to catch you, you are not home. They take your 6 years old sister, torture her until you turn yourself in. They kill the whole family. These guys are one of the most brutal regimes ever existed. And the weapons of control, mass media, they have everything. The resistance by young girls in Iran is absolutely historic. And what is going to show us, if they can win this regime, that means that no evil can survive. We can fight the worst type of, and that's what Ukraine is actually showing. Again, it's no contest, but Ukraine is showing that we can take down the biggest country in the world and supposedly one of the strongest army in the world. Thank you.
Ryan, if I may, there's a person here that I was discussing with in the back end, and they weren't able to come up because of Twitter problems, and we have hosts and hosts of Twitter problems. Keep in mind that the space is still in beta, and when you're talking to the MriyaReport backend, you're usually talking to myself, Axel, or Tim, one of us back there. And I'm sorry, I don't read Cyrillics, but the lady that just came up, she was asking, she couldn't get her hand up. This is a known problem. If this is your first time on Spaces, I'm going to direct the listeners down to the bottom of your phone. There will be a heart with a plus symbol. When you hit that, there will be a raise hand right to the far right of that. If you raise your hand, once you're up as speaker, we'll go in order and bring you up, and you can say your comment or question.
I think Athena was next.
All right. I think that Mark or Latin was before me, so you can choose one of them. I can wait.
Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, hey Ryan, it's me again. This will be the last time I comment on the subject, but I just kind of heard it again that all Russians are cowards for not protesting, and somebody was saying that was a sympathize with Russia. I got to say, first of all, I have family in Ukraine. I have a cousin that's a doctor that's been treating war wounded since February. So I just want to make that clear. Maybe the point that I didn't make so well is, Ryan, I don't know if you're a parent or not, or anybody here that's a parent. But if you're a parent and you have, and again, I acknowledge there is a lot of cowards in Russia that should be protesting. But if you're a parent with children or older people that are dependent upon you, and you know that the moment you go on a public square with a sign that you're going to be immediately arrested, thrown into a jail, taken off to elsewhere, there very well is probably going to be threats made against your spouse or even repercussions against your children. I think if you really search deep inside, you probably wouldn't. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be going out there and doing that. Not for me, but for my dependents. And I'm sure there's a large part of the Russian population that is facing those kind of dilemmas. Again, I understand there's also a large part of the population in Russia that really should be protesting. They don't have the dependents. They know better.
Well,
So,
and to offer a counterpoint there are
Okay.
enough older Russians who remember a time during the supposed glasnost and perestroika after the fall of the Soviet Union, when Russia really had an opportunity for change and it was allowed to be squandered by thieves like Putin and his fellow cadre of oligarchs who allow him kickbacks so they can maintain their control over whatever respective industry they've managed to wrestle power of. and they stay out of the political realm after an obvious and direct warning from him. So I would disagree that Russians don't have an obligation to stand up and protest against this, and I would disagree that there shouldn't be enough of them who either know better and remember sometime that there was an opportunity for change that they squandered, and have seen an example of how they could do it differently in Ukraine about 8 years ago. And I get and I understand you coming up. I don't agree with somebody attacking you ad hominem, or insinuating that you're being a Russia apologist. You're more than welcome to have an alternative perspective, but I hold very little sympathy for the average Russians who have, either through apathy or complicity, not done something against this atrocity.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. I can't disagree with anything you just said. But again, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks again, Ryan.
Anytime. I'm not sure who was next on the hand order. It was either
Latin, Athena, New Girl, and Raver.
I think it's Arena is the new girl. I may be wrong.
Go ahead, correct us, please.
Oh no, it's fine. It's Irina. Yeah, I was just gonna make a quick point, but also ask a question. So I think one of the differences too with the protests in Iran is that Iranians are protesting because the oppression is on them. You know, they're directly experiencing it, whereas in Russia, you know, they would be coming out to protest for another country. So I think that might also feed into the apathy or affect it in some way. I just know, I remember I grew up in Kiev and in Moscow, and going back and forth, I saw such a difference between the people. But, you know, in Moscow, it was like you could not trust your neighbors because they got incentives for telling on you to the government. So one funny example, I guess I was 5 years old and my neighbor asked, "Oh, what does your dad do for a living?" And I said, "Oh, my dad makes money." Well, that night, you know, a militia officer comes to the door and says, "Show me your papers. What do you do? If you can't provide proof, your child is going to an orphanage and you and your wife are going to jail." And that's just how people lived. And I think if you can't count on your neighbor to come out with you and have your back to protest, it's very difficult to make that move. So I just wanted to sort of add that perspective. But I have a question about the children that have been kidnapped and taken into Russia. So when the war is over and Ukraine wins, hopefully, of course, what is the plan to get those children back, to find them? How can we find them? What can we do? It's just been weighing on my heart so heavily.
Well, I can guarantee you that there are several organizations at the highest levels that I won't get into right now that are working on it. You know, it is something on and organizations, I mean at the state level of several states are working on it.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think it was Latin, Erland. I don't know where you were, but Athena and then Raver. And Raver, I got a question for you. I'm going to send you a picture.
Hey, Battle Moose, my turn?
Yeah, go ahead, Latin.
Okay, actually, good to see Raver on here because I think I might, the question might kind of go in his direction too. But for you, Battle Moose, when you served, just curious, when you did basic training, it was still called QL2 back then, right?
Oh no! It was called GMT.
GMT, holy, okay. Anyways, right, I did with the reserves, right? I did weekend QL2 in the 90s, And I just wanted to ask you something that it really relates to some of what we've been hearing about Ukraine and the changes in their military over the last couple of years, because I want to hear if this sounds familiar for anybody else who might be listening who was or is in the Canadian military. I learned a really important object lesson that was pointed out to me early on during that course. When we ate, whether it was in the field, in garrison, on base, the lineup, when we lined up to eat, it was lowest rank first, highest rank last. So like, private recruit like myself, we were the first. And they pointed out to us, they told us, the officers told us that is, it's kind of like, it's a way of showing that leadership is not just about authority, it's also about responsibility to the people you command. And that always stayed with me because that applies in civilian life as well. And I wonder if maybe some of our Ukrainian friends, Raver, I don't know if you experienced something like that, if that's part of the leadership culture in the American military, but I got the feeling it tends to be in Western militaries. That's kind of a thing. And maybe some of our Ukrainian friends might have heard of some of these kind of leadership culture changes in the Ukrainian military, because I definitely got a feeling something like that has happened there, because we are seeing the exact opposite on the Russian side.
Just to
well, I think before Raver chimes in here, I think one of the biggest things through Op Unifier over the years that we gave the Ukrainians would be battle procedure, right? So what there was the Georgian Legion had sent out a video whatnot, and I was commenting on with Colonel Spencer. And I said, I was him and Major Drew. I was going, did you notice the sand table in there? So and all the people that serve will immediately know what they were doing. They were following battle procedure, and part of an officer's battle procedure is prepping the sand table. So like a physical map of the ground, because you're christening the ground and you're showing all your subordinates. This is the plan. This is what we're going to do and whatnot. And it was a beautiful thing to see that, because it shows that they're not going about this ad hoc. They're not just go, oh, there's an opening, let's go get it. They're going through battle procedure, and they're executing plans. And it's a beautiful thing that Ukraine is doing this, because they're basic. Oh no, there's Colonel Spencer. So you know what? I'm just going to shut up now, and he's going to take it from here and tear this a new one. But I think I sent you the video, the one I'm talking about, and of that whole video, that's the one thing that just it slapped me in the face, that the sand table in the middle.
Moose handled TAC.
I had a follow up to that, but sorry, I had a follow up to that, but I see maybe John Spencer wants to say something, sir. That I know this is kind of up your alley, so maybe.
Colonel Spencer, welcome. Mic check for me.
Hello. Yeah, you're good.
Your phone, Brian.
10-4.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hey, I'm trying to listen in the audience, and like the Godfather, just pull me back in. Let's start with the Leaders Eat Last, which is actually a book by, I think, Simon Sinek, but it's a very old practice in militaries that respect their soldiers, and they build a formation on trust and respect. Absolutely is showing everybody in the formation that the leaders care for their troops, the love of their troops. But I actually also giggled a little bit so we don't do it in that order where it's lowest ranking. We do it by, especially if you're doing field feeding, you do it by, squad or platoon, and you fill in, so squad eats together. So it's not, we line up all the privates and run them through or anything, but the officers always do last, and most good senior NCOs will do the same. But I giggle a little bit because for nuclear, biological, chemical training, if we're in a chemical situation, we do So me and my wife sometimes will laugh about it. It's not laughing, but it's the brutal reality of warfare. Is that when you're one of the steps of testing a chemical environment is that somebody has to take the mask off, and it is the lowest ranking person that does that. So I giggle a little bit, but I definitely get the point. It is a military built on respect. For Battle Moose on the video, 100%. Actually, after you sent me that video, which I key, of course, the sand table is amazing. The using of the maps, the using of the drones for intelligence, but you see all the troop leading procedures, the rehearsals, the order, all of it. And I actually did a Forces News video where I talked through seeing all these things in that video. And they play clips of the video that I shared with Axel. He thought it was just really, really powerful how they took that video of this high performing. I mean, you would have just taken that out of any NATO country, U.S. military, anything. I mean, it would be hard to distinguish between that level of professionalism, what we were seeing in that video, versus the highest standard. I mean, it was high standard, but they incorporated my words on what I was seeing into the video, so that was really cool.
Well, I guess you can say by proxy that some of these could be some of your quasi troops.
Well, I'd be honored to have a formation of such hardened, motivated warriors. I mean, that's kind of one of the leadership challenges is inspiring your formation. To get when I was in Ranger Regiment or when I was a Ranger instructor, to not even question somebody's motivation, and they're just ready to learn, they're ready to perform, they're ready to, they identify with the group more than themselves. 100% I would be. I would have been extremely honored. I was honored for leading the men I did in combat, but these warriors, and they're getting better every day. I mean, these are now high performing, especially me as an infantryman, infantry soldiers, special forces, all of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Colonel Spencer, since you've had some experience with the current Ukrainian army, definitely have you seen up close some of this or heard about from them some of the changes in the leadership culture because when we see some of these images of what's happening on the Russian side, there are logistics and training issue, but some of that is leadership breakdown, isn't it?
So again, the last part, whose leadership breakdown? The Russian leadership breakdown?
Yeah, I was getting at whether you had actually seen some of this leadership culture change or heard about it in Ukraine, and that some of the scenes we're seeing of really messed up camps and soldiers that just are not looked well after that. A big part of that is breakdown of leadership on the Russian side.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a complete reflection. I actually talk about this connected to soldiers too. Even a NATO can fall off the bandwagon almost, and these are reflections of discipline, reflections of cohesion, reflections of morale that leaders would then police up. That's right. Every sergeant who looked at any of these photos of Russian camps, even me as an officer looking at the video of, let's say, the Russian Command and Control Center in Izium. I mean, it just, like, what is that? Any officer, non-commissioned officer, any squared away, any soldier, it just causes you to cringe because you feel what right looks like in these pigsties. Matter of fact, I say that loosely, but actually, one of the videos actually is a pigsty where a Russian soldier was bedding down. But yeah, it's just, and some of those videos were so god awful that you just they're it's clear reflection of it's not a military, it's a group of people thrown together from whatever walks of life, and have no idea of what a discipline, good order, standards, everything looks the same, health and welfare, where field sanitation, all this stuff. Yeah, we could go on for a long time, but it's just not soldiering. It's almost insults a soldier to say any of that is what a soldier would do, let alone a leader of other soldiers who would, there is every once in a while, Stinky Bob or somebody is forced to take a shower, these type of things. But there's group norms, so the group will police that up, and then there's all the leadership. I mean, literally from the corporal to the, God forbid, a senior leader comes by and would see something like that. Even in war, even in the worst situations in a war, read through I know a lot of people already gotten it, but Connected Soldiers, when I joined a formation that had lost its way and was like loaded of flies, you feel what right and what wrong is, and everything about that we're seeing about Russian encampments is just screaming wrong. On every level, so every one of the systems that creates a performing military combat effectiveness, you can tell is gone.
It's just a litany of red flags for any kind of orderly military unit.
Right, or even a Boy Scout. Like, so we have.
Yeah, exactly. The basic principles of an organization don't exist.
I'm at my son's football game, and we line our helmets up together because it's about discipline and order.
And routine. Did we lose? I think we lost Colonel Spencer briefly. And I very much appreciate him tuning in when he does have other engagements going on. So,
Ryan, can I just unmute to say you've got, Mr. Satel over here is a problematic individual. He's got some terrible insights to share. Just wanted to. No, I'm joking. It's great to see Greg on the space. He's a good friend of mine from Clubhouse. So I just had to say that. I'm waiting for Greg to text me that. What the fuck?
Yeah, he looks like a shifty individual. I haven't seen him here.
Oh, you have no
more
idea.
than once.
Some of that shit he chats on Clubhouse. Goodness me, Greg, are you even there?
He's probably rolling his eyes trying to find the unmute button. I have only seen him briefly once on the speaker panel, but I have traded a few DMs with him, and I know he's not a troll.
No,
I understand you were joking.
To give Greg his own introduction for him, Greg lived in Ukraine for several years working on media things. He knows the area probably better than most people I've listened to, and I highly encourage everybody in the space to follow him. He works in a different industry, but he knows the region exceptionally well. And I hate to have to actually give him a compliment for once, but he is someone that I do actually listen to in terms of their opinion for the status and conditions of the war. So, just to share that. Oh, he's left. Never mind.
Well, that was a brief introduction and an abrupt exit. I hope it was a technical difficulty.
Yeah, it was. I'm joking, but yeah.
Ryan?
Yeah. Go ahead, Prince.
I was just going to say, Raver's probably about to lose signal as he's driving.
You are exactly right. He is heading through the hollers of, I think, northwest Kansas. And I know that territory fairly well. Yeah, excuse me, Arkansas. There are no hollers in Kansas.
Yeah, so
Arkansas has some very beautiful landscape this time of year, but it's also terrible for cell signals when you get into the lower parts of the country.
Yeah, so I just thought maybe if people would understand jump in the queue because we only get Raver a little bit every day.
Absolutely. Raver, go ahead. Hope you're doing well.
I am doing well. I've actually got a bit more time than usual because somebody decided to eat a wall on the interstate. So I'm a little bit behind schedule. So a couple of comments. On leadership, I was never in a company commander's tank or a platoon commander's tank. So my TCs were always NCOs. And so it was really, tank crews are really tightly focused together. It's four brothers, they depend on each other. And if one of them messes up, one of the other ones gets hurt because the tank wants to kill, and it would kill its own crew first if it could because they're closest. So that really builds a lot of camaraderie, and it can be kind of informal because of it. So I may not be the best person to ask about leadership at that level. I know I respect competence and experience. And then the reason I had originally put my hand up is going back to the Russians protesting. is probably the most damning thing about all these Russians that are leaving, that are running, is they're running because they don't want to die, not because they don't want to kill. And I live in the land of Daisy Bates. I live in the land that was transformed by a little black woman named Rosa Parks, who braved the dogs and the bombs and Martin Luther King. And so I just have very, very little sympathy for the Russians that are, oh no, I might get hurt. Well, dude, who cares? Nobody gets out of this alive anyway. Stand up for your children and your grandchildren and the future of your country. Don't just run away because you're a coward.
Totally agree with you, Raver. And that's what I found so inspiring about Ukrainians in 2014 and again in February of this year, was that little old men and little old women were willing to walk out and stand in the streets in their villages in the way of advancing tank armored units from Russia and tell them to go back from where they came. And people were willing to walk out in mass in places like Verdansk and surround the Russians and insist that they wouldn't be held hostage or made to be Russians. And if you don't have that kind of desire for self-rule, it's impossible to infuse upon a population that doesn't want it for themselves. But I think we're getting Greg back. I don't know. It appears he's probably having Twitter issues today. Maybe that's why he prefers Clubhouse.
He asked me to call on him, or for you to call on him.
Oh, for sure. I'll, as soon as we can get him up stably, I'll be happy to let him defend his honor.
Yeah, if you want to go grab some people and bring them up, Raver, did you want to expand on that?
No, I just had a real quick question before I do lose service, and then if you guys need to move me down to make room for others, go for it. If not, I'll hang around if there's any questions. I saw a report earlier that Novokhorovka might be getting abandoned. Any truth to that? Any confirmation? Because that could be war changing if Ukraine can get onto the east side of the Dnieper.
I was completely occupied for the last 20 of 23 hours, so I am totally uninformed about what's been going on Twitter or in Ukraine, more importantly. So I look forward to an update. If Novokhorovka is being abandoned by the Russians, that would be music to my ears, but I can't confirm that. It sounds questionable on its face, but we'll see. I think we lost. Yes, we lost him again, unfortunately. Prince, were you next, or Lex, or Abdullah?
I think I was, because I was sort of in the back of my mind keeping track for you, and we lost Erland and Athena, so I was after Raver. So then I think it was Lexicon, and then
Go ahead there, Prince.
Yeah. It's Arena, right? I believe the young lady here who is new. The one thing that she said that I wanted to just sort of maybe expound on a little bit as far as keeping track of the children. And this comes from the conversation that we had in this space from a couple of young ladies who escaped from MriyaReport earlier on, and they went through the entire filtration process. And the one thing that stuck out for me was them saying that they went through many levels of giving information, and sometimes that information was given on paper and sometimes it was given on computer, and it happened in multiple locations. Every time they made one step like closer to getting into Russia through the filtration process, they went through the whole documentation process again. So I'm hoping that there's a paper trail left behind that may be able to be accessed to try to see where some of these kids ended up. I've also heard that these parents who are adopting the kids that that are being taken into Russia from Ukraine are being given, I believe I heard, like 20,000 rubles a year, something like that. And so that should create a paper trail also that I'm hoping in the long run will be able to help. And like Battle Moose said, I'm sure there's all kinds of spooky kind of people doing spooky kind of things in the background who are also keeping track of it. So I just wanted to share that additional information that I've sort of picked up that's given me a little bit of comfort that these children may be able to be tracked down in the long run. I hope so.
We've also interviewed an on-the-ground investigator in missing children. Verlaine brought him onto the space a couple of times. He speaks Ukrainian and presumably Russian. I don't know that he speaks English, but he's an excellent guest. And he's been keeping track of this since before the invasion in February. I think he started tracking children that were missing and unaccounted for, presumably taken to Russia after the 2014 invasion. I forget his name off the top of my head, but I'm sure somebody who does the co-hosting in the background can probably refresh my memory for me.
We should probably go to Greg next because he's obviously suffering from a potato connection here.
Yeah, Greg, I hope your potato phone's treating you well.
Yeah, I hope so. The
Is
app
this why you use Clubhouse and not Twitter?
Seems to keep glitching. Oh no, I go to Clubhouse because I hear Piotr's over here on Twitter, so I run over there. But on a more serious note,
there it is. There's the first panther.
On a more serious note, I think we really need to be very, very cautious about encouraging people within Russia to run out into the streets so that they can get arrested, which really doesn't do anybody any good. And it's certainly not what happened in 2014 in Ukraine. And it's certainly not, it's certainly not what happened in 2004 when I was out on the Maidan in Kyiv. And I say that as somebody who, was not only there, but was running a major news organization there and did a lot to help build the free press in Ukraine. I was one of the first people in the West to talk about what was going on in Ukraine in 2013. The Orange Revolution in Ukraine and the Revolution of Dignity, a significant portion of my last book was dedicated to it. So I think we have to be really, really careful about that. A much, much bigger problem is the fact that all of there's large Russian diaspora communities in the West. And where are they? What are they saying? Why aren't Russian communities in America protesting Putin or at least, Tucker Carlson? We don't hear a peep. And that's where they're really culpable. And also, I'll put some resources in my Twitter feed from the Center for Applied Nonviolent Action and Strategies. These are the people who essentially invented and created the color revolutions. They started in Serbia and then trained the guys in Georgia and then trained the guys in Ukraine. They really do know what they're doing. And there are things that people within Russia can do to help oppose the regime that won't get them arrested and will actually make a difference.
Love it. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, I think, as I say, I legitimately just wanted to come on stage when I saw Greg was in here so that I could, mudsling. Basically, I have a lot of respect for Greg. We've known each other for over a year now over this platform that we're now using, social audio, right? And he does have a lot of experience in the area. I myself come from that area. and so it's a nice blend of professional and personal sort of combination. He does chat a lot of shit, so everyone follow him and be sure to make sure you meme everything that. No, I'm joking, but no, but I think he has a fair point, which is it's not so much just about the Russian response within Russia, but also externally, which is that there isn't much of a movement from expats. There isn't much of a movement from Russian diaspora. And if it is, almost all of them are under the age of like 30, i.e. Gen Zers or millennials. So it's a problematic element to this, which is sort of either Russians are just too scared to do it, they're so indoctrinated that they don't know how to do it, or they don't even know the concept, or they are genuinely sort of invested in the idea that Russia needs to sort of reclaim its glory days under this ideological approach of Putin. So I think he raises a good point there. I did have something else that I was going to add, but I can't remember it at the moment because I've had 3 glasses of whiskey, so I'm going to stop there before I make a fool of myself.
It'll come to you. Don't go anywhere. Abdullah, I think you were next, and Lex, I know you had your hand raised. You don't currently, but I suspect you'd like to speak.
Hey, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thoroughly enjoying the discussion. Yeah, regarding the Russian community in the West, don't hold your breath for them to come out against the war. I have some colleagues, highly educated. I think I mentioned it before. One of my colleagues is Russian, is highly educated, and he's more extreme than I think the lion Sergei Lavrov or whatever. And there's a large Russian community in this area where I live, and most of them don't think that Russia is doing anything wrong. So I'm a bit worried, this new group that's escaping the mobilization, what kind of mindset they will bring into the new communities, and the divisions that they could cause, and the bullying tactics against Ukrainian refugees may actually destabilize some of those neighborhoods where they land. So like I said, I think it's just a bad idea to just let them in without doing, without doing the proper vetting, making sure that you don't have people who are extremists, you don't have spies, because the Russians are very good at doing a lot of nefarious kind of stuff. But the thing I wanted to talk about was about the Russian ambassador. The French ambassador to Moscow, to Russia today. He was summoned by the Russians. They were demanding why the French were offering weapons to Ukraine. Instead of standing up, the French ambassador instead of standing up to Sergei Lavrov's cronies at the foreign ministry, he didn't fire back. He didn't tell them that the Russian government has donated more weapons to Ukraine, maybe tenfold to Ukraine than the French have done so far. That's the problem with a lot of Western diplomats. They're too nice to the Russians. They don't realize that this is a war. This is a war against their system of government, their way of life, and the Russians are serious. But a lot of I don't know if a lot of European politicians, I don't know if they want the Ukrainians to prevail in this war. I'm afraid some of them might actually want a stalemate. So I just hope they come around, and see the light, and the only way to attain peace in that area is to just destroy the Russian military once and for all, and I think that's the only way to peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abdullah. I I, for one, advocate a more hardline approach as far as support for Ukraine, especially military equipment coming from countries in Europe. And I think that some of the more hardline economic actions are not being taken because the short-term result of that and the market instability that might be created would be fatal to a few political careers. And politicians are human beings, and self-interested individuals mostly, for the most part, and they don't want to sign their own death warrant, politically speaking, by standing up and saying what needs to be said or doing what needs to be done. Maybe now that Nord Stream 1 and 2 are not a viable option, the fence sitters in Germany can take a more direct approach and provide some leopards. I don't know if that's the case. I hope it is. I hope my country can provide some M1 tanks, because I do agree with you that the only language that Russia seems to understand is force. So I am an advocate of peace through superior firepower.
Set the cats free.
Lex, go ahead.
Easier said than done. I'm going back to children again. You guys must have talked about this, if this is for real. You must have seen a tweet that says that that this fake administration of Kherson Oblast says school children will be evacuated. All Kherson school children will be evacuated to Crimea apparently today, and that was retweeted by names I'm not sure. Tom Mitchell, lunchtime au boulet oat milk. Like, has this been around today? It's old. It's a day old, like a half a day old.
I
mean,
have
it
not.
looks like an attempt to collect a human shield hostages.
Yeah, I did see it, but it's another one of these things. Yeah, we've seen it. Whether there's validity to it or not, what are we going to do about it?
I don't know. I just wondered if you.
There's. I'll tell you right now. There's nothing we can do about it. We do, like I say, Ukraine does not control the area. So unfortunately, under occupation, the Russians can pretty much do what they want. And we said on the space before, be ready. Be ready when Ukrainian forces start rolling into these areas. There's going to be more atrocities, and it's going to be gross. It's going to be disgusting, and we're going to have intestinal fortitude and not turn away. And at the end of this, hold somebody accountable. We can't allow the Russians just to skulk back into Russia and say, well, we tried. We had a good go at trying to kick Ukraine's arse, but they kind of handed it to it, and we'll try again in a decade. We can't allow that to happen. We have to, there has to be another round of Nuremberg trials, and the players have to be held accountable.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I fully agree with you. I would imagine that if this thing is followed by an 8-page instruction, in Russian by this pseudo administration. Anyway, and I'm sure there would be very vociferous cries coming out from the Ukrainian government. Anyway, I totally agree with you. This whole discussion has helped me a lot today when I've been in and out of it. But the Nuremberg idea that just following orders will not stand as a defense, and the idea of taking responsibility, I think a lot of German people, some not so clearly as others, took up or engaged in some thinking as a consequence of the decisions, the discussions and decisions of the Nuremberg trials. It's the kind of thing that has not gone on in some other countries that had, for example, a cultural revolution in China. There's never been this kind of prise de conscience, this awakening of your consciousness that when things start happening in your country, you have to take a stand, and it is terribly difficult. But there's a lot of post-war literature about the difficulties within individual homes and families of taking decisions. And we know about to do things that are terribly difficult to help. And we know about the people considered righteous persons who did things like hide Jews and sabotage works that were going on, and so on, all kinds of different actions. But I think, when we hear Ukrainian people speaking this way about why don't Russians see the gravity of genocide, that's not just any ordinary crime, it's special.
Again, we can't be putting Western values on Russia. This is a fallacy we keep doing time and time again. It's a society where families value a lada over their one begotten child, right? Because
Let me stop you there. I'm talking about the United Nations Convention on Genocide, the United Nations Conventions on Human Rights, and founding statements of the UN are not Western values. Russia signed these things. When you talk about a Nuremberg process, I don't think you're talking about that, or if it was you, in order to say we're going to impose some values on Russia when this is over. You're saying, just as I am, that there has to be some calling to account afterwards, and I'm saying that it's very legitimate for Ukrainians to ask people to stand up and account for themselves, not just afterwards, but now, and in the past 30 years, and in years before that. I disagree that would be a Western value, and I'm not saying that I have any hope to persuade somebody today in Russia. I'm saying it's very legitimate that Ukrainians take the stance that this is wrong and this is criminal on the part of people who tolerate it. You know what I mean?
Well, we're making a lot of assumptions here. Like one of the assumptions is you're making assumptions that most Russians can read the Nuremberg trials or the or that, and the literacy. Oh, geez, I'm having a stroke here. Colby, take over.
Thank you. I'm having a stroke too. You got my tongue hold.
Literacy.
What's happening, guys?
Excuse me. The Soviet Union.
That's called the commentator's curse.
Yeah, the Soviet Union did not vote in favor of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They did not vote in favor. They abstained at that vote. And even if they had voted in favor, it is obviously the case that the Soviet Union and before them Tsarist Russia are not believers in human rights. And Russia to this day is not a believer in human rights. This is a state. There is no history of freedom, democracy, or human rights in Russia. None. There is no history of that. It has never existed.
I understand. I'm not saying there was. In fact, Timothy Snyder, as we all know, has clearly made the point, as others have, that Ukraine, in its Gates of Europe position in Europe, went through the Reformation and Renaissance and so on, and Russia never did. And it's a vast historical difference in concepts of human philosophies and humanism and human rights. And that's very important. I'm just saying that the world stands up and says, and we say to all countries, signing or not signing, we have concepts that are human concepts, and we dare to contend that these are human concepts. They're not Western concepts. And, worlds, countries, and communities vary in their willingness to take that up. As a matter of fact, the Genocide Convention, the definition was modified at the demands of the Soviet Union because they were terribly worried that the Ukrainian peasant class as a group would be considered to be, that it would be considered, the term a group or stratum was in the original, what was his name, definition. And the Soviet Union insisted in taking that out, specifically because they were worried about it being applied to the Holodomor.
Hey, Ryan, I see that lunchtime popped up, and at the beginning of this, Lex excuse me, I'm having a stroke too. Lex mentioned lunchtime as being one of the people who retweeted it. So maybe having lunchtime talk on this might be a good idea. I know he's not in order, but it's just a suggestion.
If that's why lunchtime popped up, then sure.
Oh, thanks. That wasn't quite why I popped up, but I will address this conversation because like everyone, I'm watching events unfold with horror and a modicum of despair because really, as I've said before, it seems like we have learnt nothing from World War II. And these crimes, these war crimes, the genocide, the daily atrocities, it's like, I don't know, it's like we're just unable to deal with the scale of it. And bear in mind that the only way that any semblance of justice was achieved, like through the Nuremberg trials, was by total military defeat of Germany. And that is not on the cards. The American policy is boiling the frog, not microwaving the frog, or anything more drastic than that. So boiling the frog really means we can hope perhaps for Putin's incompetence to lead to his downfall within Russia, and perhaps, as a sort of stretch goal, maybe some sort of breakdown of the centralized system they have there, perhaps balkanization of this huge unwieldy nuclear country. But short of like actually putting boots on the ground and taking the country, I don't see how we're going to actually impose any sort of proper justice. I don't see how that would work. Ultimately, we're just ultimately, I think the best we can really hope for is a total victory for Ukraine and to support Ukraine as much as possible. But talk of talk of consequences after that, I just see so many interests, like a lot of moneyed people, a lot of wealthy people who would have a lot to gain with continuing to rather resuming business contact with Russia in some way, and things like Germany opening its doors to Russian. Well, I don't know, people that are escaping the war from Russia, suggests to me that the sort of due diligence that would be required in order to vet people, as a previous speaker suggested, I'm afraid that's just not on the cards. Like Western democracies are not equipped to go into that level of detail when it comes to deciding whether someone may or may not enter their country. They tend to operate in sort of blanket decisions and rely on secret services or intelligence to say if someone's particularly undesirable. What tends to happen, particularly with wealthy people, wealthy Russians, is they settle somewhere like London, and then they send their kids to Cambridge or private school or whatever, and they come out the other end as seemingly perfectly laundered, reputable British citizens or American citizens or what have you. And there is no easy guard against that, because at the heart of these sort of seemingly pristine civilians, members of society, what have you, with a lot of money, you don't know what's in the heart of that person. You don't know what the sort of allegiance is ultimately. I think it's naive to think that one generation is sufficient to wipe away the sort of ethno-nationalism that's been bred into Russia for hundreds and hundreds of years. This inbuilt belief of superiority. So I don't know what the solution is, and I don't have huge hope for restorative justice. I really hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see a mechanism, and I can't see it being pursued in a realistic way.
Looks like we have Colonel Spencer joining us again. You cut off at urban warfare.
Somebody said urban?
No,
sorry about that. Come in and out earlier.
the football demands came in quick, and then I had an interview with ABC Australia. Doing my part to push the good word of Ukrainian victory.
Duty calls on both accounts, and I will look for a clip of the ABC Australia.
Yeah, it'd be about
Thank
an
you.
hour. I had CNN earlier today and got the and then I had Financial Review. It's been a great day, and I have a blessed opportunity to continue explaining what I'm seeing and try to be objective, but just see the amazing things Ukraine's doing and the crazy poor state that the Russian military is in, and what they're sending into Ukraine is, it's bad for them, but I of course don't feel sorry for them. But it's just going to end in a lot of death, and it's just crazy what Putin's done in 7 months to the Russian state.
Yeah, and I think it's indicative of what was being done to the Russian military for a decade before we got here. This was a long time coming. They didn't devolve into this shell of the military overnight, but they've definitely had the curtain pulled back, I suspect.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that element of there were not good. There were formidable Russian forces in the beginning that were eliminated. But like you said, this is to expose the Russian military as a organization, as in their capability to project power into even their neighbor, let alone if they were thinking farther than just cross their border. I just was commenting today about the Russian soldiers being taught how to do their foot wraps, and just juxtapose that with any Western military's cold weather boot issue that will start to happen. And even our friend the Ripley's Heroes are sending the Mickey Mouse boots that I wore. The Russians are not only are they continuing to try to fight like World War One, but they're going to send fresh recruits in with World War One, World War Two style foot wraps to help keep them warm. Which it just maybe it's a tactic that worked back then, but it's 2022. The Ukrainians are going to be so much better equipped, which ripples into combat effectiveness when soldiers know you don't care about them.
Well, and that's also intended to keep them from twisting their ankles as well, correct?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a good video. I don't know what the guy's name is, showing like American Revolution Washington wearing them, and it has benefits even compared to field sanitation. But yeah, wraps. But there's nothing that modern technology has advanced, right? So
exactly, it's still wild to think that in 2022 people would resort to ankle wraps instead of a good combat boot.
Yeah, good wool socks with a winter combat boots. There's a big difference. Literally, you change out. Here's a summer combat boot. Here's a winter combat boot. Here's an extreme cold weather boot, which is not really meant for. I had to road march in some Mickey Mouse boots once, and it doesn't. That's not what they're meant for. They're meant for like a static, but they will. I mean, the frostbites that the Russian soldiers are going to experience very soon. I was just looking at when in the Kherson region, when does the weather start to drop below freezing weather, and you'll start to see cold weather injuries, and it's not too far off.
Do combat boots typically have a steel toe in them? Or I'm guessing in the US it would have a composite toe anyway, but
yeah, some do. Some have even steel plates in the bottom of them. There's such a variety, but a issue winter boot won't. No.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. I've run across people in North Dakota, and the weather gets pretty cold there in February. And if you have a true steel toe and you're trying to work out in the open environment, you'll know really quick. Guys up there only work with a composite toe, it's required to be on a location, but you can't work with a true steel toe because you'll freeze your toes off, even if you do have 2 pairs of wool socks on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't want to push the button of the Canadians on the panel that I see here about cold weather practices, but everything from, handling fuel, so we're talking about military operations. Fuel will cause instant cold weather injuries if you get it, that exposure, and then the contact of the fuel. What the mechanized forces need, they need a lot of fuel. They need cold weather gear to prevent cold weather injuries.
Naphtha used to be the bane of my existence in winter. White gas, as soon as you get it on your skin, it instantly causes frostbite.
Yep. It's just a fact that soldiers know, because it's good soldiering is all these common sense things that, as I learned even with the urban warfare mini manual, civilians don't know this stuff, and an undertrained military won't. Even if you think Russian forces should know cold weather stuff, the stuff I'm seeing already, and it hasn't even hit, shows that they're going. There's no better way to sap a soldier's motivation and morale to move, let alone fight, than the cold and not having the proper gear or know how to survive.
Prince or Leonard, do you have a question for Colonel Spencer?
Not so much a question for John, just to kind of reinforce that. In the Canadian drilling rig front, it's composite boots all the way from December onwards, sometimes from November onwards. So yeah, it's critically important. And I'm assuming, John, also usually on the drilling rigs, it's warm outs every hour. So I don't know if you've experienced any kind of regular or lack of a rotation on that front, but if you're in combat conditions in 40 below, something has to be done as far as warm outs on some kind of a rotating basis. Is that not a fairly solid conclusion?
Yeah,
Thanks, Sean.
absolutely. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Any adverse weather condition, whether it's freezing rain or below, I mean, that's some intense below freezing weather. You'll establish rotations, work rest rotation, work warmth rotation, guard duty. That's what good military units do. And then you have you can build things within your perimeter, even if it's a sleeping bag with another soldier you get into naked. These are tactics used to keep formations ready. So ready, it has really a lot of military significance, but absolutely all those common sense tactics that don't solely apply to military, but military is going to be in a situation where it has to be in a specific type of position, alert and ready to fight. That there are a couple nuances, but absolutely that's a common practice.
Can't they just do it with their underwear on?
Yes, they can. Not buck naked, but I mean, I'm not telling you if you're the spoon or the crate, which the big spoon
Yeah,
or the little
sharing
spoon.
body heat. I'm just being facetious.
Yeah, I got you.
That's Oklahoma style, Ryan.
Yeah. Anyway,
I-
moving on.
I remember talking to my uncle who was in World War II, and some of the trench warfare that went on, and he was saying, like, one of the things that we don't really opine about here is hygiene. And Malcolm Nance was in here, and he hit it on the head with the with the Russians, and you're going, like, these guys poop where they eat. It's disgusting, and these things exacerbate when winter comes around. you have to keep yourself clean. You have to keep your kit clean. You have to keep your body, to a certain extent clean. Like the last thing, if you go to ground and you have time to go to ground, one of the things that soldiers do, and it's good for morale too, is you try to do a bird bath and you try to shave. Right. So in the winter we shave in the evening, and in the summer we shave during the day. But I don't see any of these practices with the Russians. They look like they crawled out of they look like orcs. They are aptly named. They look like a bunch of orcs. And I dare say, Colonel Spencer touched on this, in the next couple of weeks as the temperatures drop, you watch how many, and I would dare say that watch how many foot injuries are going to come out of the out of the Russians. Especially even with these little burlap sack wrapped feet that they have. I dare say they're going to suffer trench foot on a monumental scale. What do you think there, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's even, so you talked about the pooping where you eat, not just basic field sanitation that we've learned over the history of civilization, but the history of warfare alone. And I put this in the mini manual too. It wasn't too long ago that 80% of battle casualties were non-battle injuries, sickness, cold weather, hot weather injury, that take a soldier out. And I think it was really interesting, the recent video of the mobilized troops complaining about fevers, and they were complaining about a lot of things. But if you look at, even when they mobilize somebody, even if you're doing a lot of people in a condensed area, there are things you do, sleeping head to foot, rotating personnel, where the bathrooms are, like you said, the hygiene that soldiers have to be taught. That it is a little bit about the soldier, but it's also about the group. Like, if you don't, you become an injury, it impacts the group, or if you become sick, then you could impact the others. There's a little bit that we were talking about in COVID, but in soldiering, it can 80% until more modern medicines, modern techniques, which Russians aren't following, were followed. Even Ryan, the drinking of water, which I think in cold weather was, even as a soldier myself, was a real challenge to get your soldiers to drink water in cold environments. So I was in a school where it wasn't, it was cold, but our canteens, our things that hold water, were freezing in the regular environment. They were freezing solid. So we had to wear the canteen down our shirt to use our body heat to thaw and to have water for this very short duration of time. Because you'll have heat injuries, so dehydration, muscle cramps, leading up to severe heat injuries in cold weather, because soldiers don't want to drink water. They just want to sit there with their hands in their pocket and shiver, and you almost have to force them. The Russian military's problems are just about to ready to just compound tenfold.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're dead on as far as people not paying attention to their body needs in cold weather environments just because they don't realize they're sweating. And that's one thing you don't necessarily want to do in a sub-zero temperature environment, is break a big sweat and then cool off and be sitting there drenched and
even running
hypothermia.
Yeah, even if you're not working, your body is trying to warm itself. It's burning. It's just its function of trying to stay warm is burning some of that water. So it's almost harder, like when you in your static position, maybe a trench line, that if you're not sweating, to still force the adequate amount of water per day by just your body sitting there shivering burns the stuff that keeps you alive, water.
Yeah, your normal body processes still go on, even if you don't want to drink cold water. You still are dehydrating yourself over time, and you have to consume
Well, your metabolism even kicks it up a notch during the winter because most soldiers will you're fed 4 or 5 times a day, in a 24-hour period.
Yep. Your
Because
caloric.
you're up in the caloric intake to around 5,000 calories,
You mean
and the more you eat,
fed 5 times a day? I never knew this.
yeah. The more you eat, the more water you need to process it, right? And during the winter, every time you breathe out and you see that little fog leave your mouth, that's moisture leaving your body.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I, as an instructor in ranger school, in the winter months you got 2 meals a day. In the summer months you got 1 meal a day. You need more calories in winter environments. That's just a fact. So this is what we've talked about. You add a bunch of soldiers to the Russian system that's already broken, and all you're going to do is break them more because you can't clothe, feed, and maintain the current force. Now the requirements are going to be double with not only the change in weather, but in the change in the numbers of people.
It's interesting because there was that video that surfaced yesterday or the day before with the bunch of guys standing around the train station and the Wagner guys recording everything. And one of the translations was mentioning that somebody was yelling out that they haven't been paid. So they haven't been paid, but they're made to live off the economy. And these guys are going broke. The Russian soldiers are going broke just trying to eat.
Yep. And then, and what did the soldiers that are left in to liberate that false narrative? They start to pillage and the civilians around them. It's just going to get awful.
Yeah, things will go from bad to worse as these guys have to buy more than a couple of meals for themselves while they get the logistics figured out of a mass mobilization. If they couldn't figure out military logistics 6 months ago when they decided to engage in this war, I don't see why anybody assumes they're going to pull off a huge mobilization like this without massive logistical problems. It just boggles my mind that they would even attempt this, but hopefully it will expedite their failure and we can all get on with our lives a little sooner when this war's ended. Prince, I think you were next, and then Lex and Abdullah. And while we've got Colonel Spencer here, I would like to keep topics directed towards him if possible.
I'm going to be really quick because I really sort of kind of forgot what I was going to say. So I'm just going to say, Moose, I sent you a DM in Twitter. It's a little bit of a lot of joke. Colonel Spencer, it was fabulous to see you on Ana Cabrera today. And welcome to co-hosting, Michelle. And I'm going to drop down for a little while, and I'll see you guys later. Thanks.
Thanks, Prince. Anna's a good news host. She's really a good person.
I'm thrilled that we have all the new co-hosts that we have picked up here in the last couple of weeks. I think they're all doing a great job. Current company included.
I mean, I mean, a lot of Canadians. I'm just saying.
Well, they're unusually nice, but I think it's genuine, so I'll roll with it.
We're nice until we're not nice.
Yeah, you're nice until hockey comes up.
Exactly.
Or we have to walk into a Capitol and burn their Capitol building down.
It was the White House, man, not the Capitol. Too soon.
It was the whole Capitol. The whole Capitol fell.
Tell Jason that the Canadians burned the White House. Jason Giroux, whenever he's up, I love to push this button and say that. He's like, he just goes crazy. Like, no, we did not.
Actually, he's changed
Oh,
his tune.
he's here too.
Oh, has he changed it? Because he used
Yeah,
to
I
get
sent him
mad. Like that.
some. I sent him some documentary details that he's kind of changed his perspective slightly on that topic.
The
Nice.
I
colonials
think.
really weird about claiming their wins. I mean, you're technically still the colony, right?
Not at all. Monarchy, constitutional monarchy is not a colony. Two totally different ball games here.
Okay, whatever. You still have a monarchy. We cast off that yoke hundreds of years ago, and I'll die on that.
I
Aren't
saw
you all
that.
subjects of Queen Meghan Markle now?
You changed it for an orange potato head in 2016.
Hey, I'm not even going to open that can of worms, Leonard. As much as I may or may not agree with you, we are going to keep this train on the tracks, so to speak. And no, I'm not trying to entice Craig to come up.
Ryan, could I quickly interject and point out that Prince Harry is a sleeper royal agent who's tasked with returning to the USA to our control?
Under the fold? Well, good luck to him. I think they may have waited a little too long to try and retake the colonies.
His principal residence was Victoria on Vancouver Island.
Well, see, yeah, he can hang out in Canada. Vancouver's a beautiful place. Mockers, go ahead. She's English. She should rile up this party.
No, I'm just on my way to bed, actually. It was just in reply to what John was saying about foot injuries. I'm sure everybody's probably seen that delightful video with the guy with the injured arm and the disco rice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, in that video, you're probably not looking at his feet, but one of his feet is really bad. He's got black toes. He's not keeping them toes, I don't think. And that's like now already. So, oof.
Yeah, I would not discount. Like I was looking at Harrison, and I mean 40s degrees Celsius for all the. Oh, now we got Jason. It's just Canadians. 40 degrees Fahrenheit is still, given the right conditions, you can still get a lot of cold weather injuries even in that.
Major Guru, what is that in the rest of the world?
I can't recall what it is in Celsius, but I think it's damn cold, if not the official term.
Yeah, like some of the worst injuries happen when it's warm during the day and then goes below freezing at night. That, like, I find that's the most dangerous time of year because you get a false sense of security during the day, and then at night, that's when Mother Nature slaps you in the face.
Absolutely, and that sweat buildup and hypothermia. I was looking at, I think it was around in Harrison specifically, because I'm kind of interested. So about November 1st, it'll drop into the 30s again Fahrenheit, but it's still warm in the day. So to that point, it's just perfect for starting to see the effects of the weather.
Yeah, and holding any amount of moisture on your body when temperature drops that cold will just wick all the heat off of you almost instantly, especially with any amount of wind, and you're in trouble before you even realize it.
Especially if your only option is to swim, which I think I said today. I think it was on public media. Is like the options for the Russians are really getting to be surrender, swim, or the other S.
Yeah. Gurney, haven't seen you up here in forever. How you doing?
Hey guys, hey Ryan, how you doing?
Good, good.
Hey, I heard you talking about cold weather moisture, and I know we have Colonel Spencer up here in Major Giroux. I was just going to say maybe it's time for a little quick and dirty Colonel Spencer to put together a cold weather primer. 2, 3, 4 pages. One of the things that sparked my just quick dropping in here, I was going to say. A lot of these guys, a lot of these new Ukrainian soldiers probably only have a single pair of boots, even if they have a winter pair. And I know they're the United States is working hard to get them winter gear, and so are some other countries. And I know there's some of the white Mickey Mouse boots going over. And I just wanted to real quick maybe hit something about vapor barrier liners. So the white Mickey Mouse boots, if anyone's been in the U.S. military, they're rubber on the inside with felt sandwiched in between, and then rubber on the outside. So one of the nice things about the boot is you don't just need a warm winter boot. You need some sort of vapor liner on the inside. If you're wearing your boot pretty much 18 hours a day, a single pair of boots, you're gonna, even when your foot is warm, you're gonna perspire. You're gonna sweat through your socks. Eventually, you're gonna start to perspire into the boot, and the boot takes a long time to dry. So every second these guys get, they should be, if they can take their boot off, that's again their operational tempo, but if they can take their boots off and dry them, I mean, that by a fire, that still might take 10 hours 15 hours to do fully without 2 pairs of boots. So one of the cheapest things these guys can do, I know it sounds funny, but they put you can make your own vapor barrier liner with just a trash bag or a bread bag. You basically just put a thin sock on your foot to keep chafing down. You put the bag over that, and then you put your insulating sock outside of that. And what it does is it keeps all your moisture from your foot inside that very thin sock liner, keeps your boots from wetting out. Really important, because once the boot gets wet, it's not going to dry out, and it's going to lose most of its insulating property. And that's where they're going to get most of the foot injuries from, not because the boot can't take the cold, but because the boots are going to wet out from the inside. So I don't know if it's key for writing a primer, Colonel Spencer, but I just thought there's all these little tips and tricks a lot of us know for getting through the winter, even if you think you have a warm pair of boots, or even if they're lucky enough to have a second pair. But little things like that will keep their toes alive.
I'd be all for a cold weather annex to the manual. I was a big fan of. Look, that's not my area of expertise, I would say, but big fan of having 2 sets. And those Mickey Mouse boots, you can't really march in, so they're really static position. But sticking those boots in the sleeping bag to dry them out, using that conducive body heat. If you have a good, again, believing you have a good cold weather sleeping system.
Yeah, rotating socks, I think, is a simple one as well.
Yeah, and all the little things add up, because if the guys get rotation enough, they can dry it in their sleeping bag, and if they're not getting rotation enough, then the end result is actually you just drive all that water into your sleeping bag, and then your sleeping bag's not insulating. So all these little tricks and tips, I feel like we should collate together and just put a little Ukrainian translation on it for them. I'm sure they're getting training on it, and I know they're getting some proper gear for it, but they're going to be out there holding lines, static positions, I imagine.
When we're talking about Mickey Mouse boots, are we talking about mucklucks?
No. So there's a muckluck version, but it's not a vapor barrier liner. So Mickey Mouse boots, pretty much they come in black or white, but they're more or less your like Arctic boot. It looks like a big rubber, almost like a rubber overboot, but it's not an overboot. It's an actual boot, and the inside of the boot it's rubberized on the inside, so that basically the boot will never wet out. So when you sweat on the inside, the boot never gets wet. Your socks will get wet. You take your socks, you switch it out. You dry out you just wipe out the boot. But they're the big white rubber ones. They come in black too, but they're a little bit different than the mucklucks that have the wool liners on the inside and the canvas cotton on the outside or the white on the outside.
Yeah,
What black magic is this guy talking about?
it's American ingenuity. I saw Ripley, Colonel Ripley in one of his videos show us a whole crate full of these Mickey Mouse boots headed to Ukraine.
The funny thing, Moose and Colonel Spencer, so people talk about vapor barrier liners like they're rocket science, and they are, but here's the funny part. They're old technology. Those Mickey Mouse boots, that the white ones or the black ones, same design for the last 65 years. They were developed after Chosin Reservoir in the Korean War experience, and soldiers freezing to death and losing their feet in the Korean War. So they haven't changed in 65 years, but they're light years ahead in terms of keeping feet dry, keeping shoes and boots dry, because counterintuitive that you think it's cold out, you're not going to sweat. Nope, that foot's going to sweat the same amount, and ultimately you can change your socks, but once your boot gets damp, it's not going to have insulating value like it used to. So those Mickey Mouse boots, 65-year-old boots, rubber on the inside, they're fantastic if they can get their hands on those. And if they can't, put bread bags up against their put a thin sock on, put a bread bag, and then put their insulating sock, and they'll keep all the moisture out of their boot.
Thanks, Gurney. I think Gunther was next, and then Lex and Suzanne.
Oh, hi, good evening, everyone. I had an urban warfare question, which is, so there's been a lot of talk about the defense, of course, but now that the Ukrainians are on the offense, things are a little bit different. And one thing I hadn't really considered is, like, you definitely, when you think about urban warfare, of course, you think about the big city battles, but what do they do when they're trying to move rapidly and they come across like a small, like suburban area, or just like a few buildings, or you make choices about, because it's maybe not optimal to stop, a whole battalion to carefully go through every single room in a little village, but maybe there's something there that you don't want to leave in your rear area, so you need to do something. So that was my question, is how do you make those sort of choices about how much time to spend on any particular urban, like less dense but still urban terrain?
I don't know if you want me to answer that or my urban operations brother from another mother, Jason Giroux, we just finished a really amazing case study that hopefully will be out soon. Who knows how important intelligence is in urban warfare, intelligence preparation of the battlefield. And I think my number one thought goes to, especially a suburban area like that, is just the intelligence that you see the Ukrainians doing before they enter urbanized terrain. But you're a great point that there's a great variety and density. Where is the enemy? What is their likely locations? What kind of intelligence do you have? And we see the Ukrainians using multiple forms of intelligence, and we know that they're using human intelligence on top of that. That allows you to know before you enter some of these areas what risk you'll take in posture, in time calculations, whether something needs to be cleared. But I 100% agree with you that, and we haven't seen this, a house-to-house, room-to-room clearing, because the intelligence drives the tactics that you use. But I would love to hear from one. I haven't heard his sweet voice in a long time, from Jason.
That was very, very romantic of you, John. Thank you. John said the key word is that a risk. The good thing is that the Ukrainians more than likely have sources inside all the small villages, or they have contacts to assess, what the enemy situation is, because as John said, that It's the intelligence preparation of the urban environment that's so desperately needed, so that you can verify whether you need to go into an urban area, no matter how small it is, or whether you can just isolate it and bypass it and just leave a small force to make sure nothing pops out of there from behind. Because Gunther, you're very right. You're very correct. You don't want to leave something in your rear that could suddenly surprise you. So, so it's a combination of intelligence preparation of the urban environment, like John said, and like John said, assuming risk. And if you don't have the sources inside the village or the small town, then the commanders again have to go, okay, well, is it small enough that it could contain an enemy force that would be a pain in our rear, literally and metaphorically, or can we just leave a small force behind so that if anything does pop out, we can handle it? Or we're not going to leave anything behind and we're just going to carry on, and we'll let the follow-up forces take a look inside that village or small urban area while we're busy moving the front lines forward. Because remember, yeah, you have the front lines of troops, but that doesn't mean there's nobody behind them. Yes, you've got logistics convoys, etc., but you also have other units behind the frontline units who've been left out of the battle, but they're still following up behind, waiting for their turn to get into the fight. And so commanders can always decide to turn to those combat units that are out of the fight at the moment and go, okay, we need you to pop up to this village and just make sure that nothing is going to come out of there and surprise the frontline troops that are fighting their way forward.
Yeah, 100% agree. I actually would point out too that, and me and Jason have seen that in a bunch of historical urban battles, is planning, and that's what we're seeing. The Ukrainians are using those follow-up forces, even forces who might not be as trained or as ready for close battle, but are territorial defenses that are perfectly fine with rear security or less heavy contact like that would be advantageous to keep pushing forward. We've seen that in the past with major urban battles, having that follow-on security force that necessarily your close with and destroy force.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hadn't thought about the intelligence part of it, but yeah, that seems like really useful to know. I was in particular thinking about Le Mans and how it just seemed fairly chaotic with like Russians, maybe some staying in place, most of them fleeing, some of them being confused, and just having that sort of chaotic environment of like it really could maybe slow you down when that's not optimal, just because there's a couple guys that are confused running around.
Yeah, I feel like you're trying to push Jason's buttons in the classes he teaches about control measures and converging forces and things that we know good military should be doing in urban fights to thrive in the chaos, as we say, and even in urban battles, and why he and I are so adamant about it is the most complex war fighting that you can ask a military to do, but there are plenty of lessons learned from history about how to reduce that complexity, reduce that chaos where, yeah, your enemy's living in chaos, but you have, assigned sectors, control measures, tactics, intelligence, updating of intelligence, use of all your ISR to make a situation that looks like chaos to everybody else to be a well-oiled machine.
Lex, Suzanne, and Abdullah. Okay, we can go Suzanne, Abdullah, Leonard.
Thanks, Major Drew and Colonel Spencer. If I got the titles right while I'm driving, I swear I would never talk again on the space while I'm driving, but I'm going to risk it. You guys were in 2 of my emails today as I try to hype the space to my colleagues who probably get sick of me bringing it up all the time, but yay, let's see if we get them hooked. So my question is dumb, but we'll go for it. and that is, I keep hearing about how the Russian conscripts and the people mobilized have really bad equipment. Now they don't have winter gear, blah, 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 blah. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Has this ever happened in any historical, within the last couple hundred years where a country has sent people so ill-equipped into combat?
The first man will carry the rifle.
I knew
The
you were
second
gonna
man
say
will
that.
carry 3 rounds.
What? Are you making fun of me? Am I in trouble again?
No, there's no
There's a total historical precedence for this.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to learn.
I'll let the historian go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, Battle Moose there is quoting from the movie Enemy at the Gates, where the Russians, this is the urban battle of Stalingrad, and the Russians are crossing the Volga River, and they get to the other side. Half of them don't have weapons, and so before they get on the boats to cross the Volga River, because half of them don't have weapons because they haven't been issued weapons, there's a Russian officer yelling at them, okay, you're going to cross the river without a weapon, but as soon as you see your buddy fall down dead, you grab his weapon and carry on with the fight. And that's what Battle Moose is quoting. But we can even go back beyond that. When the Germans actually launched Operation Barbarossa on the 22nd of June, 1941, they had a firm belief that they would be able to roll over the Russians and have the Soviet Union capitulate within several weeks. And in fact, senior military officers were saying that within a week of the invasion of Russia, German officers were saying, yes, we've got this. It's going to be over in about a month. We're going to roll into Moscow and it'll be done. And then what happened was the Russians, once they got over the shock of the invasion several weeks later, is that they were started able to fight back. And what happened is, as the weeks and months passed by, and summer turned into fall, and fall turned into winter, the Germans quickly realized, soon to realize, nobody had been issued winter clothing. Because again, well, why would we need winter clothing? The war on the Eastern Front is going to be over in several weeks, and by the time winter rolls around, we will have won it. We can just turn around now. We can continue. We can finish off Britain. And so, so this is another instance in history where a large invading force, which was not prepared for winter fighting, launched into an invasion, and then found themselves a few months later fighting in the winter with absolutely no clothing. And there were thousands of Germans as a result suffered from hypothermia and frostbite, etc. And it took them a few weeks just to get everybody issued the winter clothing that was needed to fight in the Soviet Union.
Thank you very much. So even though it's happened before, people don't learn. Okay, thanks so much. I appreciate your response.
Which happens to be a precedence that has been set by all militaries around the world, and not necessarily just the Russian one.
Well, I think I slept through history class. I confess I was probably sketching pictures of horses or something, but I'm catching up now at my old age. So thank you all very much.
No, I think one thing I wanted to point out is that good militaries that have learned from history, one of the best ways to predict the unpredictable is to have stockpiles. Western militaries have bases and pre-positioned stock that are just full of warehouses of stuff that's needed. Based on what's known in the corruption and decay of the Russian military, is that we believe that even now they won't have the ability to respond to this basically emergency, which has been historical, but most militaries around the world have figured out you have to have a massive stockpile and maintain a massive stockpile of things, even like cold weather gear and winterizing packages for equipment. And
Did we lose John?
I think so.
We lost John. Yeah. He's
Yeah,
gone.
I think so.
John, are you with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you good.
All right. So hopefully you got some of that. Russians didn't learn from history.
Lost you again.
Damn it. How about now?
Yeah, you're fine. There's a lot of background noise.
Did you hear? Oh, yeah. I got to go in a couple minutes. The football practice is about to be over. But the stockpiles, I think the important in this question is not just the history of it happening, but the keep stockpiles.
You're chiming in and out.
Stockpiles.
You're something about stockpiles. Okay, stockpiles. You're losing you a little bit, unfortunately.
So let's put a ban on Russia purchasing winterized equipment. How about that? How about that be the next sanctioned ban of All right.
Yeah, I think we got the gist of it there, boss.
All right, I'm gonna pop off and leave you in the soft hands of Jason Drew.
See you later, son.
Thank you so much. So we lost Ryan for a little bit, and I believe it was Abdullah next, and then Leonard.
Hi, yes. Is Colonel Spencer still with us?
No, he just left.
Oh, he left. He left. Okay. Okay, no problem.
We sacrificed him unto our Twitter gods.
Yeah, he just escaped.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yes, yes. What do you call? I was just wondering. Have you guys heard that Kadyrov is now a Russian general?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask how easy it is for an American president to give a rank of general to his political cronies.
I don't know. Very difficult. Very difficult.
Is it?
Can
he do it? Or
Major,
is it
Major,
illegal?
do you want to go on this? Because our system's pretty comparable to the Americans, and I remember the CAS chief coming in and talking to us, and he said, "Well, you want to be a general? Well, no problem. Go get yourself a degree. Go to war college. Go to command college, and do this and then do that." And I don't know. If you were to carry on, how long would it take you to make brigadier, sir?
I don't know how to answer that question because I know I'm never going to make it. But anyway, Abdullah, assalamu alaikum. And yeah, I'll suggest that the American process is actually very rigorous when it comes to the selection of senior officers. And I know actually that when it comes to being selected to become a general officer, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, or general, is that that's a fairly rigorous process of vetting, and then all those names actually go, ironically, before the president of the United States, and then the president of the United States is actually briefed on that particular person. So I mean, the brigadier. So I mean, this is being promoted from the rank of full colonel to brigadier general. And so the president of the United States actually has to be briefed on who's being recommended, and then the president actually has to approve it. So the president literally doesn't know any of these people until he's back briefed on each person and their qualities and their experiences and their knowledge. And I believe it's something that's very similar in the Canadian military as well, that before you get promoted to the rank of general, it does have to go very high within the Canadian government to be vetted so that you can actually be approved. So if you're good friends with the President of the United States or the Prime Minister of Canada, or I would suggest the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, as Western democracies, that doesn't necessarily, you won't, just because you're friends with them doesn't mean you get the political patronage of being promoted to general. You actually have to work your way up through the system to do it. And that would obviously, that takes 15, 20 years at best. Does that answer your question, Abdullah?
Can I just say, whilst Abdullah is finding the mic, for you to be a friend of the British Prime Minister would be a forever, lifelong bad decision currently, given the one that's in office. But anyway.
That's the problem with playing politics. Latin, go ahead. And then Peter.
Actually, it was me.
Leonard, go ahead. I didn't.
Yeah, it was Leonard.
Thanks, Ryan. I guess you were down a bit, so you might have just skipped a bit there. But I have a question for Major Giroux. Actually, I've got a bunch of questions for Major Giroux. I've been saving them up, sir. And it's great to have you back on the space again. But there was, of course, I can't pass up a chance to ask you some further questions about Colonel Big Jim Stone from the PPCLI and the Loyal Eddies. But specifically, there was some talk, I think Colonel Spencer had referenced Hwasan and the Korean theater. And I just wondered if you had any insight in terms of the actual winter conditions that the Canadians fought through at the Battle of Capoyang, because as I recall, I think that was in December that battle unfolded. Pretty much same weather conditions, I think, as the Battle of Hwasan. And I know that the cold caused horrendous problems for the first the U.S. First Marine Division, and then presumably for the PPCLI in the Capoyang quadrant as well. So I just wondered if you had any specific insights on those conditions and how they might have been alleviated at that point, and if that has some bearing on what could happen in Ukraine. So thank you, sir.
Yeah, Leonard, Capoyang actually happened at the end of April. It was the 23rd to the 25th of April of 1950 or 51. But I remember it was at the end of April, so there's not much of a similarity. But you do have the Chosin Reservoir and the withdrawal of 1st Marine Regiment, 1st Marines, commanded by Chesty Puller. That was under horrendous conditions because the Chinese had completely isolated the entire U.S. Marine unit there, and then they had to do a fighting withdrawal, break through the encirclement, and then at the Chosin Reservoir, and then break and then move southwards in order to get out of the trap. But that was under very cold, challenging winter conditions, and if you see any photos from that particular operation, you just start shivering when you start seeing the photos. But I don't know if there'll be any immediate parallels between Chosin and what's happening now in Kherson, because again we're just in October. Yes, the cold weather's starting to set in, but I'm not.
Did we lose Major Giroux?
I think
somebody fat fingered the mute button.
That was
yeah,
me. Sorry.
There's someone sat on their phone.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. So where did you hear me? Where did I cut off there? Anyone? Bueller?
It was only about 10 seconds ago.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know what the Ukrainian winter is like, and so I don't know when it's going to become permanently below the freezing mark and when we're going to start seeing snow and winter. That could still be for a few weeks. And given the momentum that the Ukrainians currently have in the offensive around Kherson, who knows? They may have they may push the Russians across the Dnipro before the colder months set in, but the colder weather sets in. But I guess we'll see. I don't have my crystal ball, unfortunately, and I can't tell the immediate future as to what's going to happen. So sorry, Leonard, I can't really. I can give you some background on Chosin and Capoyang, but I can't compare it to Kherson right now, just because we don't know what's going to happen in the immediate future.
Sure, that's fair enough, sir. Yeah, I guess I interposed the dates. Yeah, Schwarzland, I guess, was the ultra cold, horrendous battle out to the sea. And just one quick follow up. You had briefly gone over some of the conditions that the Wehrmacht encountered coming out of Russia. And you probably have considerable detail on that, but from the accounts that I'm familiar with, it was utterly just horrible conditions that the Wehrmacht went through, and it literally lost. They had incredible losses just to the cold. And I just wondered if you sort of concur with that assessment as far as that the end result of Barbarossa went. Thank you.
Yeah, in fact, when I'm teaching urban operations, I like to bring up the urban battle of Stalingrad, and how in the winter of 1942 and 1943, the Soviet Union suffered its coldest winter in like 60 years, where the weather was dropping down, the temperature was dropping down to about minus 30 to minus 40 degrees Celsius in the evening because of the wind chill. And it got so cold that now the Russians were very used to this kind of weather. It's their home country, so they're used to that kind of weather, but the Germans were not. And it got so cold. Now, by this time, of course, the Russians have surrounded Stalingrad, and they're now on the offense. The Germans are now isolated within the city. But it got so cold that if they were able to actually eat anything, because by this time the Germans are now shooting their horses, and they're trying to eat. They're stripping the bark off of whatever trees are left to eat those. There's been rumors of unsubstantiated rumors of perhaps cannibalism amongst the Germans because they just had run out of food. And it got so cold that when Germans squatted to defecate, their anuses would freeze solid shut. Now, I'm not a doctor or a medical professional by any means, but I don't think I need to be a medical expert to tell you that if your anus is frozen shut, that's not good. That's a bad thing. And so not only do you have, hundreds of German soldiers suffering from becoming combat casualties, but literally every single German soldier now is going to become a medical casualty because of their bodily routines are not functioning properly because of that kind of cold. And so, and this is one of the many factors that has the Germans lose the urban battle of Stalingrad is the cold weather and the fact that they've been isolated and cut off. So whether we can compare that to the future winter in Ukraine right now, I don't know. I don't know, but I guess we'll see how prepared the Russians are. And I mean, the Ukrainians should be fairly well prepared. I would suggest it's their country, so they know what they're going to be facing when the winter comes. So I'm very confident that given the good performance of their operational level commanders now, that they're probably more than likely bringing in the winter clothing and the gear so that their soldiers will be ready. And it'll be interesting to see if the Russians are able to do the same thing. Right now, I'm not very confident, thankfully, that the Russians will not have this capability of being able to kit out their soldiers. Otherwise, we could see a reverse Stalingrad. It could be the Russians on the losing end of a cold winter and its effects on their soldiers.
I don't know there, sir. I just looked up the average temperatures for Kherson, and it doesn't look like it gets much colder than the minus 10s there. So
Okay.
it averages around minus 6 Celsius in January. So which kind of rolls back to what we were talking before when John was here. That that's some of the most dangerous temperatures when it's above zero during the day and then goes down below zero at night.
Yeah, that is a very mild winter. But yeah, I agree with you on the fluctuating temperatures thing.
Yeah, we'd still be barbecuing in that.
For sure, that's almost warm enough to swim, especially for you Canadians.
I'm more mild weathered. I think Battle Moose could handle it though.
Well,
Border
we're
conditions.
going to drag Ryan up to northern Alberta here when this is all said and done, and take him take the chainsaw out to the lake and cut the hole in the lake and run out of the sauna into the lake.
There's a spot on Lake Sacagawea or Sacagawea, however you want to pronounce it, in North Dakota, where at a certain time of the year you can drive a vehicle over the top of a dammed up river that's technically a lake. And I contemplated for about 1 hour one day driving my company vehicle across the top of a frozen body of water just to say that I did it. And I couldn't muster the courage because I didn't know how I was going to explain to my supervisor that I lost the truck on the bottom of a lake. But I don't know that I have any desire to do any ice fishing. You might have to drag me up into the weather that cold. I'm more of a tropical beach guy, even though I lived in a landlocked state.
I don't even know if the bodies of water in that part of Ukraine would freeze over with those mild temperatures during winter.
They wouldn't freeze over solid enough that I'd trust them.
I definitely wouldn't be driving any heavy vehicles over it.
Absolutely not. No, I think if anybody knows whether ice is safe, it's the locals, and I don't even trust the locals if I'm not a local. And where I come from, you don't drive on ice.
Yeah, do you mind if I chime in on this bit?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. So I had a couple of questions for the Major, and also, well, sort of theoreticals. No, I would say sort of my when I did my strategic studies, my thesis focus was the siege of Leningrad, and the scenario we're seeing here is a lot different to that, just given the difference in climate and latitude. But Major, I wanted to ask you a couple of things. Really appreciate your time and perspectives, and I just want to do a couple of thought exercises with you, because when I did my focus was the relationship of the politics to the military, which I'm sure you're aware of, that sort of dynamic being one of the biggest factors in any war. And for me, something that I'm very curious about is the end game, because there's a lot of discussion about how far we're going to go and to what extent that a peace deal should be pushed now. And, as far as I think most of us can agree, why on earth would the Ukrainians agree to a peace deal when they are winning this war very, very well, concretely? And why would they settle? Take Elon Musk's tweets as a case in point. Why would they even humor the idea of a sort of peace negotiations, or at least a cessation of hostilities? But for me, this is the point I'm trying to get at with this question for you, which is the difference between the tactical level and the strategic, particularly the grand strategic, right? So the Russians have an end game here, which is different to what's just going on in Ukraine. And if the Ukrainians continue to push, would that incentivize or push Putin over the edge by which he potentially strikes using military weaponry, even tactical or strategic? So I'm curious for your perspective as someone who's been on the battlefield. Are we pushing that limit? If the Ukrainians take the rest of Ukraine, if they succeed in liberating the rest of the country, does that potentially compromise the potential for worst case scenario? Or am I overdoing the sort of war gaming here?
Well, Peter, that's a fantastic question. First of all, and complex. And I'm sorry, did you say that your thesis or your dissertation was focused on the siege of Leningrad?
Yeah, so I did my master's at SAIS. Elliot Cohen was my practicum professor, and he oversaw us doing what was known as the strategy and policy workshop. So we had to pick a specific battle in time, dissect it, working out the strategic versus the logistics versus the whatever elements that were part of the battle. And I chose Leningrad siege because I felt that it was quite an interesting take of, you've got a non-direct actor, i.e. one that is it is complicit, but it's not actively complicit, namely Finland. What did they do? They took back the land that the Soviets had reclaimed, or sorry, taken, and they went up until that line. And then when the Nazis were like, okay, it's time to engage in Leningrad, i.e. St. Petersburg, for the audience, the Finnish were like, we're okay at this, at this front line. Much like the Belarusians have done at this point. They haven't reclaimed territory, but they haven't gone further than what they agreed to do, which is basically just provide the Russians with the space to hold their weaponry and use as a logistical hub. So for me, there's a lot of comparisons to this kind of conflict, and sort of that's the Leningrad siege is a very interesting example for me of a lot of cases in more recent history, i.e. post 1945. You're welcome to push back on that, but sort of, I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. That's sort of where I'm coming from with that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ria. That was fantastic. And the reason I brought it up is that when I was 19 years old, I went on a high school trip to the then Soviet Union, and Leningrad was one of the cities that we visited. And I went to, I don't know if you've been there or not, but we actually went to the large memorial / cemetery where they had buried all of the countless number of Russian civilians who had died in the siege of Leningrad. And I tell you, it was just so extremely sobering, because I mean, unlike cemeteries that we have in the West, where everybody gets their own tombstone, as an example, this was just long lines of people, of Russian citizens who had been buried, and it was just that there was obelisks at the end of each line that just gave the year. And because of course the siege of Leningrad, as you know, Peter, goes on for over almost 900 days. And so it was just a very sobering, it was a very quiet and sobering walk through that particular memorial / cemetery. So anyway, when you brought that up, that's what immediately came to mind, and I'm way off on a tangent right now. So I think one part of your question was, hold on for a moment.
I can repeat it if you like.
No, I'm good. One part of your question was, do the Ukrainians, please correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, do the Ukrainians are advancing? Is this the time to negotiate, or should they just keep advancing through to the Crimea if it's possible? And does that risk Mr. Putin stepping up the game and escalating the war? Is that a summary of what you were asking, Peter? I just want to make sure.
No, absolutely. No, it's basically, yeah. So for me, it's always, we are making progress on the battlefield. We are making progress as the military, but that has immediate implications at the political level, i.e. because they have the ability to completely redefine this from just being within the confines of Kherson, Kharkiv, and the battlefront to being potential strategic nuclear weaponry. So my question basically, should there be, or what's your opinion of this end game scenario whereby Ukraine is continuing to make these massive seismic and positive, and most of our eyes, obviously, gains in the country, but could it potentially lead to worse repercussions elsewhere? So, how do you view that as an infantryman, as a military individual with that experience? Do you think that that's something that has to be considered on the military field, or it's not for your worry and you just do what you do on the battlefield, and that's up to the politicians? That's sort of my question.
Wow. Okay, that's a fantastic question. I'm pumped now. Okay, so here's the challenge: is that there's only one person who knows what Mr. Putin is going to do when, if or when things go bad for Russia, and that's Mr. Putin. And we've actually had this discussion here on the report about his possible use of chemical, biological, radioactive, and nuclear weapons, CBRN, as we say in NATO. But let's go back to the first point: is the Ukrainians are on the offensive right now. They're doing quite well. So because they're doing well, should they stop and begin negotiations? And what we see in history, in military history, is that's faulty. You can't do that. Let's make the assumption that the West has made it very clear to Mr. Putin, and let's make the assumption that maybe some of his senior political and military advisors have said to him, look, the CBRN weapons are not an option. We've just got to keep trying to fight this war conventionally, and you can't use chemical, biological, radioactive, or nuclear weapons, because then that will mean the end of Russia. So let's just make that assumption that Mr. Putin has been convinced of that, which, in all honesty, I don't know, but I'll talk about that in a moment. Then the Ukrainians just have to keep going. They have to keep going, and they have to keep advancing, and they can't stop. And because as soon as, let's say you're on the offensive and you're doing really well, and you decide, okay, and the other side makes overtures of, hey, let's start negotiating. Let's start seeing if we can come to a peace here. Usually what happens is that the attackers usually lose the initiative. And we saw this during the Korean War from 1950 to 1953. So in June 1951, for example, the U.S. military had the North Koreans on the run, and the Allies are pushing the North Koreans almost right up to the Chinese border. But then in June 51, the U.S. military actually stops its extremely effective offensive against the Chinese, because the Chinese and the North Koreans had signaled that they were ready to negotiate. And so what happens, of course, is they draw the talks out as long as they can, while they recover their forces and strengthen their defenses. And then when the negotiations failed, the war resumed, and now the Americans and the rest of the Allies found that their battlefield advantage was lost. And so if you are on the attack and the other side signals that they want to start negotiating, you keep attacking, you keep advancing, and because this forces them to come to the table and deal with, make the negotiations on your terms and not their terms. And as long as they're continuing to lose, they will have the inclination to end the negotiations sooner on your terms, vice theirs. But if you stop attacking, like I said, like the Chinese and the North Koreans were able to do to the Americans and the coalition, they'll just, okay, now they've stopped attacking. We can suck back, we can resupply, we can reinforce, we can, and now we can begin planning to go on the offensive. And this is what happens.
But major, just as a pushback to that, sorry to interject, but just as a major pushback to what you're saying, unless you're about to bring in a more modern example, there's a caveat to that, which is nuclear weapons. This is not a time frame that which Clausewitz ever accounted for with his, concepts. Even the Korean War, up until what was it, the United States had the nuclear weaponry, but the Soviet Union didn't test theirs until what, after the Korean War? I think it was 1953, 1954, something like that. So there's a major consideration to be had in terms of the grander fallout from the decisions that is made on the battlefield vis-a-vis in the political channels. So for me, it's and also not just nuclear, period. Lots of variations of that, tactical, strategic, and so on. Sorry, I'm swallowing my words here. So I don't know. I'm not trying to be provocative here. Well, a little bit, but like I'm just trying to challenge you a little bit on what you're saying, because I agree with everything. But like, do you not think the circumstances in the past 50, 70 years are different to anything else we've seen before in terms of major conflict, and therefore the dynamics are very difficult to judge at this point? Again, being provocative.
Yeah, Peter, you're not being provocative, but I was actually trying to get to that point, but then you cut me off. So sorry. What I was saying, remember, I was saying that this is, my Korean War example would be similar if, as I mentioned, if Mr. Putin, in this particular case, has been convinced that he cannot use CBRN weapons. But so that's why I was suggesting that North Korean example would be similar to what the Ukrainians are going through today. But as you have very astutely pointed out, is that we are living with Mr. Putin is certainly, and this is a discussion we had a couple weeks back. We do have to consider the fact that he does have chemical, biological, radioactive, nuclear weapons. And the discussion we were having a couple weeks ago was, and you're going to have to give me some leeway here, Peter, please, is that there seems to be two camps right now. There's either he will use nuclear weapons or he won't use nuclear weapons. And I disagree with both of those camps. And Leonard, my apologies. You're going to have to hear my speech again, because I know you were on the report a couple weeks back. But so given the history of dictators, dictators tend, whenever somebody disagrees with them, or when a group of people disagree with them, either verbally or through some sort of physical action, dictators tend to feel like that's a threat to their power. And so what happens is traditionally a lot of people die. And the other challenge is that a lot of people are wishing this problem away, which I don't like, because I can tell if I was standing up in front of my commanding officer or my commander and I said to him or her, sir, ma'am, I've got a cunning plan here to defeat the enemy. By the way, the enemy has this certain type of weapon system, but I don't like the fact that they're going to use it. So I'm just going to ignore that, and I'm going to tell you what my cunning plan is. Well, I can tell you my commanding officer or my commander would fire me on the spot, and they would say, right, thank you, now demoted to Private Officer Cadet Giroux. You can go into the fight, and Captain What's-His-Pickle, you're not promoted up to Major. You can take over Major Giroux's position and come up with your cunning plan, please. And make sure you include the weapon system that Major Giroux ignored. And the other challenges is that throughout military history, we've seen that dictators don't really think logically. They don't apply common sense, which is, this is why they kill a lot of people whenever they feel that their power has been threatened. So based on the fact that you never ignore a weapon or a weapons platform, dictators tend to be fairly illogical in their thinking, and 3, they tend to kill a lot of people when they feel that their power is being threatened. We can't wish the nuclear problem away just right yet. Yes, the West has probably sent their messages. Yes, maybe his senior political military advisors have told him that's not a good idea. But in the end, Mr. Putin is a dictator, and I have a feeling that he doesn't think logically or apply common sense. So I think the CBRN weapons systems are still on the table if he gets paid enough in a quarter. And I think, Peter, what you said was, if the Ukrainians continue doing well on the offense, is he going to consider these as an option? And that is my main point. I'm not in the he will or he will not. I'm just suggesting he probably thinks they're an option. And as long as he thinks they're an option, we have to consider them. And so this becomes now a very delicate balancing act for not only the Ukrainians, but the West, because as long as the Ukrainians keep pushing forward and winning, he might consider using CBRN weapons more and more and more. And even though the West has sent him the messages, and even though his senior political and military advisors might be saying,
Do we lose him?
I think we did. Jace, Major, we lost you for a second.
No, am I good now?
Well, I just wanted to say before Major Giroux comes back that if the Russians do start a major counter value strike against the West, I hope they do it in the morning, so I don't put in a full day's work only to be vaporized.
Moose, can you hear us?
Major, are you back with us?
Yeah, I can hear you, bud.
Okay, I think Major Drew's back.
Major, please go ahead.
Are you there, Jason?
If he's not, I just want to chime in very quickly in that I think everything he said is completely, I fully appreciate his indulgence of my rather provocative questions. I think we did lose him for a second. The reason I ask is just because this is something that we do have to think about. There was a really interesting analogy I read on.
I'm going to use these because I'm going to use chemical, biological, radioactive, nuclear weapons because my power is being threatened.
This is the ghost of Major Giroux.
Is it?
I removed him down to listener so I could try to tell him that he was having audio issues. And as soon as I did, I think it processed everything that we missed from him. I hope he will be right back. I suspect he will, but can't be sure.
I just want to wrap up this little exchange I had with him, just to say that, you know, the questions I ask are deliberately provocative and hypothetical, not necessarily one's actual stance. I think that the points you raised are very valid. The thing I just wanted to particularly ask him as one scenario is one that I think it was Dmitry Alpovich raised, but the idea that the Russians could still potentially use a tactical nuclear weapon as a symbolic strike, much like they did against Lviv and that facility outside of the city in April when Biden was giving that speech in Poland, if some of you remember. And there is the idea that he could potentially use a nuclear weapon to strike Snake Island. Why Snake Island? Because it's uninhabited, but it's close enough to some areas that you get an idea of what a nuclear strike on terrestrial land could do.
Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
Well, because he wants to illustrate the potential power and the willingness for the Kremlin to go.
Well, but his illustration would likely gain him, and this is General Ben Hodges has laid out with fairly explicit detail, is the annihilation of the Black Sea Fleet. So that would be a very poor exchange.
No, because I don't think the West would respond to a strike on Snake Island. I don't agree with General Hodges on that one. I don't think that you would see the West targeting the Black Sea Fleet in either port, be it Sevastopol or the one that they're moving it to in southern Western Russia. I think it would be too much of a risk.
Well, at that stage, it's not the West.
If the
West.
Russians resort
Well,
to
who would strike the Russian
nuclear,
military then?
When a nuclear weapon has been deployed, that pretty much narrows the West down to the Anglo-American equation.
Yes, but I don't think. Sorry, Brian, go on.
It's been communicated in no uncertain terms that if the Russians resort to using an atmospheric test of a nuclear weapon or deploying a nuclear weapon in or around Ukraine, that decisive responses will be taken. We don't necessarily have to nuke them back, but we will definitely sink the rest of their Black Sea Fleet. And we might go ahead and destroy any identifiable Russian positions on Ukrainian territory while we're at it.
And then the Baltic Fleet is on deck.
When we're talking about nuclear responses from the United States or the West, as a collective,
we don't even need a nuclear response to affect that exchange.
No, that's my point. The response has been categorized by Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, and the administration basically as one of catastrophic consequences, which is basically anything under the table bar probably nuclear, because you would explicitly mention that in most foreign policy the United States has ever done. So therefore what I'm saying is that it would be that the most possible, every sanction under the sun, conventional military intervention, but also a targeted strike on most likely the site that was used to launch those nuclear launches from the first place. I'm not sure whether they would deliberately target the fleet, because unless the strike came from there. But it's not necessarily an option that isn't open, but it's not something that I've read. That's why I was just being
what makes you think Jake Sullivan would be in the driver's seat? He's NSC. He's at that stage when a nuclear weapon has been deployed. Jake Sullivan is at the back of the bus, and it's the Joint Chiefs, and it's substantially Lloyd Austin and the military advisors who are front and center at that point.
Because he's not military advisor, he's national security advisor. He's at the strategic level. Of course, Jake's going to be involved. You can't denounce what he says as not being important.
He's a counselor, but I believe both Petraeus and General Hodges have both mentioned the Black Sea Fleet explicitly now, and I don't think that was something they dreamed up on their own.
No, I agree. That is certainly an option, but I'm not sure if it would be the primary target.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Whatever they do, just do it in the morning.
Good morning. Yeah, please. Right. As you're talking about who is in charge of what, Battlemoose, you've been at NORAD. You can talk about nuclear protocols. Piotr, you're wrong. At the point in time when a nuclear weapon is launched, the National Security Council advisor is not in charge at all. The DoD takes the reins.
Never said he wasn't in charge.
The DoD takes the reins. The Joint Chiefs of Staff advise the president. That is the rule. That's doctrine. Thank you very much. Good night.
Not what I said.
Thank you, Axel.
You implied it. Jake Sullivan, at that point in
that's what
time, and Ryan was right, is at the back of the bus at that time. His time of advice is over. A nuclear strike shows the failure of the NSC at that time. Welcome to our world. It's military time then.
Amen.
I've lost the order of hands here. Arenas.
Well, we did get Major Giroux back, and I'm
yes,
sure
it
he
was.
would
I
like
just
to
took it down
opine on that.
Well, I mean, I was trying to comment previously on gear and winter readiness. It's just my personal story. My great grandfather was a pilot in World War II, and obviously we were living in Kiev, but controlled by the Soviet Union at the time, and they sent him out in summer gear in the middle of winter. So that's how they deployed him, and he froze to death. So it was just a really stupid death, and of course the waste of an airplane as well. So the Russians have learned nothing. That was my comment.
Thank you. Latin and then Portland.
Thanks. Question for Major Giroux. Always pleasure to listen to you, sir. Earlier in the day, we were having a conversation with George, who ex-U.S. Army. I think he comes from the Armored Corps, and we were talking about some of the equipment that the Ukrainians are capturing, in particular the T-62s, some of these older tanks, because he had mentioned and there had been some mention of a few others on Twitter about using them essentially in a support role, obviously not as a main battle tank, but and that they could be useful in an urban environment, especially as an assault gun. I think you're familiar with some of the types that both the speaking of those earlier battles in the Soviet Union, that some of the assault type weapons that the Germans and the Soviets used. Do you think there's something to that? They do know the type pretty well, and either in an urban environment or otherwise.
Okay, Laden, I'm going to get to your question in a minute. I do have to finish what I was saying to Peter, though, because I need to close that loop, if you don't mind, Ryan.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Yeah, because Peter and I are having a great discussion here, and I want to close that loop. Leonard, your mic's on, by the way. You need to turn your mic off. Yeah, Peter, I guess, again, I'm not trying to say he will use nuclear weapons or he won't use Mr. Putin will use CBR and weapons or he won't. I'm just saying he thinks they're an option. Like, so I'm trying to achieve a nuance there, because again, I think only Mr. Putin knows whether he's going to be used CBR weapons or not. And you know, I don't want people crawling into their beds tonight and kissing their spouses and saying, "Well, dear, I've always loved you, and you know, I've always loved being with you." But tomorrow, Major Giroux, according to Major Giroux, tomorrow we're all dying in nuclear holocaust. I don't want people thinking that. Again, I just want people prepared for it psychologically that he might go down this road of using them, if he's painted into the corner, if he feels he's threatened, if his power is being threatened both internally to Russia, or if the Ukrainians continue their battlefield successes, he might think that that this is the only option he has. Peter, that effectively ends my discussion. And I do agree that I do think that regardless of if things do get out of hand and we are seeing CBR and weapons employed, and whether the Black Fleet is destroyed or not, or whatever, Snake Island or whatever else, I do think that President Biden will have his senior political and military advisors, including Mr. Sullivan, in the room asking for advice. I'm not suggesting that Mr. Sullivan is leading the charge, but certainly I think I agree with you, Peter, that he would be in the room along with many other senior political and military advisors giving advice to President Biden in that particular case, because you need all those people in the room because they all bring different perspectives. Peter, is that good for you? And if it is, then I'll go on to Latin's question.
No, let's move on. Thank you very much for your time, Major. Really appreciate
Cool.
it. Look forward to
Yeah,
engaging.
Peter, I love that question, by the way. That was an absolutely fantastic question and very stimulating, intellectually stimulating. So thank you very much, sir. Latin, on to you. So doesn't matter if it's a T-62 or if it's a T-90. It doesn't matter if it's a self-propelled gun, if it's an anti-armor weapon. They're all useful in urban operations. One of the urban legends that I am killing effectively up here in Canada anyway with the Canadian Armed Forces, and John Spencer is doing it down in the States as well, is this urban legend, pun intended, that you can't use tanks in urban warfare. And that is complete baloney. And throughout urban warfare history from the Second World War to the present, you must use armor. You must use tanks and armored personnel carriers in urban operations if you want to win that particular battle. The caveat being is that you don't have those tanks, so those armored personnel carriers, or there's self-propelled artillery or the air defense guns. You don't have them leading the charge with the infantry and the engineers doing a conga line behind those vehicles as they're going down the street. Usually the infantry and the engineers are well ahead of the tanks and they're clearing the buildings so the tanks can fire down range at other targets. So regardless if it's a T-62 or a T-90, like I said, or an M1 Abrams tank or a British Challenger tank, bring armor into the fight, and you will shorten the battle because those tanks and those armored personnel carriers can really reach out and touch somebody, and they'll be able to destroy targets, further down the street. Thus allowing those dismounted infantry and engineers less targets for them to close with and destroy. Does that answer your question, Latin?
Yeah, pretty much. The idea was that the T-62s, as George was explaining, probably far less sophisticated and less well protected tank. But yeah, that at some level, it's able to provide that extra firepower is extra firepower, which seems to be what you're saying. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, sure, it's maybe not as great as a tank as some of the more modern tanks, but it's still a tank, and it still has a big cannon on it, and it can still shoot downrange. So just as long as they're protecting the tank, and that means the tank's got to be behind the infantry and the engineers by 50, 75, 100 meters, a city block, whatever. And that so that the bad guys can't sneak up on it and use an anti-tank weapon. But it's still a tank, and so I would suggest that it's still effective. And if I had a choice between not having a T-62 and having a T-62, I would still go with having a T-62.
I also wanted to remind everybody to please retweet this Twitter space. It's on the top corner on the right-hand side, right beside the three little dots. There's the arrow on the left-hand side. So please let your friends and family know that MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we have an amazing group of speakers right now. Yehuda just came up. Major Jason Drew's here. We have Battle Moose and